Chapter 690. But a moment later, there was a rumble as the carriage came to a sudden stop. What's going on? Why aren't we moving forward? The woman's eyes widened as she called out to the carriage. Lady, someone's blocking the way. Coachman's voice came from outside the carriage. Who is it? Don't they know that parking is strictly prohibited here? The woman's eyelids twitched, and she was a little angry. However, in the next moment, she heard a familiar voice. Since you're leaving, why don't you come down and say hello? Be easy. The woman trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. It was quiet outside the carriage. The woman said nothing, and the people outside quietly waited for her reply. No one answered, and the atmosphere was deathly still. The woman's face alternated between green and white, and her eyes constantly flickered. After some time, perhaps because she understood that she could no longer escape, the woman took a deep breath and quickly regained her composure. Creak! The carriage door opened, and the woman calmly walked out. In front of her was a golden carriage, luxurious and luxurious, parked in the center of the palace alley. The images of dragons on the carriage clearly indicated the noble status of the carriage's owner. Several figures were lined up in front of the carriage, and in the very center was a young and handsome prince. It was none other than fifth Prince Li Heng. Your Highness! Upon seeing Li Heng, Du Jiqi gave a slight bow, her expression natural and unflustered. It was like this was just a chance encounter. You despicable and shameless woman. Even at this stage, you still want to pretend? Our Highness has treated you with sincerity, but you actually want to harm him. You're worse than a beast. Before Li Heng could speak, Li Jingzhong angrily stepped forward and harshly rebuked. If looks could kill, Du Jiqi would have died countless times over. Uncle Jing! Li Heng suddenly shouted, but his gaze had never left Du Jiqi. Li Jingzhong trembled, immediately realizing that he had misspoken, and fell silent. No matter what sort of person Du Jiqi was or what she had done, she was still the fifth prince's woman, and the fifth prince was deeply in love with her. With the fifth prince present, it truly was not his place to speak. Why? Li Heng looked across. Your Highness, what happened? Why are you here? Du Jiqi asked in surprise. Why? Li Heng added. His expression and tone did not change at all. Your Highness, did Jiqi do something wrong? Your Highness, please don't be angry. Tell me, and I will definitely change. Du Jiqi said with a terrified expression. You still want to lie to me at a time like this? Li Heng looked forward and closed his eyes, his body trembling in pain. The person he trusted the most, the person who slept by his pillow every day, the person who even wanted to dig out his heart to give to her, turned out to be a spy sent by someone else. She kept saying that she loved him, but she always wanted to kill him. Even at this point, she still wanted to lie to him. Your Highness, are you blaming Jiqi for leaving without saying goodbye? I know it's my fault, but Jiqi received a letter from my sister. Mother is seriously ill, and she wants me to return immediately. Du Jiqi suddenly said. She lowered her head, her expression bitter. I have 3,000 books in my study. That day, only you saw me put that list into the book of songs and place it in the corner of the study. When Imperial Father sent someone to take that list, he didn't touch a single book in the 3,000 books, only that page in the book of songs. Moreover, he didn't even destroy that page. Anyone who wasn't familiar with it would never have been able to do this. Tell me, besides you, who else could have done this? And who knows where that list is? Li Heng closed his eyes. Du Jiqi's body trembled, and she was instantly rendered speechless. She had no idea that the Holy Emperor would send someone so stupid as to take that list without even flipping through it. Your Highness, I don't know anything. Someone must be framing me. Du Jiqi's face was bitter as she knelt on the ground. This woman, even at a time like this, she's still so stubborn. Li Jingzhong clenched his fists, his heart burning with rage. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Tell me, where is the letter your sister gave you? You should still have it on you after such a short period of time." Li Heng's voice suddenly drifted into her ears, causing Du Jiqi's body to tremble and her beautiful face to instantly turn ghastly pale. Her sister's letter and her mother's serious illness were just excuses she had come up with on the spot. There was no such thing as a letter. Even if she wanted to write it, there was no time. "Humph. Your cleverness can be your own downfall. What else do you have to say for yourself?" Li Jingzhong responded and sneered. It was the fifth prince who had reacted quickly, immediately grasping the flaw in her lie. "It was the third prince who sent you, right?" Li Heng said. "Since your highness believes that it was Jiqi who did it, Jiqi has nothing to say. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as your highness pleases." Du Jiqi clenched her teeth as she knelt on the ground, her hands hanging by her sides as she waited for death. "Get up. Don't kneel before me." Li Heng closed his eyes in disappointment. "Our relationship ends here. From now on, I don't know you and you don't know me. Treat everything as a dream. I can only take it that I misjudged you. Leave." Du Jiqi's body trembled, her face even paler than before. "Your Highness!" Li Jingzhong panicked. He had never expected Li Heng's reaction. He had originally believed that Li Heng would at least capture her, but he had actually let her go. "Uncle Jing, there's no need to say anything more. I have my own plans." Li Heng extended a hand to stop Li Jingzhong, his expression and tone leaving no room for doubt. Li Jingzhong was dumbfounded, momentarily speechless. In all the time he had been with Li Heng, this was the first time he had felt the dignity and bearing of a superior. "Your Highness has matured." Li Jingzhong suddenly understood. He didn't say anything else and retreated. Compared to a woman, the lesson and growth Li Heng had received from this incident were far more precious. From this point of view, this matter was not necessarily a bad thing. It seems that the Marquis had long anticipated this scene. Li Jingzhong recalled what Wang Chong had said a few days ago. No matter what the fifth prince decided, he was not to stop him, and he suddenly understood. "Your Highness, I know that it's too late to say anything. Jiqi will never be able to repay your Highness's kindness, but I will always engrave it in my heart. Jiqi bids farewell." Du Jiqi stood up, a complicated look in her eyes. She did not return to the carriage, instead brushing past Li Heng and heading for the palace gate. Until she disappeared, Li Heng's eyes were tightly shut, and he didn't turn his head. But when the final gate opened and a rumble came from the distance, Li Heng's body fiercely trembled. Li Jingzhong coldly watched on, and he couldn't help but sigh. Even in the end, Li Heng couldn't bear to do it and couldn't do it. "Your Highness, we truly must thank young Master Wang this time. If not for him, we would still be in the dark, not knowing that this woman was a spy sent by another prince. If not for young Master Wang's vigilance and arrangements, we really would have been in danger. The third prince would have already succeeded," Li Jingzhong said, a look of lingering fear on his face. He only knew that the prince was lustful, so he had found Wang Chong to persuade Li Heng. But he hadn't expected the young Marquis to be even more vigilant than him and see through Du Jiqi at a glance. At the start, the fifth prince would never have believed it, but when he did as Wang Chong had said and left early to see his master, everything was instantly revealed. Frankly speaking, when he had seen Du Jiqi's actions from the crack in the study, even Li Jingzhong, who had been wary of her, had been given a fright. The Du Jiqi in the study had been nimble, and alert, completely different from her usual demure and dignified self. Li Heng nodded and raised his head. His eyes flickered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Whether it was leaving the palace, returning to the palace, meeting with the master, leaving a list, or even finding someone to disguise his handwriting and interacting with the border generals, all of this had been Wang Chong's idea. In the end, not only was he safe, third prince Li Ju had entered the imperial clan court, and he had even gained a thorough understanding of the secret Heaven Bureau, which had not received much attention, which pleased his imperial father and won his imperial father's favor. This was something that Li Heng had not expected at the start. Misfortune and fortune depended on each other, and fortune lurked within misfortune. This was something that could not be understood no matter how many books one read or how many levels of martial arts one reached. But now that he thought about it, this journey had been fraught with danger. The slightest carelessness would have resulted in complete defeat. Tell the young Marquis that I thank him for his warning. I owe him a favor. In addition, inform Du Hongjian and Wei Xiaoyu that I want to see them. Now that the matter of the fake list is over, even if I meet with Du Hongjian, no one will dare to say anything. In addition, I want to focus on my lessons and cultivation. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. Li Heng said, his eyes shining with the resoluteness and wisdom of his former self. Yes, Your Highness. Li Jingzhong was overjoyed. For so long, the fifth prince had been with Du Jiqi this entire time, neglecting his studies and martial arts. This was the first time he had heard Li Heng mention studying and cultivating on his own initiative. Moreover, after this matter, Li Heng had clearly matured. He now knew how to use this chance to rope in Du Hongjian and Wei Xiaoyu. This was something that the Li Heng of the past would never have done. This servant will do so. Li Jingzhong was overjoyed and quickly left. Outside the palace gate, a figure walked out of the imperial palace. As she stood on the bustling street, Du Jiqi finally turned her head and glanced at the majestic golden palace walls behind her. With no one else present, Du Jiqi felt a little sad and perplexed, but all of this quickly vanished. She melted into the crowd, got her bearings, and quickly left. Marquis, are we really going to let her go like this? In a nearby restaurant, Old Eagle and Wang Chong stood side by side, gazing in the direction that Du Jiqi had left, their brows deeply furrowed. A two-faced woman who had even tried to move against fifth prince Li Heng. In his opinion, such a woman should not be allowed to live. Nurturing a tiger would only invite calamity. Since the fifth prince isn't willing to kill her and let her leave the imperial palace alive, what right do we have to do anything? Wang Chong leaned against the railing and indifferently said, his expression rather calm. Moreover, a tree is not a plant, so how can it be emotionless? Although she's a spy sent by someone else, after spending so much time together, she might not have no feelings for the fifth prince. Perhaps she's already been punished. So what need is there for us to do anything? A hint of surprise flashed through the eagle's eyes, as if he understood. Okay, let's not worry about that. The fifth prince's matter is over, so we should get back to our own business. Chapter 691. In the depths of the Wang clan residence, Wang Chong finally saw the person he had been waiting for. This was a middle-aged scholar in his 40s or 50s. He was dressed in a white robe and had a long beard. He had a scholarly and frail aura that seemed like a gust of wind could topple him over. Paying respects to Marquis. Upon seeing Wang Chong and the eagle walk in, the middle-aged scholar hurriedly bowed, trembling in fear. He didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, his eyes fixed on the ground. It was clear that he had no idea why this illustrious and prestigious disciple of the Son of Heaven, the young Marquis of the Tang dynasty, would summon a nameless and insignificant teacher like him. Marquis, according to Marquis's orders, we searched the entire capital. In the end, we found him in an unremarkable Taoist temple. At that time, he was already preparing to go on a journey with his luggage. If we had been just a little later, he would have already left. Wei Guo and Wei Wu said. It was clear that the two of them had no idea why Wang Chong would have them search the entire city for a middle-aged man who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken and spend so much time and energy. Wang Chong ignored Wei Guo and Wei Wu. From the moment he stepped through the gate, his eyes had been fixed on the middle-aged scholar. I didn't think that I would really be able to find him. Wang Chong's eyes were bright and his heart was bursting with excitement. Although this middle-aged scholar seemed nameless, he had an illustrious reputation in another field. Wang Chong rarely had people he admired, but this middle-aged scholar was definitely one of them. "You are one Shuyang," Wang Chong said expectantly. "This lowly one is. To be summoned by Marquis is the fortune of this lowly one's 3 lifetimes. I just don't know why the Marquis has summoned me." Wan Shuyang's face was filled with fear and trepidation. This was the first time he had seen an important figure of this level, and he felt very uneasy. Ha, it's really him. At this moment, there was no doubt in Wang Chong's heart. His name was Wan Shuyang, and he even had a long beard. This person before him was exactly like the person he'd heard of in the legends, and he was absolutely that Master Yuan without a doubt. In the Tang dynasty, out of disdain for foreigners, very few people learned the language of foreigners. This was why Wang Chong's ability to speak Sindhi and Uzin had shocked so many people. Even Daluan Ruozin and Huishu, Wuzong, found it hard to believe. However, Wang Chong didn't think so. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you emerge victorious. If he wanted to defeat the barbarians, he had to learn their language, understand them, and know their actual situation. He couldn't reject them and hide his eyes and ears. These were the words of an elder who had taught Wang Chong Sindhi and Uzin, and these words had come from this Wan Shuyang. Although almost no one in the imperial court or among the nobles knew of this Wan Shuyang, as long as it was related to the western regions, especially the teachers in the capital and the silk merchants of the western regions, this Wan Shuyang was famous. It wasn't just because he knew 23 languages and was proficient in Turkic, Uzin, Mengshizhao, Goguryeo, Arabian, Karax, and the languages of the various kingdoms of the western regions. It was also because he was extremely talented in teaching. He had taught the elderly, children, Taoists, nuns, women, peddlers, butchers. Almost everyone had learned a language or 2 from him, and it would only take them a month or 2 to master it. Almost all the most formidable linguists of the later generations had been his students, including the elder who had taught Wang Chong Sindhi and Uzin. However, this Master Yuan had only stayed in the capital for a few years before leaving for the western regions, where it was said that he had ultimately died. When Wang Chong had heard of this, he had felt a great deal of regret. If the Tang dynasty had paid a little more attention to this Master Yuan, had understood a little more about the surrounding kingdoms, had paid a little more attention to the rising Abbasid Caliphate and Karax Spazinu, perhaps everything would have been completely different. In order to gain a better understanding of the power surrounding the Tang dynasty, one needed a large number of talents who could understand their languages, especially those who knew how to teach. Master Yuan was this sort of person. As long as he was given a little help and a stage, he would definitely be able to raise a large number of talents to assist the Tang dynasty in understanding the surrounding kingdoms. But this was not the only reason that Wang Chong had searched the capital for him. This was because deep within Wang Chong's heart, he had an even larger plan. From the great Emperor Wu of Han of the Qin and Han to the current Tang dynasty, the western regions had been divided and reunited, gaining and losing, always in the cycle of occupation and loss. But the kingdoms of the western regions had never had much affection for the Central Plains. And in order to resolve all this and avoid this cycle of occupation and loss, the key lay in language. Because of the language barrier, there was no communication, no understanding, and naturally no affection. But if both sides, from the top to the bottom, from the high-ranking generals to the low-ranking soldiers, could all freely communicate, then everything would be completely different. If they could understand what sort of central plains the Tang dynasty was, what sort of Tang dynasty the people of the western regions had, their feelings for the central plains would be completely different. And to achieve this, one did not have to teach the people of the Tang dynasty the language of the western regions, but to teach the people of the western regions the language of the Tang dynasty. Only in this way could one solve the problem once and for all. But first, someone who knew the language of the western regions had to teach them. And Wan Shuyang was the key person that Wang Chong found to solve this problem. Teacher, Wang Chong has been rude, but if I may be so bold as to ask, does teacher really know 23 different languages? Wang Chong said. Yuan Shusong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he heard this. He did know many languages, but even the people around him probably did not know that he knew 23 languages. How did this famous master in front of him know? And it was such a small matter. Yes. Although Wan Shuyang was surprised, he did not dare to be negligent in his answer. I wonder how teacher learned so many languages. Wang Chong said with a smile, and his eyes became softer. When this lowly one was young, I was young and frivolous, not knowing the immensity of the heavens and earth. Coupled with the fact that my family was rather wealthy, I spent a period of time wandering around the western regions, traveling through Sindhu, Arabia, and Karak's Bazinu, learning their languages. Wan Shuyang said, You've been to Arabia? Wang Chong was rather surprised. Yes, I lived there for a short time. How long? About 2 years. Wan Shuyang blushed. Wang Chong became pensive as he saw Wan Shuyang's reaction. This person had traveled the world in his youth, and his arrival in Arabia was probably not as simple as a short stay. In other words, you should have a very good understanding of Arabia, Wang Chong said. This lowly one has a little understanding. Wan Shuyang froze, and as he stared at the young marquis, he began to understand his intentions. Arabia is completely different from our Central Plains. Their territory is enormous, probably about the same size as our Tang dynasty. About the same size? Are you trying to say that it's even larger than our Tang dynasty? Wang Chong said. Wan Shuyang's body trembled as he stared at Wang Chong in astonishment. In the Tang dynasty, everyone believed that the Tang dynasty was the largest country in the world, and their impression of Arabia was that it was a small country around the same size as Goguryeo. If even the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies thought this way, then anyone else would. He was already very daring to say that Arabia's territory was about the same size as the Central Plains, but he had never imagined that Wang Chong would directly say that Arabia's territory was even larger than the Tang dynasty. This was the first time Wan Shuyang had ever encountered such a noble. He suddenly felt like he couldn't understand this young man. Master Yuan, since you've been to Arabia, that's even better. Tell me, what is your impression of Arabia and its people? How do you think they compare to the Tang dynasty? Wang Chong said before Master Yuan could think any deeper. There's no need to be apprehensive. I want to hear your honest opinion. Then forgive this lowly one for speaking recklessly. The people of the capital only know that the Hu merchants of the western regions are good-natured, skilled in business, and easy to get along with. But in reality, the true Arabs are extremely fierce and valiant. Everyone says that the people of Uzin are natural warriors, but even the people of Uzin are far inferior to them. Wan Shuyang lowered his head, his first words causing the eagle to shudder in shock. Only Wang Chong gave a slight nod, not too surprised. The Arabs do not fear death, not only against outsiders, but also against their own people. I once had the fortune to witness one of their internal battles. Everyone charged forward, not one retreating, fighting to the very last moment. The Arabs value weapons, armor, and war horses more than any other wealth. So the Arabs have developed an extremely advanced weaponsmithing industry. This is something that everyone in the capital knows. But this lowly one believes that what the Arabs are most famous for is not their weapons, but their war horses. When this lowly one was in Arabia, this lowly one once saw their war horses up close. They were as tall as a man and extremely muscular. Moreover, their charging and explosiveness were also very powerful. In this aspect, not even the highland steeds of the Uzin or the war horses of the Turks can compare. But when this lowly one was traveling through Arabia, what I felt most uneasy about was the way of thinking of the Arabs. Although many of them have never been to the Tang dynasty, even ordinary people know of the existence of the Tang dynasty, and all levels of society make no attempt to conceal their desire for the Tang dynasty. This lowly one once heard in the marketplace that their sovereign once declared in front of all his ministers that anyone who could conquer the East, conquer the Tang dynasty, would be made emperor of the Central Plains. Rumble. Wan Shuyang's words caused both Wang Chong and the eagle to tremble in shock. In the Central Plains, the Holy Emperor was a supreme existence. The Arab emperor's words were clearly the greatest insult and contempt for the Holy Emperor and the entire Central Plains. Chapter 692. Wan Shuyang, don't speak nonsense. How could the Emperor of Arabia say such a thing? Do you think you can treat the rumors of the marketplace as true? Do you know how great of a calamity it will provoke if this gets out? The eagle harshly rebuked. Wan Shuyang's expression froze. He knew that he had spoken out of turn and immediately shut his mouth. Enough! Eagle, he's speaking the truth. Wang Chong extended a hand to stop the eagle. All the foreigners, all the sovereigns of the countries bordering the Great Tang, no matter how disdainful they were of the Great Tang or how much they loathed it, none of them dared to say such words in front of all their ministers, because such words would be the source of disaster. Moreover, such words would truly incite a fierce war between the two countries. This was no minor matter, but Wang Chong knew that the Abbasid Caliphate emperor really had said these words. Unlike the countries bordering the Tang dynasty, Arabia was extremely far from the Central Plains, separated by tens of thousands of li and many other countries. Moreover, Arabia was extremely aggressive. From the moment of its birth, it had always been expanding, killing, and conquering. Arabia had not been able to possess such a vast territory at the start, but the result of constant expansion and annexation. From this point of view, Wang Chong was not at all surprised that the Emperor of Arabia would say such covetous words about the Central Plains. In truth, the Arabs were already bearing their fangs and claws at the Tang dynasty. Wan Shuyang raised his head and shot a grateful glance at Wang Chong. For some reason, this young marquis gave him a completely different feeling from the nobles he had known. Master Yuan, continue. Wang Chong raised his hand and continued. The imperial court is in dire need of people who understand Arabia, but very few people have actually been to Arabia, so we naturally won't be able to get anything out of them. Therefore, in this regard, we really need the headmaster of the academy to give us some pertinent advice, because this is very important to us and the imperial court. At the end of his speech, Wang Chong's expression was solemn. Wang Chong had some understanding of Arabia in this world, but Wang Chong had still never been to Arabia. Whether it was in this life or in the past, Wang Chong's understanding of the Tang dynasty was all on paper and in the oral accounts of others. He had never had such first-hand information before. Since Marquis asked this lowly one to speak, then this lowly one will be bold enough to speak. When this lowly one was young, I traveled through Arabia and felt that it was only a matter of time before Arabia became an enemy of my Tang dynasty. With their personalities, they would covet the Central Plains sooner or later. Moreover, the Arabs have great stamina, drinking horse's milk and goat's milk from childhood and eating date palms. Coupled with the hot climate, their physiques are even stronger than the Han of the Central Plains. They are natural warriors. In addition, they have a habit of worshipping courage, not fighting. Thus, this lowly one feels that the Arab warriors are even stronger than the soldiers of our Tang dynasty. Seeing how serious Wang Chong was, Wan Shuyang hesitated for a while before finally speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. The eagle didn't really believe it. The people of the Tang dynasty were famed throughout the world for their bravery and courage. Otherwise, they would have never been able to suppress the surrounding barbarians, much less achieve their current golden age. But Wan Shuyang had traveled through Arabia before, so he had no choice but to believe his words. As for Wang Chong, his heart was heavy. Wang Chong had always known that the Arabs were not easy to deal with, but Wan Shuyang's words still left him rather surprised. Wan Shuyang had probably been to the western regions and seen the Anxi Protectorate Army, but he had still said such words. This could only mean one thing. that the Arab warriors were extremely powerful and had given him a massive shock. Marquis, given the nature of the Arabs, they will sooner or later become an enemy of my Tang dynasty. They cannot be underestimated. Wan Shuyang lowered his head and sternly said, "Have you said these words to anyone else?" Wang Chong solemnly said, "This lowly one said these words when I returned from my travels, and even submitted a memorial to the imperial court. Unfortunately, I was imprisoned by the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, and even spent 7 years in prison, eating prison meals for 7 years." Wan Shuyang gave a deep sigh. Buzz, Wang Chong and the eagle were both stunned. These bastards, do they still have any regard for the law? The eagle clenched his fists in rage. Neither of them had expected that Wan Shuyang would suffer such a fate. These scoundrels truly have gone too far. Wang Chong's eyes were also twitching. If Wan Shuyang had not personally said these words, Wang Chong would have never known that he had suffered such a fate. The imperial court had established the Chamberlain of Dependencies to entertain the envoys of the various countries and show that the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains was a state of benevolence and propriety. But now, the Chamberlain of Dependencies was gradually forgetting its original duties and becoming a place to curry favor with the envoys of the various countries while suppressing its own people. Marquis, we really have to do something. Those people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies are getting more and more excessive. If this continues, won't the Chamberlain of Dependencies become a place to serve foreigners? The eagle turned his head to look at Wang Chong said. Wang Chong said nothing. The affairs of the Chamberlain of Dependencies were extremely complicated and could not be explained in a single sentence. This was because the Chamberlain of Dependencies was directly responsible to the Holy Emperor, but the Holy Emperor had no interest in such a trivial matter. Moreover, the true controller of the Chamberlain of Dependencies was not the Holy Emperor, but King Qi. As long as King Qi was around, toppling the Chamberlain of Dependencies would not be a simple matter. But they truly could not be allowed to do as they pleased. There seems to be someone called Zhang Qinzhou in the Chamberlain of Dependencies, right? Think of a way to replace him. Wang Chong said calmly. Marquis, are you talking about that Prince Uzun from last time? The eagle probed. Wang Chong sneered and nodded, his expression exuding a domineering air. The Chamberlain of Dependencies should also be taught a lesson. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Let's start with that Uzun person's Zhang Qinzhou. In the past, Wang Chong really would not have been able to do anything to those officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. But now, the Wang clan's influence and status, as well as the King of Song's status as a member of the imperial family, was enough to influence the situation in court. To replace Zhang Qinzhou, who was suppressing his own people and currying favor with Uzun, was truly as easy as turning over one's hand. This could also be considered a warning to the Chamberlain of Dependencies. With these few words, Wang Chong had already decided the fate of an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Even Wan Shuyang couldn't help but be stunned, gaining a new understanding of this youth's power and status. Master Yuan, to tell the truth, I intend to build a school dedicated to teaching the languages of the western regions, the Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu, Sindhu, Uzun, and the other countries. This will increase our Tang dynasty's understanding of the surrounding foreign countries. I am prepared to provide this school with a large sum of money and long-term support, but the school is lacking a teacher. I wonder if the headmaster is willing? Wang Chong looked at Wan Shuyang and smiled, revealing his true goal. The countries of the western regions all spoke different languages. If he wanted to govern the western frontier, he needed people who understood the languages of the western regions, including the languages of the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu. And the best way to do that was to groom him now. Is Marquis speaking the truth? The moment Wang Chong said this, Wan Shuyang raised his head in delight. Master, what do you mean? Wang Chong smiled. I couldn't ask for more. Wan Shuyang was extremely excited. His life's goal was to build a school to teach the languages of the various countries of the western regions and the foreigners. This would increase the Tang dynasty's understanding of the various foreign countries, so as to avoid miscalculations and endless disasters. Unfortunately, in his several decades in the capital, no one was willing to help him. Everyone either looked down on him or ridiculed him. Wan Shuyang was so depressed that he decided to leave the capital and travel to the western regions. By the time Wei Guo and Wei Wu found him, he had already packed up his belongings. But Wan Shuyang had not expected that when he was at his lowest and most despondent moment, he would have such a massive turnaround. "Ha ha ha, master, I'll leave this matter to you. The eagle, I'll leave this matter to you. Build the school as quickly as possible. In addition, tell Elder Hu and Elder Yi to select talented descendants from the various clans and send them to the school to learn the languages of the various countries." Wang Chong heartily laughed. With Wan Shuyang's Master Yuan, Wang Chong's plan to govern the western regions was like a tiger that had grown wings. With the addition of a crucial figure like Master Yuan, the final hole in his plan had been filled. "Yes, Marquis." The eagle quickly led Wan Shuyang away. Not long after the eagle and Wan Shuyang left, Wang Chong's final guest of the day appeared. This lowly Wanyang Hongchang pays respects to Marquis. With a resounding voice, a slightly plump middle-aged man with the appearance of a merchant, 10 agate rings on his fingers and a red coral jade pendant hanging from his waist, strode in with his head held high and bowed to Wang Chong. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. Rise." Wang Chong slightly raised his hand. Unlike Wan Shuyang, Wang Chong got straight to the point. "I hear that Sir is extremely good at business and has connections with the Hu merchants of the western regions on the Silk Road. You even went deep into the Abbasid Caliphate to sell ceramics and tea leaves? Marquis thinks too highly of me. My clan truly does have a few small businesses and some dealings with Hu merchants. However, the Hu merchants are very xenophobic and aren't very willing to do business with merchants other than their own. Thus, our business has never been very large, just a few small transactions. As for Arabia and Carrick Spazinu, in my early years, my clan didn't know the immensity of the heavens and lost a great deal of capital in these two countries. We didn't make much money, but we barely made a name for ourselves." Yang Hongchong said. Wang Chong nodded. The merchants of the western regions, Carrick Spazinu and Arabia, were extremely xenophobic. This Yang Hongchong and his Yang clan were one of the few clans of the Tang dynasty that could do business on the Silk Road. There is a city called Talas on the Silk Road. Does Sir Yang know of it? Talas. Yang Hongchong finally raised his head and looked at the young Marquis in astonishment. Chapter 693. Wang Chong's eyes brightened in surprise at Yang Hongchong's words. Saidi. This was the first time Wang Chong had heard of this name. In the future war between the Tang dynasty and Arabia, the two great empires of the East and West, there were several names that would play a pivotal role in determining the course of the war. And one of these names was the Lord of Talas. Although Gao Xianji was a foreigner, as the Anqi Protector General, one of the twin paragons of the empire, Gao Xianji's strength could not be doubted. Wang Chong had once studied all of his records. Gao Xianji's greatest trait was his fondness for cavalry. Soldiers valued speed, and when they marched 1,000 li, they would often appear in unexpected directions. Alas, even a wise man could make a mistake. Gao Xianji's greatest failure had been underestimating his opponent and failing to occupy Talas before the time limit had been set. As a result, what was supposed to be a surprise attack from 1,000 miles away eventually turned into a protracted siege battle. And in the city of Talas, it was the lord of the city of Talas who had resisted the Annam Protectorate and held down Gao Xianji, exhausting the Tang army's morale. A single misstep had led to subsequent missteps. Although Gao Xianji was extremely skilled in surprise attacks, sieges were his natural weakness. In all seriousness, it was precisely the Lord of Talas that had led to the ultimate defeat of Gao Xianji and the Anqi Protectorate Army, causing the Tang dynasty to lose 3 million square kilometers of territory in the western regions that it had spent centuries developing. Not many people knew about the lord of the city of Talas, and this was the first time Wang Chong had heard of him. When you interacted with Sa'id, what sort of person did you think he was? Wang Chong's brow rose as he immediately asked. This person has a very good reputation in the western region and has a lot of prestige. I once heard about him in the western region. Syed was doing business with someone and promised them a batch of goods. However, something happened and the person he did business with died of a serious illness. After Syed found out, he followed the trail and spent 2 years until he found the person's family. In the end, he gave the goods to the person's widow and son and left a sum of money for them. Because of this matter, the merchants of Talas and the surrounding areas have great faith in him. They know that he is a man of his word and will never give up. Yang Hongchang paused for a moment before changing the topic. But I've interacted with him for a while and know that the Lord of Talas isn't as simple as he seems. He is extremely strict with his subordinates, and if anyone violates his rules, Syed will show no mercy. In Talas, he has executed maids, servants, merchants. So many people respect and fear him. The Silk Road runs from the Tang dynasty to Arabia, spanning more than 10,000 li and passing through many countries. Thus, many Hu merchants choose to secretly evade taxes. But Talas is different. All the Hu merchants pay their taxes the earliest and most conscientious, so no one stealthily evades taxes. As a result, the security there is excellent. In a place as chaotic as the western regions, this is extremely rare. Wang Chong said nothing, but his straight brows slowly creased. The matter that Yang Hongchang spoke of was not good news for the Tang dynasty. With a person like Syed present, the future war between Arabia and the Tang dynasty would be extremely disadvantageous to the Tang dynasty. Yang Hongchang, I want you to help me with something. Are you willing? Wang Chong suddenly said, Marquis, please speak. Yang Hongchang immediately lowered his head and bowed. I want you to take a group of people into Talas and help me keep an eye on the movements of Arabia and Talas. No matter what happens, if there is even the slightest disturbance, especially if the Arabs are acting strangely, I need you to immediately report to me. Wang Chong sternly said, This, Marquis, we Han look different from the Hu. If we blend in with the Hu, we'll be very conspicuous and will be easily noticed. In these circumstances, it'll be very difficult to obtain any useful information. And if we're noticed and become suspicious, our lives will be in danger. Yang Hongchang had a troubled look on his face. Haha, the Hu also have 72 kingdoms, and not all of them are of the same mind. Since it's easy for the Han to become suspicious, you can go find some Hu. Sir Yang has operated in the western regions for many years. Surely you can hire a few. Hu? Wang Chong heartily laughed. This, even the Hu might not be of the same mind as us. It's common for them to take money and not work. Yang Hongchang hesitantly said. Seeing this, Wang Chong only grinned. He did not argue with Yang Hongchang, only saying 5 words. 10,000 taels of gold. This, 20,000 taels of gold. But I'll add 20% more tea leaves. At the same time, I'll waive the taxes your Yang clan has to pay when leaving the western regions. Wang Chong extended 2 fingers. Marquis is wise. This lowly one will do his utmost to supervise those who, and have them work for our Tang dynasty to the death. He will also keep an eye on the movements of Talas and the Arabs. This lowly one guarantees that Marquis will be the first to know of the slightest disturbance. However, this lowly one's clan has recently encountered some difficulties. If Marquis were to increase the quota of porcelain by 20%, this lowly one would be eternally grateful. Yang Hongchang had a sincere expression on his face as he spoke. Wang Chong inwardly chuckled. Merchants valued profit, and business was business. To put it bluntly, Yang Hongchang was not willing to work for free. The Silk Road was also known as the Golden Road, and what merchants bought the most in the capital were silk and tea wares. However, the imperial court had placed a limit on silk and tea wares. Each great clan had a quota that could not be exceeded. It was not surprising that Yang Hongchang wanted an additional quota of tea leaves and porcelain. 20% more every month would be nearly 10,000 taels of gold. A steady stream would make a considerable profit. Deal. Wang Chong indifferently said as he glanced at Yang Hongchang. If you do this well, your Yang clan's caravans on the Silk Road will be escorted by the soldiers of the imperial court. In addition, you should also know that I'm establishing a fief city on the Silk Road. I know. Although Yang Hongchang was doing his best to conceal it, his bright eyes still betrayed the excitement in his heart. There was no one on the Silk Road who did not know of the city Wang Chong spoke of. But the Yang clan's influence was meager, and it could not compare to those great clans and nobles, so Yang Hongchang had not dared to mention it. But how could he not have such thoughts? Do a good job. I'll leave you a few plots of land in that city. In the future, no matter what you do there, your Yang clan will not have to pay any taxes. Wang Chong said, Many thanks, Marquis. All members of the Yang clan are willing to swear loyalty to Marquis to the death. Even if this lowly one has to sacrifice his life, he will definitely complete the matter of the city of Talas for Marquis. Yang Hongchang was overjoyed and immediately knelt on the ground. Merchants valued profit, and the generous profits that Wang Chong was offering had already surpassed the Yang clan's normal business on the Silk Road. In particular, the plot of land that Wang Chong had promised in the City of Steel was something that would last for generations to come, something that would benefit future generations. Based on this alone, the Yang clan would be able to stand for centuries without falling. Moreover, with the massive tree that was the Wang clan behind them, the Yang clan's meteoric rise was just around the corner. Wang Chong silently smiled the kneeling Yang Hongchang. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one emerge victorious in 100 battles. The City of Steel had to be built, and the cement roads had to be repaired. But the true enemy of the Tang dynasty, the Arabs to the west of the Tsong Mountains, also had to be paid attention to. And Yang Hongchang was the most suitable candidate. No one understood the western regions better than the merchants of the Silk Road. Yang Hongchang quickly left with the order, along with tensome guards of the Wang clan and a chest of gold. Yang Hongchang was free to use these people and the gold. The top battles were all battles of strategy and information. Whoever had the faster information, the more informed, the deeper, and the more thorough strategy would be the final winner. But in this era, there were far fewer people who shared Wang Chong's thoughts. It's about time for me to go to Wushang. Wang Chong raised his head, this thought flitting through his mind. Several days ago, Wang Chong had received a letter from Li Sai informing him that his operation in Wushang had not gone as smoothly as he had imagined. The Wushang of this life seemed even fiercer and fiercer than it had been in the last, and it was even more unwilling to be tamed. It had to be said that even someone like Li Sai, the future invincible great general, had run into a snag there. It had to be said that Wang Chong was extremely surprised. In the end, he would still have to personally subdue the number 1 cavalry force of the Central Plains. Hiya! 5 days later, Wang Chong set out from the capital with his army, heading for Wushang on the Silk Road to the northwest. The wheel of history continued to roll forward, and Wang Chong was finally about to face the strongest, fiercest, and most difficult subordinate to subdue. To the northwest of the Tang dynasty, to the south of Qixi and to the east of Longxi was a vast mountain range. The mountains there were steep and the terrain treacherous. The slightest carelessness could lead one to fall into a bottomless abyss and shatter one's bones. Moreover, the mountains would occasionally be shrouded in white fog that obscured one's vision and made it very easy to get lost. Moreover, this place was barren, with no gold, no treasure, and no roads connecting it. Not even the bandits and brigands of the Silk Road were willing to venture too deeply into this place. It was like this place had been forgotten by the world. No one knew of it, and no one cared about it. And this place was Wushang. "My lord, these unruly people are too impudent. It's fine if they don't listen to the summons. But they even stole the token that Marquis gave to my lord. They're simply too unbridled and lawless. In this subordinate's view, we should mobilize the army and completely exterminate them." On the barren mountain range, a hazy mist drifted in front of them. An armored general stood side by side with the enormous, giant-like Li Sai. His face was filled with anger. That's right. They didn't listen to orders, and even injured Du Wu and Luo Chuan. They've gone too far. To Li Sai's right, a deputy general also angrily said. As he spoke, he glanced at the ground behind him. In the fog, he could see figures lying on the ground, constantly bleeding. These were the comrades who had entered Wushang with them. In this remote and desolate area, there were dilapidated houses everywhere. The fact that they were willing to cross the mountains to recruit soldiers showed that they thought highly of them. Who would have thought that these people not only spoke rudely, but also dared to attack them? Chapter 694. Awoo! A howl that was like that of an ape, and yet not an ape, and yet not a man came out of the white fog. These howls were short and sharp, and they were clearly harshly warning. It's Wushang's men. The generals paled at these howls. They're about to move. Another general said, "Get ready. No matter what, we won't leave this place." Li Sai stood in front of the cliff, his eyes looking into the distance, his expression firm and unwavering. In the last few days, Wushang's men had attacked in several waves, but Li Sai had occupied this cliff and never retreated. A man of character kept to his word. Since he had promised his young master, no matter how dangerous this place was, no matter how difficult the mission was, he would never retreat. Awoo! The howls in the white fog were getting more and more hurried, more and more fierce. The fog churned, and gusts of wind could be heard from all around. Wushang's men were finally about to move. Li Sai listened to the howls in his ears, but his expression was calm. He only took a few more steps forward. It had been more than half a month since Wang Chong and his men had set out from the capital and traveled west to the vicinity of Wushang. "How is it? Is there any news of General Li?" Wang Chong stood on the summit of a green mountain, his hands behind his back as he spoke. "No. Ever since General Li sent us a message, there hasn't been any news from him. There hasn't been any news from him. The mountains here are so dense that we can't get in touch with him." A voice said, Wang Chong nodded, his face unperturbed. Li Sai was a future divine great general. Whether or not his mission was progressing smoothly, Wang Chong was confident that nothing would go wrong with his strength. After a few moments of silence, Wang Chong turned his head and looked ahead. He was looking at a towering mountain range that was clearly several times taller than the surrounding mountains. These mountains rose and fell like the waves of the sea, extending all the way to the ends of the earth. Looking at this vast mountain range, everyone could feel a sense of desolation and ancientness, as if it had been forgotten by time, causing them to subconsciously want to escape. But in Wang Chong's eyes, these lofty mountains and precipitous ridges were filled with a sense of intimacy. "I've finally returned." Wang Chong looked ahead and sighed, his mind filled with emotion. This was not Wang Chong's first time seeing these mountains, but it was the first time he had seen them before the calamity. They were completely different from the dilapidated and crumbling state he had seen in his mind. This is what Wushang looked like before it was destroyed. "It's truly beautiful," Wang Chong quietly said to himself. He had been standing in front of these mountains for quite a few hours now, but in Wang Chong's eyes, looking at these seemingly identical mountains hundreds of times was still not enough. This was because these mountains, which bandits and brigands were unwilling to visit, were nurtured by the hopes of the future Tang dynasty. The Wushang cavalry, the world's #1 force. In the apocalyptic era, when the stars of generals had dimmed, this force of 5,000 soldiers had given many people hope and entrusted their hopes to them. It was also the strongest force under Wang Chong's command and his greatest reliance. If he wanted to change the world, he needed a truly invincible army of superior quality and strength. The Southwestern Protectorate Army could not reach this standard, nor could the elite experts that Wang Chong had transferred from the great clans. Not even the 30,000 Anqi army that Gao Xianji had claimed to be the Tang dynasty's most elite force could reach this goal. And it just so happened that Wang Chong's ideal army was situated in these steep and precipitous mountains. There was no place in the world that could give Wang Chong such a feeling. Are you ready? Chief Wang suddenly turned his head and said, Marquis, we're ready. Behind him, Gao Feng and Nie Yan respectfully acknowledged the order. This time, Wang Chong had not brought many men with him. It was just them and the several dozen elites who had survived the War of the Southwest. These were all experts who had experienced life and death battles and were extremely loyal to Wang Chong. Although they came from various clans, in their hearts, Wang Chong's status was probably even higher than that of their respective clan heads. Let's go. Wang Chong nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he began to lead his men into action. After leaving the summit of Mount Daqing, Wang Chong's group did not head straight for the steepest and precipitous mountains. Instead, they took a detour to another place in the northwest. The Silk Road led from the capital to Anqi, and the further west one went, the more desolate and remote it became. And of all the roads along the Silk Road, Wushang was the most desolate and remote of all. Not even bandits and brigands were willing to go there, so one could imagine how famous it was. As he gazed at those towering mountains, even Wang Chong had to admit that crossing these dangerous mountains was no simple task. Even he would not find it difficult to reach the center of these mountains, the village of the Wushang people. However, Wang Chong knew that although the majority of these mountains were dangerous and precipitous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to falling into a bottomless abyss, there was a small path in this region that was relatively less precipitous. But in this region, there was a small path that was relatively less precipitous and safer. It was much easier to enter the village of the Wushang people from this path than from any other place. It's here. An hour later, 10 some li from his original position, Wang Chong raised his head and looked forward. Between two peaks that pierced into the clouds, the sunlight shone through the clouds, creating a narrow and almost imperceptible sliver of the sky between the mountains. This slit in the sky was several dozen meters high and 4 feet wide. From a distance, it was very difficult to notice. If not for Wang Chong, no one else would have noticed it. How did Marquis know of this place? Gao Feng and Nie Yan glanced at each other in shock. From the capital to this place, they had never left Wang Chong's side. The two of them were completely sure that Wang Chong had never been to this place before, but for some reason, Wang Chong seemed to know this place like the back of his hand. Follow behind me. Don't get lost. It's very dangerous here. If you're not careful with your cultivation, if you fall from a height of several thousand feet, you'll be smashed to pieces. Wang Chong said, completely ignoring Gao Feng and Nie Yan behind him. No matter if it was a true martial realm martial artist or a profound martial realm martial artist, none of them had the ability to fly in the sky or burrow into the ground. Falling from those steep peaks was a dead end for them. This was also the reason why the bandits on the road to the west were unwilling to enter this place. They didn't even want to build their nests here. Yes, Marquis. Wang Chong didn't say much. He bowed and took the lead to enter the skyline. Along the way, there were jagged mountain peaks on both sides, and the ground was also covered with sharp mountain rocks that seemed to be able to pierce through the soles of their feet. Oh! Suddenly, a howl came from afar, shaking the mountains. Marquis! Gao Feng and Nie Yan's expressions changed. Clang! 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 They immediately unsheathed their weapons. There's no need to be nervous. It's Wushang people, let them be. They haven't discovered us yet. Wang Chong smiled. He held down Gao Feng and Nie Yan, putting their unsheathed blades back into their sheaths. Although the Wushang people were isolated from the rest of the world, on the road to the west, there were bandits and bandits running amok. The Wushang people were right next to them, so they had always maintained a high level of vigilance. Towards outsiders, the Wushang people's vigilance was actually quite strong. It really hasn't changed at all. Hearing the howls from afar, Wang Chong's lips curled into a smile. His heart was filled with warmth. Before officially joining the army and receiving formal military training, the Wushang people had always maintained their primitive traditions. The primitive and precipitous terrain of the mountains had trained the Wushang people to be the most agile. Like monkeys, they swung around the mountains and used the short and sharp howls to communicate with each other. Wang Chong had tested it before. The strongest villagers of the Wushang people could run even faster than warhorses. I'm really looking forward to it. Wang Chong's eyes shone brightly. Looking into the distance, his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Let's go. Keep up. Starting from the skyline, the terrain was relatively low. But gradually, the terrain became higher and steeper, and the road became more and more difficult to traverse. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, a vast expanse of white fog surged over. "My lord, be careful. There's something strange about this fog." Gao Feng and Nie Yan's eyelids twitched. They instinctively felt a sense of danger. It was still daytime. When the group entered, the sun was right above their heads. This was not a rainy day. The appearance of this fog was too strange. Thinking back to the howls from before, the group became even more uneasy. Hee, don't be nervous. There are some underground springs at the bottom of this mountain range. Moreover, they are relatively large. The underground temperature is relatively high, so this fog is formed. There's nothing strange about it. Wang Chong smiled faintly, his expression calm and tranquil. This kind of tranquility affected the others. Gao Feng, Nie Yan, and the others all relaxed. The Wushang people were brave and aggressive. They were filled with hostility toward outsiders, and the place they lived in was filled with danger. The first line of defense was the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges where one would be smashed to pieces if they accidentally fell. The white fog was the second line of defense. In the past, after learning that the Wushang people had killed a large number of foreign invaders, many people had tried to provoke them, but most of them had failed miserably. Many people could not even charge through the first line of defense, let alone the second. Wang Chong could be considered the only one who had succeeded. Different from the others, whether it was the Wushang people who came and went, or the thick white fog that floated in the mountains, Wang Chong never panicked. He even saw an underground spring spurting out of the ground and determined the true cause of the white fog. "Take out your scabbards, hold each other's weapons, and follow me. This fog will disappear in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. It's not very dangerous. The true danger lies in the ravines and abysses shrouded by the fog. If you fall in, even I won't be able to save you," Wang Chong said lightly. Chapter 695. The white fog was thick, and from time to time, it would accidentally touch the pebbles by their feet. Listening to the echoes of the pebbles falling down the cliff after a long time, everyone was shocked. On the other hand, Wang Chong took the lead, and he was calm as if he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard. Gao Feng and Nie Yan followed closely behind Wang Chong, the shock in their hearts growing stronger. The fog in front of them made it impossible to tell the direction and see anything clearly. However, Wang Chong did not panic at all. He didn't even look at where he was going, as if he knew where he was going. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding fog gradually thinned. Gao Feng and Nie Yan were secretly delighted, knowing that they were about to leave the fog. None of you are working, yet you're asking me to dig. Aren't you afraid that I'll be kidnapped?" Just as the fog was about to disperse, the childish grumbling of a little girl suddenly came from the fog, accompanied by the sound of stones being kicked. "Marquis, this is?" Everyone turned to look at Wang Chong. Don't make a sound. Follow me." Hearing this familiar voice, the smile on Wang Chong's face grew wider. Tian Tian stepped on the fine, sharp rocks and walked in the direction of the voice in the fog. The little girl's grumbling became clearer and louder. "Dig every day, every month. Stupid hoe! Stupid hoe! Io, this is troublesome. The handle of the hoe is broken. No, we can't let Grandpa and the others know. Idiot. Big idiot, idiot Grandpa." The little girl's grumbling got closer and closer. This time, even the subordinates that Wang Chong had brought with him noticed it. Each of them revealed a strange expression, with some doubt and some interest. Wang Chong ignored the subordinates behind him. In just a moment, following the direction of the grumbling, Wang Chong soon saw a little girl around 8 or 9 years old. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she was carrying a bamboo basket that was even bigger than her body. She sat on a huge, bare rock, and beside the rock was a twisted pine tree with a crown like a canopy. The little girl's back was to him, and Wang Chong could not see her face clearly. However, he could hear her grumbling, filled with dissatisfaction. "Pa!" As he looked, the sound of breaking rocks came from behind. The little girl was sitting under the pine tree and kicking her feet when she suddenly heard a sound coming from behind her. She was startled and slid down the rock with a whoosh, turning her head to look behind her. At this moment, Wang Chong finally saw her face. This was a little girl carved from jade. Although she was not quite the same as in his memory, he could still see the girl's face between her brows. The little girl carried a big medicinal basket on her back. In one hand, she held a broken wooden handle, and in the other half a medicinal hoe. She must have accidentally broken it when she was grumbling. Ah! Seeing Wang Chong suddenly appear on the mountain, as well as a group of strangers, the little girl's face was full of fear. She suddenly shouted and broke into a run. "Seventh uncle, ninth uncle, bad news. Something's wrong. Bad people have come in." As she screamed, the little girl displayed agility and speed that did not match her age. She stomped on the ground with her small feet and quickly leapt out from the rock. She flew close to the ground and actually leapt out for about 60 to 70 feet. Between the sharp and craggy mountain rocks, she flashed a few times and quickly disappeared into the distance like a raccoon. When she reappeared, she was already 200 to 300 zhang away. At this time, it was only the blink of an eye. Is this little girl a human or a ghost? How can an 8 or 9-year-old girl be so fast? Gao Feng, Nian, and the group of military elites behind them were all dumbfounded. The speed and agility that the little girl displayed were at least at the true martial realm, but she was only 8 or 9 years old. The little girl, carrying a big medicinal basket on her back, was about to disappear. Wang Chong was in no rush, nor did he give chase. He only said one sentence. He only said, "Xiao Yan, why are you running?" Wang. Those words caused the little girl, who was running like a leopard in the distance, to tremble, as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body came to an abrupt stop in this seemingly impossible situation. "Are you calling me?" The little girl poked her head out from the rubble and looked back at Wang Chong in disbelief. Wang Chong nodded and smiled without saying a word. "What did you call me just now?" The little girl was shocked. "Aren't you called Xiao Yan?" Wang Chong said. "How do you know my name?" The little girl's eyes widened. She stopped and stood 20 zhang away, looking at Wang Chong through the rubble. Her round eyes carefully sized up Wang Chong and the entourage behind him. She had never encountered such a situation before. She had never seen these strangers before, but they actually knew her name. "Not only do I know that you are called Xiao Yan, I also know that you have a pet called Luoluo, a 4-clawed red fox," Wang Chong said with a smile. As he spoke, he walked to the pine tree that the little girl had been squatting on and sat down on the rock. "Impossible." The little girl's eyes widened. She swung the big medicinal basket on her back and sat down on the rubble. At this time, she was no longer afraid. Her curiosity towards Wang Chong suppressed everything else, including her fear. Only the villagers knew that she had secretly raised a white-clawed red fox, but even the villagers did not know that the fox was called Luoluo. How did this stranger know? How do you know my Luoluo? The little girl's eyes flashed. She was completely attracted by the stranger in front of her. You really haven't changed at all. Wang Chong smiled inwardly. She was still as curious as before. She had not changed at all from his memories. Didn't your grandfather tell you to gather herbs? Did you manage to gather them? Wang Chong changed the topic. A bunch of scoundrels. They only know how to bully me. There are rocks everywhere. Where can I find Wujian grass? Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, the little girl was reminded of her mission today. Fuming with rage, she kicked a rock by her feet away. The seemingly casual kick actually sent the rubble, which was the size of an adult's fist, flying 60 to 70 zhang away. Gao Feng, Nian, and the dozen guards behind her could not stop their eyelids from twitching. This little girl's strength was truly astonishing. You want Wujian grass? That's simple. Feng Mu, bring it over. Yes, Marquis. A voice came from behind. Soon, a tall guard walked over with a huge box in his hand. Open it. Wang Chong raised his hand. The guard opened the lid, and instantly a box full of medicinal herbs appeared in front of everyone. Wujian grass. Seeing the medicinal herbs in the box, the little girl's eyes lit up. She actually rushed over, completely forgetting that Wang Chong and the others were not from the village. Wow, Wujian grass. It's really Wujian grass. How did you know that I wanted to gather Wujian grass? Ha ha ha, this is great. With this Wujian grass, I can stay inside for 3 months. The little girl's face was filled with excitement. Her hands were full of Wujian grass, and she let out a tinkling laugh. Wang Chong could not help but laugh at this sight. Before the catastrophe, Wushang village had actually been very xenophobic. The unexpected failure of Li Sai's recruitment operation had reminded Wang Chong of this. This operation did not seem to be as easy as he had imagined. The more powerful a faction was, the more difficult it was to submit to others. If the people of Wushang had submitted so easily, the other worldly invaders would not have suffered so many losses, and there would not have been less than a tenth of the 50 or 60,000 people of Wushang left. However, all lands under the heavens belonged to the king. After all, the people of Wushang were still in the Central Plains and had to obey the orders of the imperial court. As long as the method was appropriate, it was not impossible to recruit the people of Wushang. And this little girl, called Feng Xiaoyan, was the key to this. The people of Wushang were extremely xenophobic. As long as it was a stranger, they would immediately be attacked before they even had a chance to explain their purpose. Many people didn't even pass the first stage and had already failed. However, Wang Chong knew that there was a key figure in Wushang village who could gain the favor and approval of the people of Wushang through him. This person was Feng Xiaoyan. Wang Chong had entered through the skyline not only because the terrain was relatively flat and easier to enter, but also because Wang Chong knew that Feng Xiaoyan was picking herbs here. I'll give you these Wujian grass. Wang Chong smiled. By the way, can you take me to see your grandfather? You know my grandfather? The little girl tilted her head and frowned in surprise. No, I don't. Wang Chong shook his head. Then I can't take you in. My grandfather said that I'm not allowed to bring strangers into the village. The little girl said with her head held high. Although I don't know your grandfather, I have a friend at your grandfather's place. Can you take me to see him? Wang Chong smiled and patted her head. The little girl's eyes showed a trace of doubt, but she soon narrowed her eyes in comfort. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being patted on the head and being pampered. Although I don't know your grandfather, I have a friend at your grandfather's place. Can you take me to see him? Wang Chong smiled and patted her head. The little girl's eyes showed a trace of doubt, but she soon narrowed her eyes in comfort. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being patted on the head and being pampered. Friend, grandfather, my friend is at grandfather's place. Grandfather's friend. Then your grandfather's friend. No wonder you know so many things, and even know about my luo. The little girl seemed to have figured something out. She opened her eyes and smiled happily. If you're grandfather's friend, then there's no problem. Come, I'll take you to see grandfather. Chapter 696. Marquis, just where did this girl come from? How is she so powerful? That's right. Although the Wujian grass in the box isn't heavy, the box isn't. How can she be so strong? Gao Feng and Nye Yan walked up to Wang Chong and whispered, Haha, this is Wushang village. You'll get used to it in the future. Wang Chong smiled. Straightening his robes, he got up and walked away. The voice of the little girl came from ahead. Hurry up. The little girl's speed was much faster than they had imagined. The further they went, the steeper the mountain became, and the harder it was to walk. But the little girl, leading the way, seemed to be flying. Her speed didn't decrease in the slightest. As the crowd watched from behind, they felt that the little girl was as agile as a leopard cat. Gao Feng, Nye Yan, and the others were more and more surprised. When Wang Chong first chose Wushang as his fief and built a city here, they didn't think too much about it. But now, no one dared to make such a simple guess. No wonder young master would build a city here. It must be for this Wushang village. Gao Feng muttered to himself. Following beside Wang Chong, he gradually understood that every decision Wang Chong made was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. A little girl of only 8 or 9 years of age already possessed such astonishing talent. Whether it was speed or agility, she far surpassed everyone else. Even Gao Feng and Nye Yan felt that they couldn't keep up with her. It was easy to imagine just how powerful the other people in Wushang village were. Gao Feng and Nye Yan were getting more and more curious about this Wushang village. As they followed the little girl forward, the noise grew louder and louder. Who is it? How dare you trespass into our Wushang village? Suddenly, a thunderous voice came from the distant mountains. Before the voice could fade away, there was a loud rumble and a gust of wind. Before anyone could react, a boulder suddenly grew in size, smashing toward Wang Chong behind the little girl. In the blink of an eye, the rock was above Wang Chong's head. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that it was a huge rock with a diameter of 16 to 17 feet and a weight of 2,000 to 3,000 caddies. If such a huge rock were to fall, even steel would be dented, let alone flesh and blood. Buzz! When Wang Chong saw this, he smiled inwardly. He didn't even move. In the next moment, waves of air rolled out. The huge rock was still about 10 feet away from Wang Chong when it was stopped in midair by an invisible wall of air. It froze there, motionless. In an instant, there was dead silence in all directions. Even the mountains in the distance were quiet. All eyes were staring at Wang Chong and the huge rock above his head in shock. Even the little girl turned around and looked at him with her mouth wide open. Uncle Gio, you big idiot. Why did you hit my friend? The little girl suddenly turned around and roared angrily at the mountains in the distance. What friend? Little Yen, they're not from the village. Don't be fooled. On the opposite cliff, an exasperated voice sounded. He sounded even angrier than the little girl. Friend, I don't care who you are or what you're here for. Hurry up and get out of here while it's still not too late. Uncle Jiu, why can't I explain it to you? I already said that he's my friend, and they still have friends with Grandpa. Also, they gave me Wujian grass and know that my fox is called Luoluo. Stop making trouble and let us pass. The little girl put her hands on her hips, her eyes spitting fire. She pointed at the opposite side and scolded angrily. Luoluo. The voice on the other side hesitated for a moment. The voice became softer and softer, and a faint murmur came from afar. How did these guys know? Are they really the chief's friends outside? Not many people in Wushang village knew that the little girl's fox was called Luo Luo, but Uncle Gio happened to be one of them. If he wasn't a villager, he would never know the name Luo Luo. Wang Chong stood in the back, silently smiling as he watched the little girl negotiate with her clansmen. So she was like this when she was young. No wonder she grew up to be so hot-tempered. Wang Chong inwardly chuckled. In the distance, the Uncle Jiu that the little girl spoke of finally made his choice. Since you know Luo Luo, you're at least not bad people. Forget it, I'll let you pass. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly emerged from a hidden crevice on the smooth cliff under everyone's gazes. Xiao, xiao, xiao. That person was like an ape, climbing up the smooth cliff as if he was flying. Every leap was over 30 meters, and the smooth cliff that was hundreds of meters high was as if they were walking on flat ground. They didn't even pause, and in a few blinks of an eye, they immediately disappeared without a trace. Oh! On the mountain, Gao Feng, Nian, and the tensome guards who had come with Wang Chong from the capital were all dumbstruck. Not even a profound martial realm expert could be so nimble. I can't believe that such an expert could exist in such a remote and desolate place. Just how did they train to such a level? Gao Feng, Nian, and the others were completely dumbstruck. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have never believed that such an expert could exist in a place like this. Get used to it. These people aren't even the best experts of Wushang, and there are plenty of people like them who can climb mountains and cliffs as if they were walking on flat ground in Wushang village. Wang Chong had a calm expression on his face. The people of Wushang would be his subordinates in the future, so how could he not understand their abilities? Gao Feng, Nian, and the others had only seen the most ordinary abilities of the people of Wushang. Without this ability, the people of Wushang would never have become the strongest cavalry in the world. Awoo! While the few of them were talking, a series of strange cries that sounded like apes and humans came from afar. In the blink of an eye, one after another, ape-like figures emerged from the seemingly empty mountains. They were either floating in the mountains or climbing up and down the cliffs. One figure after another, with strange howls, emerged from the mountains and appeared before everyone's eyes before quickly disappearing into the distant mountains. The personal attendants behind Wang Chong were completely dumbfounded. The place that Wang Chong had led them into was completely beyond their imagination. Follow them, Wang Chong called out and quickly led everyone to catch up. In front, the little girl's thoughts were not so complicated. While everyone was in a daze, she had already run more than 100 feet. If not for the huge metal box that kept appearing in everyone's field of vision and jolting forward, the little girl would have already disappeared after such a short while. Revisiting an old place, Wang Chong's mood was the most relaxed he had ever felt. Everything here gave him a sense of familiarity, but it was not exactly the same. Ninth uncle should be Feng Xiaoyan's uncle, Feng Jiuqiu. I've heard Feng Xiaoyan say many times that this uncle dotes on her the most. It's a pity that after the catastrophe, since I'm here this time, I might as well bring him and Feng Xiaoyan out together. This way, I can avoid what happened later and fulfill Feng Xiaoyan's dream. Wang Chong thought to himself, but his footsteps did not slow down at all as he followed closely behind Feng Xiaoyan. Whether it was their attire or their appearance, Wang Chong and his party were completely out of place compared to the people of Wushang village. They were extremely eye-catching, so along the way there were constantly people who appeared to stop them. At this time, Feng Xiaoyan's influence and status in Wushang village became apparent. No matter who appeared, Feng Xiaoyan carried the metal box that was even larger than her body and put one hand on her waist. She pointed at someone and scolded that person, forcefully scolding them away one by one. She led Wang Chong unimpeded all the way to the center of Wushang village. Along the way, more and more people from Wushang village appeared. Each of them flew up and down as if they were flying. It was a frightening sight. Look over there. When they were still some distance away from the village, a guard suddenly noticed something and shouted, pointing into the distance. When everyone followed the voice, they saw that on the right side of the road, near a steep cliff that was several 100 feet high, 20 to 30 villagers from Wushang village were sweating profusely and training in full swing. Each of these villagers from Wushang village was holding up a massive rock in one hand, constantly exhaling and yelling as they repeatedly raised and trained. These rocks had sharp edges, and each one weighed more than 1,000 jin. But in the hands of these villagers from Wushang village, they seemed as light as a feather. Lifting, pulling, these massive rocks were as steady as Mount Tai in their hands, not even trembling in the slightest. Each of them was using this special method to train their bodies, and some of the stronger ones were lifting rocks that weighed 2,000 to 3,000 jin. They were constantly raising and lowering them. These fellows, just where did they come from? Even among the great clans, no one would dare to use this method to train. All the guards behind Wang Chong were dumbfounded. The training method used by the people of Wushang village was one that would make even the illustrious military clans of the Tang dynasty blush with shame. The intensity of their training had definitely surpassed that of many of the great clans of the capital. Even these elites who had participated in the War of the Southwest, who had risked their lives on the battlefield of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, were inwardly flabbergasted. Wang Chong was only indifferent to this, not too surprised. Each place had its own people, and the people of Wushang were situated in the middle of a mountain range. The land was barren, with towering mountains and precipitous ridges everywhere. The environment was harsh. In this sort of environment, adapting to the local conditions was the best choice. Whether it was their ability to traverse the cliffs as if they were flat ground, or their ability to use rocks weighing several thousand jin to train their strength, this was the result of cultivating in this sort of environment. Chapter 697. Moreover, Wushang village was isolated from the rest of the world, and the villagers were extremely united. In the army, this quality would become absolute loyalty and obedience, and on the battlefield, it would become excellent teamwork and teamwork. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry came and went like the wind and fought fiercely, their strength far surpassing that of the other soldiers, including the Turkic cavalry and the Uzin Highland Barley soldiers. Moreover, they could coordinate with each other as if they were on their own. If Wang Chong's mastery of the art of war was added to the mix, one could easily imagine the power of this force on the battlefield. This was a force that Wang Chong had always wanted to obtain. The calamity had not yet occurred, so there was still a chance. We're here. The village is up ahead. I still need to give the Wujian grass to 13th granduncle, so I can only bring you up to here. Just as he was deep in thought, the little girl in front of him suddenly spoke. After saying that, she turned around and skipped ahead. There, a group of people from Wushang village had gathered together, and a young man who seemed to be their leader was talking to them. The girl walked over, pointed at Wang Chong's group, and began to chatter with the young man who seemed to be the leader. The young man turned his head to glance in the direction of Wang Chong's group, a sharp light flashing through his eyes. But he quickly turned his head back and nodded, as if agreeing to something with the girl. "Ha ha! Seventh brother, I'll leave everything to you. I'll be going first." The girl excitedly called out as she waved at Wang Chong's group. Then, with her large chest on her back, she excitedly walked off in another direction. In just a few moments, she had vanished into the rubble. "Get ready. There might be a fierce battle coming up." Wang Chong suddenly said, "Ah, but didn't that girl already tell us what to do?" Gao Feng and Nie Yen were flabbergasted. On their journey here, they had already gotten used to the girl clearing the path for them. All the people who came up to investigate had been blocked by her. Why did they have to attack the moment they left? "Don't worry too much. Just do as I say," Wang Chong said faintly. He flicked his sleeves and did not panic. With a smile, he took the initiative to walk towards the group of Wushang youths on the square made of stone slabs. Wushang's trip had come to an end here. Wang Chong knew very well that his words and the box full of Wujian grass were as good as it got. What's more, the person he met was a guy with sharp observation skills. On the opposite side, the seventh brother the little girl mentioned also strode over. However, unlike the gentleness he displayed in front of the little girl, seventh brother's expression was much sharper and colder in front of everyone. Surround them. Seventh brother waved his hand, and the first thing he did was surround Wang Chong and the others. Swoosh! The group of Wushang youths who had been following him leaped up as if they were flying. In an instant, they had surrounded Wang Chong, Gao Feng, Nian, and the dozen or so guards from the capital. Careful! Clang, clang, clang. Cold light unsheathed. Almost at the same time, the expressions of Gao Feng, Nian, and the others changed, and they immediately moved to protect Wang Chong. Seventh brother glanced at the swords in the hands of Gao Feng, Nian, and the others, his eyes full of contempt. The outsiders that ninth uncle and the others spoke of, are you right? Friends of the patriarch. Humph, your words can only deceive Xiaoyan. Recently, the village has captured several outsiders. You're probably here for them, right? Seventh brother's gaze was extremely sharp. With a glance, he could see into the hearts of Wang Chong and the others. Hearing this, Gao Feng, Nian, and the others paled. Humph, I was right, wasn't I? Put down your weapons and surrender, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill them all. His last words were directed at his companions from Wushang village. You dare! Do you know who our young master is? To dare attack an official of the imperial court is a capital offense. Before Wang Chong could say anything, Gao Feng, Nian, and the others could no longer hold themselves back, and the other guards also showed signs of anger. Wang Chong was from a clan of ministers and generals, the young marquis that the Holy Emperor had personally conferred upon him. Everyone in the world knew that he was the son of Heaven's disciple and had an incredibly revered status. These people actually dared to kill the nobles of the imperial court at the slightest provocation. They were simply tyrannical and lawless. Humph, I don't know about the imperial court or not. I only know that this is our Wushang village. You've intruded into our village and even brought weapons, so you must die. As ninth brother spoke, his eyes turned even colder. He raised a hand and waved it into the distance. Swish, swish, swish. On the distant practice grounds and the nearby cliffs, the bare-chested Wushang soldiers began to fly over, their gazes cold. They moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the area around Wang Chong's group began to flicker, and the number of people surrounding them increased by several times. Gao Feng, Nian, and the others all had cold expressions and were infuriated. From the stance of these people, they actually dared to attack them. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have never dared to believe that there was such an arrogant faction in the Central Plains that completely disregarded the laws and dignity of the imperial court. Enough! Just when Gao Feng and the others were about to lose their patience, Wang Chong extended a hand and held them back. Leave this matter to me. The people of Wushang were a staunch and honest character that was publicly acknowledged by later generations. A fierce horse would never be so easily tamed, and this was even more true of the people of Wushang. Although Gao Feng and the others found this hard to accept, to Wang Chong, this was the true character of the people of Wushang. Qin Chiqing, you really haven't changed at all. Wang Chong faintly smiled, his first words causing the expression of seventh brother to change. Just who are you? How do you know my name? Qin Chiqing's pupils constricted, his expression extremely stern. Ha! Not only do I know that your name is Qin Chiqing, but I also know that you often violate the rules of the village and sneak out of the village. Wang Chong smiled. Nonsense. Qin Chiqing's expression changed dramatically, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably as if his secrets had been exposed. Brothers, take them down! Before the others could act, Qin Chiqing's body crouched slightly, and he shot forward like a venomous snake. Hum! Without any warning, steel clattered, and a ring of light fell from his body. In an instant, Thick smoke rolled out and enveloped his body, blocking Wang Chong's line of sight. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black hand shot out of the thick smoke, leaving behind countless afterimages as it stabbed 3 times. Although it was just an ordinary body of flesh and blood, the sound of the 5 fingers stabbing out was like the sound of a sharp metal blade, and the slender fingers had a sword aura more than a foot long spitting out. If he was stabbed by these 5 fingers, Wang Chong had no doubt that even steel would be pierced through 5 holes. Ring of illusionary smoke. Hand of darkness. Wang Chong recognized at a glance that these were the 2 high-level techniques of Wushang village. The ring of illusionary smoke could confuse the opponent's vision, but it did not affect the cultivator in the slightest. Instead, it would increase one's agility and attack speed. The hand of darkness could only be used in conjunction with the ring of illusionary smoke. Once it was used, the entire arm would be as black as ink and incomparably sharp like a sword. Once one's vision was confused by the black smoke, it was very easy for the opponent to deal a fatal blow and kill them instantly. Many of the people who had invaded Wushang village had died to this move. But to Wang Chong, this move was like showing off in front of an expert. Bang! With just 1 kick, before Qin Shiqing could even get close, he was kicked into the air by Wang Chong. With a rumble, he landed 7 or 8 zhang away, sending rubble flying. Wang! In that instant, the surroundings were completely silent. All of the Wushang villagers looked at Wang Chong, who stood out like a crane among chickens, with deep shock in their eyes. Although Qin Shiqing was not the strongest or the most powerful person in Wushang village, among his peers, he was definitely one of the more powerful experts. Moreover, it was not that the ring of illusionary smoke and the hand of darkness had never failed, but it was definitely not like this, where they had been defeated in 1 move. Most people did not even have the chance to see through the ring of illusionary smoke and the hand of darkness before they were already heavily injured and captured. Where did Xiao Yan bring these people from? The ring of illusionary smoke and the hand of darkness cannot be so easily defeated. This kid is strange. Everyone be careful. Don't be careless. From all directions, the Wushang villagers looked at Wang Chong and the others with a completely different gaze than before. The youth in front of them, who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, had a faint smile on his lips. Although he was young, he gave off the feeling that he could see through all of their tricks. This made all of the Wushang villagers feel that it was extremely inconceivable. Boom! With a loud bang, Qin Shiqing, who was 7 or 8 zhang away, suddenly stood up from the ground with a carp flip. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he locked onto Wang Chong. Impossible. I don't believe it. This is definitely a coincidence. Let's go again. Qin Shiqing gritted his teeth. Wang Chong's kick had greatly provoked him. With so many people watching, he could not maintain his dignity at all. He's still not as steady as before. Wang Chong could not help but laugh in his heart. After more than 20 years, the current Qin Shiqing was far from being as steady and insightful as before. He also lacked the strategic planning and calm leadership that came from experience. But this Shiqing is even more interesting. Wang Chong thought. He was used to seeing Qin Shiqing by his side, steady and mature. Suddenly seeing his old friend's reckless and impulsive appearance when he was young was a different kind of feeling. Boom! On the other side, Qin Shiqing did not know what Wang Chong was thinking. When he saw this outsider smile, he only felt more and more angry and disgusted. Divine ape art! Qin Shiqing took a step forward, and black smoke surged out from all of his acupoints. In the next moment, his aura suddenly changed, and with a series of cracking sounds, his strength rose by several levels. From nimbleness, agility, and leaping, he became as heavy as a mountain. Roar! Chapter 698. In that instant, Qin Shiqing seemed to have become a completely different person. His entire being was different from before. He became tyrannical, dangerous, and filled with the desire to invade and attack. The divine ape technique was a divine technique that had been passed down in Wushang village for hundreds of years. It was a technique created based on the giant apes in the mountains. It could greatly increase a person's strength, agility, and speed. In Wushang village, this technique was of a much higher level than the ring of illusionary smoke and the hand of darkness. Roar! Qin Chiching waved his hand and immediately merged with the divine ape formed by the black smoke behind him. Boom! Before he arrived, the technique arrived first. Qin Chiching grabbed a huge rock that weighed more than 2,000 kilograms and threw it at Wang Chong as if it was weightless. Following closely behind the huge rock, Qin Chiching pounced at Wang Chong like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Boom! The huge rock was thrown down, and the same scene happened again. The huge rock was still dozens of feet away from Wang Chong when it was held up by an invisible force. It floated steadily in the air like Mount Tai. The divine ape technique, his stellar energy, is leaking so much. It's obvious that he hasn't cultivated it to perfection. Wang Chong closed his eyes slightly and looked at Qin Chiching, who was following closely behind the huge rock. His expression did not change at all. The divine ape that Qin Chiching had transformed into had a crazy, tyrannical, and impactful aura, but it seemed to have no effect on him at all. Qi. Just as the divine ape that Qin Chiching had transformed into rushed over and smashed down with its huge ape arm, Wang Chong's eyes opened slightly, and a bright light flashed in them. In that instant, Wang Chong moved from stillness and suddenly pointed a finger at the Moji acupuncture point under Qin Chiching's armpit. In that instant, Qin Chiching's body froze like a punctured rubber ball. The black smoke around his body dissipated, and the huge divine ape quickly returned to its original appearance. Impossible! Who are you? Qin Chiching's body staggered and retreated. His eyes were completely fixed on Wang Chong, and they were filled with fear and disbelief. Wushang village had very little contact with the outside world, so outsiders had no way of knowing the martial arts here. Most of the people who invaded Wushang village didn't even understand the martial arts of Wushang village before they were captured or seriously injured. However, the feeling that Wang Chong gave him was as if he knew all of his secrets and flaws. The mighty ape art of Wushang village was no secret to him. In the beginning, Wang Chong gave him the impression that he was an unwelcome outsider. But now, in Qin Chiching's eyes, these outsiders had become unfathomable. At the end of every month, the Yujing acupoint, Yuan Chuan acupoint, and Long Qi acupoint must be in unbearable pain. This is because you didn't cultivate properly, causing your qi to divert. Try circulating your qi through the Pansha, Yongquan, and Longwei acupoints. In about 3 days, you should be able to solve the problem of your stellar energy diverting and your meridians convulsing. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Qin Chiching's eyes widened, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible! Impossible! This was absolutely impossible. Qin Chiching's mind rumbled like thunder. Even the fact that Wang Chong had broken through his mighty ape art with one finger was far less of an impact than these few words. The mighty ape art had flaws, and according to each person's talent, aptitude, and cultivation situation, the flaws were also different. Furthermore, no one would tell their own flaws to others. This meant that everyone was the only one who knew where their flaws were. The Yujing, Yuan Chuan, and Long Qi acupoints, Qin Chiching hadn't even told the people closest to him about these 3 acupoints. How did this 16 or 17-year-old youth know that these were his weaknesses? Moreover, these 3 acupoints would only act up at the end of the month. This was something that only those who had cultivated the mighty ape art would know. How did this person know? At this moment, Qin Chiching suddenly had a feeling that he had never felt before. His scalp was going to explode. How dare you attack Brother Chiching? Everyone, let's attack together and kill them. Before Qin Chiching could open his mouth, an angry voice suddenly came from the side. The people of Wushang village were the most united. Seeing that Qin Chiching had suffered at the hands of Wang Chong twice in a row, Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and anger. It wasn't clear who was the first to pounce, but then a second, a third, a fourth from all directions. Figures pounced one after another. Black smoke billowed and metal clanged. Halos that were completely different from those of the outside world were released from the bodies of these Wushang villagers and fell down. Halo of mystifying smoke, hand of darkness, mighty ape art, woodvine art, giant rock ring. Halos accompanied by stellar energy of various colors were released from the bodies of these Wushang villagers. Be careful. Protect the young master. Gao Feng, Nian, and a group of guards all pulled out their sabers and swords. Their expressions were tense as they guarded around Wang Chong. Roar! A series of roars came from all directions. However, the first wave of attacks were large boulders that weighed thousands of jin. These boulders tumbled through the air, whistling through the air as they came crashing down toward the group. At this moment, all the guards who had experienced the War of the Southwest revealed nervous expressions. Even in their view, the strength of the Wushang villagers made them extremely powerful opponents. With so many of the Wushang villagers working together to attack, everyone instantly felt an enormous pressure. They all sensed the thick stench of death. This obscure little place on the Silk Road to the west was definitely as dangerous as a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Gao Feng, Nian, the two of you just need to protect yourselves. Leave these people to me. Just when the mood was at its most tense, Wang Chong's calm voice resounded through the air. In an instant, everyone felt a surge of power that made them feel at ease. Rumble! A powerful wave of energy exploded from Wang Chong's body, sweeping through the north, south, east, and west. All the falling boulders were still several zhang away when they were frozen in place in the air. Kill him! Charging into our Wushang village and still acting so arrogantly, even daring to attack seventh brother. Does he really think we can't deal with him? Don't be rash. Capture him and hand him over to the clan leader. With furious howls, the powerful and ferocious Wushang villagers charged at Wang Chong. Although they were not carrying any weapons, their fingers, palms, arms, and bodies had all been trained to be as tough as steel. Young master, Gao Feng's panicked voice came from behind him. Don't be in such a rush. Wang Chong's voice was as calm as ever. As he gazed at the Wushang descending from the sky, his lips curled into an even wider smile, his voice calm and confident. Great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. A voice that was neither loud nor soft resounded in everyone's ears. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong used the number 1 evil art of the Central Plains. There were cries of alarm as the powerful Wushang villagers began to spin in the air like kites with their strings cut. Not a single one of the Wushang villagers could land, and not a single one of them could struggle free of this suction. The 40-some Wushang villagers floated in the air like puppets controlled by strings. Cries of alarm filled the air, and even the guards behind Wang Chong were stunned by this sight. Compared to the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong's strength was even more profound, more powerful, and more unfathomable. The 40-some Wushang villagers, who were at least at the true martial or profound martial realm, floated in the air, spinning around and around, faster and fiercer, all of them unable to control themselves. This was a shocking sight to behold. Marquis is getting stronger and stronger. In the rear, the guards who had followed Wang Chong from the capital looked up at the sky in shock. The Wushang villagers had seen how easily they could traverse the cliffs and walls, and they had also seen how they could use boulders weighing several thousand jin to train. All of them had prepared themselves for a fierce battle. But to everyone's surprise, Wang Chong's one move had sent these fierce Wushang flying into the air. All of them sucked in. Not a single one of them had been able to get through. They had prepared themselves for a major battle, only to discover that Wang Chong had single-handedly dealt with all of them. Marquis' strength truly is advancing by leaps and bounds. It's unfathomable. Everyone was stunned. Bang, bang, bang. On the other side, Wang Chong paid no attention to the people behind him. He stood motionless, looking up at the sky, the smile on his lips growing wider. The great yin-yang heaven creation art could not only be used to devour the energy of an opponent, but it could also be transformed into a powerful martial art technique. This enormous suction force could push around any martial artist who was weaker than oneself, moving them around and toying with them in the palm of one's hand. The Wushang villagers were brave and fierce by nature, the best warriors on the battlefield. Wang Chong had even better plans for them, so he naturally would not suck away their inner energy and heavily injure them. My leg. Damn it, my inner energy is in complete chaos. I can't move at all. Mine is the same. My inner energy has completely gone awry. Bastard. Just what kind of evil art did you use? Tell the clan elder. Quickly tell the clan elder to have Grand Uncle Jiao and the others come. These people are too strong. We can't deal with them. Several dozen Wushang villagers fell to the ground, their eyes filled with panic. Their injuries were not heavy, but their inner energy had completely gone awry. This made them feel even more uneasy and shocked than when Wang Chong had heavily injured them. This had completely surpassed their understanding of martial arts. Bastard, who are you people? Just what do you want in our village? Chapter 699. What am I doing? Didn't I say it already? I'm looking for a few friends. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Although Qin Jiuqing's martial arts were not bad, he was not the Qin Jiuqing of the future. In the Wushang Iron Cavalry, Qin Jiuqing was ranked last among the 10 generals under Wang Chong. If he wanted to grow into the future Lord Jiu who could devise strategies, he would probably need some time. Now was not the time to talk or interact with him too deeply. Let's go. Wang Chong waved his hand and stepped over the Wushang villagers, continuing forward. If he wanted to recruit the Wushang villagers, he had to go through the Wushang village chief, who was also the grandfather of the little girl, Fang Xiaoyan. You still dare to be so impudent in our Wushang village. Do you really think this is still your territory? Just when Wang Chong was about to step past the Wushang villagers and enter the village, a bone-chilling voice rang out in his ear. You're right, Wang Chong. In that instant, it was as if they had gone from a hot summer to a cold winter. Everyone felt their bodies shiver. Then they saw a huge stone fall from the sky, smashing towards Wang Chong. What is that? A guard suddenly cried out involuntarily. At first glance, everyone thought that it was a huge stone. However, when the stone opened its fingers, everyone suddenly realized that it was not a stone at all, but a huge stone palm. Boom! The stone fist smashed down and the earth shook. Billowing dust rose into the sky and spread everywhere. In front of the stone fist, Wang Chong's robes fluttered. He stood not far away and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. It's him. Wang Chong squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. There was a solemn look in his eyes, completely different from the relaxed look he had before. In that instant, everyone could clearly see that what appeared in front of Wang Chong was not a huge rock, but a 30-meter tall stone giant that looked like a military general. When everyone looked up, the giant only had one hand and one leg. But in the next moment, the cliffs on both sides rumbled loudly. Cracks appeared on the precipitous cliffs, and soon, huge rocks broke out of the cliffs under the control of an invisible force, flying towards the stone giant's right shoulder along with countless gravel. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, an identical stone arm appeared out of thin air. The assembly was complete, and it appeared before everyone's eyes. Arms, right leg, and left ear. In a short period of time, the stone giant was completely formed. Everyone raised their heads, seeing clearly that this was a giant that looked like an ancient general. His body was covered in stone armor, his expression dignified, making one feel intimidated. Furthermore, he was over 30 meters tall, which made everyone look like ants beneath his feet, tiny and minuscule. Stone General. As this thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, He instantly recognized him. Stone General was one of the best martial arts of Wushang village. It could control all the rocks in a radius of 100 zhang, transforming one into a stone giant that looked like an ancient general. This was the Stone General. This martial art was extremely powerful, and the Stone General that it transformed into was extremely powerful, belonging to the imperial martial realm. Moreover, as long as there was a large amount of stone around, the Stone General could be constantly repaired. This also meant that those who cultivated the Stone General were basically invincible. Moreover, with such thick stone armor, no weapon would be able to truly injure the martial artist inside the Stone General. This was one of the powerful aspects of the Stone General martial art. Wushang village was surrounded on all sides by towering mountains and precipitous ridges. What it didn't lack the least was hard stone. Thus, in this sort of environment, the Stone General's greatest power could be displayed. But this wasn't the only thing that Wang Chong cared about. There weren't many people in Wushang village that could use the Stone General, and Wang Chong could only think of one person who could do so. Huang Batian, one of Wushang village's outermost protectors. Before the great calamity, anyone who charged into the heart of the village would first encounter Huang Batian. Of the many protectors of Wushang village, his Stone General was the most superb. He was a classic example of an imperial martial expert, and his strength was far above Qin Chiqing's. He was one of the backbone forces of Wushang village. When the other worldly invaders attacked Wushang village, he had used Wushang village's unique geographical advantage to block 5,000 or 6,000 of them, almost single-handedly guarding a single position. In Wushang village, this person had been rather difficult to deal with. Alas, Huang Batian later died in battle during the Great Calamity. He was one of the first core forces of Wushang village to die in battle. I didn't think that I'd run into a martial maniac. Wang Chong raised his head and gazed at the towering, powerful 30-meter Stone General. His eyes narrowed, but he didn't feel the slightest fear. Back when Fang Xiaoyan hadn't reached the peak of the martial path, she would occasionally bicker with him about this Stone General of hers, her protector Uncle Huang Batian, who had reached the acme of perfection. Although his strength was astonishing and he hated foreigners to the core, deep in his heart, Huang Batian was a true man. He was addicted to martial arts, and his greatest weakness was that anyone who could withstand 3 of his moves would obtain his favorable impression. Anyone who could defeat him would rapidly change Huang Boshan's attitude toward them. No matter where they came from, no matter if they were good or evil, Huang Batian would immediately treat them as a brother, acknowledge them, and treat them as one of his own. There was once an expert of the Uzin who had been chased by experts of the Tang dynasty and accidentally stumbled into Wushang village. In the end, he fought a great battle with Huang Batian. Huang Batian actually defended him in every possible way, and in the end he almost ended up fighting with one of his own people. In the end, the villagers had no choice but to let him go. He clearly knew that his opponent was an Uzin who had appeared in the Tang dynasty with ill intentions, but Huang Batian still did so. From this, one could imagine just how ferocious his martial obsession was. However, although Huang Boshan's personality was well known in Wushang village, almost no outsider knew of it. Even Fang Xiaoyan, who liked to bicker with him, would never have imagined that he would one day have to fight with her protector uncle. This is going to be interesting. If I can withstand 3 moves, I can win his favorable impression. Wang Chong thought to himself as he gazed at the massive Stone General. He seemed to be able to see through the layers of stone armor to the chest of the Stone General, where a mysterious middle-aged man was sizing him up. To be honest, Wang Chong was quite curious about this protector Uncle Fang Xiaoyan spoke of, who had a strange personality, who was addicted to martial arts, and who had ultimately died in the Great Calamity. Many of the experts of Wushang village had died in the Great Calamity. To Wang Chong, this was actually quite a pity. You're quite fast, but do you think you can outrun me? The Stone General's voice was full of energy, like a great bell ringing down from above. Just as Wang Chong was thinking, the giant stone howled as Huang Batian sucked up a boulder from the ground and, with a thunderous boom, smashed it toward Wang Chong. The first boulder was still in the air when Huang Batian stomped down, causing the earth to crack. Boulders weighing several thousand jin were sucked into the hands of the 30-meter-tall stone general and then shot toward Wang Chong like cannonballs. A second boulder, a third, a fourth, boulder after boulder flew toward Wang Chong like a barrage of cannons. In the howling winds, a boulder flew over Wang Chong's head, enveloping even Gao Feng and Ye Yan in its path. Huang Boshan's attack was clearly not just directed at Wang Chong. All the intruders were treated the same. Careful! The guards were getting more and more shocked as they dodged in every direction. This Wushang village was shrouded in mysteries, and they were getting more and more astonished. Those villagers who could move as if they were flying could be ignored, but now a random person had appeared who could control the earth element of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The feeling he gave off was not one bit inferior to Long Qinba, the leader of the 5 tiger generals under Uzin Great General Huishu Wuzong's command in the War of the Southwest. It would have been fine if Wushang village was some famous strategic town, but this place just had to be remote and desolate. If not for Marquis mentioning it and bringing them here, they would have never even known that such a place existed. Thus, it was easy to imagine the shock the crowd felt when an imperial martial expert had casually appeared out of nowhere. There's no need to worry. Leave this stone giant to me. At their most panicked and uneasy moment, Wang Chong's reassuring voice rang out in their ears. Who, the 1,000-jin boulder that was originally smashing towards Gao Feng and the others suddenly shook in the air when it was still several zhang away from them. With a schwa, it drew an arc in the air and actually turned around. Its speed did not decrease, and it smashed towards the mountain-like stone general in front of them. Buzz! All the villagers of Wushang were stunned, and even Huang Bashi's stone general clearly trembled. It was clear that even this martial maniac of Wushang's outer protector was shocked by Wang Chong's move. Haha, if I were you, I would never use this move. Wang Chong's laughter was still echoing through the air when a second, third, and fourth boulder began to howl through the air. With a flick of Wang Chong's finger, they all shot back at the stone general with astonishing speed. Not a single one of the boulders that Huang Batian had thrown out had been able to pose any real threat to him. Damn it! Huang Batian was infuriated. With a fierce punch, he sent Wang Chong's boulder smashing fist back at him. He had lived in Wushang for so long, but he had never encountered such a situation. I truly underestimated you. It seems like a little move like this is completely useless against you. But you really shouldn't have used such a method to provoke me. I've stood guard here for so long, but no one has ever dared to act so impudently in front of me. Now pay the price. Chapter 700. As soon as the stone spear appeared, an invisible energy began to transform it. The inside of the stone grew denser and denser, and the stone powder on its surface began to scatter, revealing a spiral pattern. Bang! In a flash of lightning, the giant stone spear smashed into the ground where Wang Chong had been standing, leaving a giant hole in the ground. Pieces of stone flew dozens of feet into the air, and dust filled the air. You think you can escape? The stone general's thunderous voice resounded through the world. Just as Wang Chong leapt up to dodge, the stone general closed in. With a speed and agility that didn't seem to match its massive body, it punched at Wang Chong. Before the fist even got close, its enormous strength left a long ripple in the air. Everything in a radius of several dozen feet emitted a teeth-aching sound, and everything began to twist. If one were to be struck by this fist, there was no doubt that they would be smashed to smithereens. Ha ha ha, Protector Huang, your stone general truly has reached perfection. But alas, it's still lacking in maturity. Wang Chong had been heartily laughing when he first spoke, but his last words had become incomparably cold and solemn. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Countless people watched as Huang Chang's robes fluttered in the wind, a smile on his lips. Amidst Huang Boshan's attacks, he seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll through the park, constantly dodging Huang Boshan's attacks. But at the last moment, Huang Chong suddenly stood on the tip of his right foot and stepped on the stone general's giant fist. Bang! With this light step, the stone general's fist was pulled down by a tremendous force. With a boom, Huang Chang's foot landed on the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Buzz! All the Wushang villagers who saw this scene widened their eyes. Huang Batian was the outermost protector of Wushang village, and his strength was obvious to all. People had tried to force their way into Wushang before, but most of them had been stopped as far as Huang Batian. No one had ever managed to tear off Huang Boshan's right arm. It's useless. You're no match for me here. Huang Boshan's voice was as cold and solemn as ever. Even though one of his arms had been torn off, it didn't affect him in the slightest. Rumble! Just as Huang Chang's right arm was about to fall, Huang Boshan's stone general thrust the spear in his left hand at Huang Chong. At the same time, cracking sounds could be heard as countless rubble began to rise from the ground and fly toward Huang Boshan's right arm. In the blink of an eye, an identical stone arm had taken shape. Boom! His 5 fingers flexed, and Huang Boshan's second fist smashed towards Huang Chong. Boom! 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 Huang Batian was thoroughly enraged. His fists, along with his spear, rained down upon Huang Chong. Everything within a radius of several thousand feet was within the range of his attack. Each of Huang Boshan's fists carried several thousand jin of weight. Even steel would be pulverized by a single punch from him, let alone a body of flesh and blood. And what was even more dreadful was that the stone general was incredibly fast. When combined with its immense strength, it was enough to make any opponent pale in comparison. I want to see just how long you can dodge for. Huang Batian sneered. Cracking, his right hand grasped out, and in the blink of an eye, another 50-meter-long stone spear was pulled out from the ground. With these 2 spears in hand, the stone general's attack speed and threat multiplied. But no matter how ferocious Huang Boshan's attacks were, Huang Chang's voice remained as calm as ever, clearly echoing through the rain of stone spears. I'm not dodging. I'm just seeing the stone general. Since you want to fight with me, I'll do as you wish. As he spoke, Huang Chong suddenly changed his usual demeanor. Thump! Huang Chong pushed off the ground and shot forward like an arrow, instantly piercing through the gaps in Huang Boshan's storm of attacks and heading straight for the stone general's chest. Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art. On the stone general's chest, Huang Chong's fingers were spread wide like a sword. His palm holding his body up, he thrust it deep into the stone general's chest. The great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art that he had inherited from the evil emperor was instantly activated, causing a massive attractive force to erupt. The little Yin-Yang art required physical contact and the little Yin-Yang sword, as well as a host of other restrictions. But the great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art was different. Huang Chong didn't even need to touch his opponent to be able to absorb their energy. Buzz! Under countless shocked gazes, the 30-meter-tall stone general maintained its ferocious attack at the last moment, but its entire body was frozen in place, motionless. Impossible. Just what evil art did you use? A middle-aged man's panic-stricken and shocked voice exploded from the stone general's chest. The moment Huang Chong activated the great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art, the stellar energy in his body began to wildly surge out. Even more frightening was that he instantly lost control of the stellar energy in his body. His entire body was trapped within the stone general, unable to move. Rumble! In a place that no one could see, boundless waves of stellar energy flowed into Huang Chong's body. With the support of Huang Boshan's internal energy, Huang Chong's already formidable internal energy soared once more, charging towards an even higher realm. Not good. Protector is in danger. There's something strange about this outsider. Everyone attack together. Hurry and help Protector deal with him." Seeing Huang Batian restrained, the people of Wushang village began to panic. There was not a single person who had come to Wushang village who did not have their tail between their legs. Many outsiders had been captured without the Protector even needing to appear. But now, even the Protector had been captured. To the people of Wushang village, this was an unacceptable and unimaginable development. Form the formation. Protect young master. At the same time, Gao Feng Nieyan and a group of elite guards also began to move. In the blink of an eye, before the rest of the Wushang villagers could arrive to help, Gao Feng, Nieyan, and the 10-some elite guards had already formed a small and tight formation. This was the Dragon Snake Formation that Wang Chong had created after the Southwestern War. The Dragon Snake Array did not require many people. A dozen or so people would be able to form a small-scale Dragon Snake Array. It could be used for both offense and defense. Furthermore, it could condense the strength of a dozen or so people into one. Like a sharp knife, it could unleash strength that far exceeded normal standards. Whether it was a group attack or an expert far stronger than oneself, the Dragon Snake Formation could unleash its greatest power. But the Dragon Snake Formation had extremely high demands on the soldiers. Not only did it require the soldiers themselves to reach an extremely high level of strength, it also required excellent teamwork. Gao Feng, Nieyan, and the others were precisely the Dragon Snake teams that had been trained to the highest level after Wang Chong had created the Dragon Snake Formation. They were also the most capable and the strongest. This was also why Wang Chong had brought them with him into Wushang village. Kill! Gao Feng, Nieyan, and the others swiftly formed the formation. In the distance, the other members of Wushang village also noticed this and began to charge over. Both sides were seething with killing intent, and it seemed like a fierce battle was about to break out. But at this moment, "Stop!" a voice floated down from the sky. The fingers of Wang Chong's right hand moved slightly, and he shot back from the stone general's chest like lightning. He swayed lightly in the air, slowed down, and landed lightly on the ground without stirring up a speck of dust. As Wang Chong landed on the ground, countless rocks fell from the sky with a rumble. The 30-meter-tall stone general instantly collapsed, leaving only 2 legs and half of its body standing on the ground. And where the stone general's chest had been, the rocks collapsed, revealing a middle-aged man in his 30s. His face was weathered, and he looked extremely steady-going. "Enforcer Huang, can we end this battle?" Wang Chong looked up at the middle-aged man and smiled faintly. His expression was relaxed, and his bearing was calm. If not for the fact that the ground was in ruins and there were rolling boulders everywhere, it would be hard to believe that he had just experienced an intense battle. The battlefield was deathly silent. Even the charging villagers of Wushang and Qin Qiqing stopped and stared at the two in a daze. The ground was silent. The middle-aged man sat on the tall, broken stone general, looking down at Wang Chong. His eyes flickered, and no one could tell what he was thinking. At this moment, no one in Wushang knew what had just happened except for Wang Chong and Huang Batian. The reason the great Yinyang heaven creation art was known as the #1 evil art in the world, even one of the most powerful and legendary of the 10 great arts of the Central Plains, was not just because it was so powerful that it could easily defeat anyone of the same level, but also because anyone who cultivated the great Yinyang heaven creation art could easily challenge opponents a level higher than them, or even several levels higher. Many experts of the martial Tao world, even if they were stronger and stronger than those who cultivated the great Yinyang heaven creation art, would ultimately suffer a crushing defeat and die at the hands of those who cultivated the great Yinyang heaven creation art. One could easily imagine the fame and ferocity of the world's #1 evil art. However, Wang Chong had come to subjugate the villagers of Wushang, not to kill them. Thus, Wang Chong had controlled his energy this entire time. He had sucked Huang Boshan's energy back into his body, making it impossible for him to control the stone general. Buzz! Wang Chong looked up at the stone general. The middle-aged man's mouth opened and closed, but before he could say anything, the situation suddenly changed. Bang! Chapter 701. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong had returned to normal. He turned his gaze to the cliff on his right, but at this moment, several large boulders tumbled down the cliff like bolts of lightning, crashing around Wang Chong. Wang Chong didn't care at first, but after taking 2 steps forward, his vision suddenly darkened and everything vanished. Wang Chong's expression instantly changed. At almost the same time, there was a flash of light and 2 figures flew down from the cliff. One was a yellow-robed elder in his 50s with graying sideburns. The other was a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Batian, hurry and leave. I've already used an array to temporarily trap him. Hurry and call the patriarch and elders to deal with him. Ruorong, are you all right? The yellow-robed elder supported the middle-aged woman, his face full of concern. Wansher, Batian, be careful. This young man is very strange. My psychic thorns rarely fail, but when I used my psychic energy to deal with him, I only managed to control him for a moment before suffering a mental backlash. I've never encountered such a situation before. The middle-aged woman's face was pale, and she seemed to be in great pain. Elder Du, Elder Fong, Huang Batian stood on top of the damaged stone general, hesitating to speak. In truth, Wang Chong had already shown him mercy. Unfortunately, Elder Du and Elder Fong had arrived too quickly. Before he could say anything, Elder Fong had already attacked him with a psychic thorns, while Elder Du had thrown down the boulders and formed an array to trap him within. Huang Batian was now riding a tiger, and it was already too late to say anything. Ha ha ha, what a powerful array. Being able to see it today made this trip worth it. Just at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out in their ears. The 3 of them trembled and turned their heads at the same time. They saw a familiar voice. His robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked valiant and heroic as he calmly walked out from the formation. Behind him, Gao Feng, Nieyan, and the others also walked out. All was silent. Elder Du, Elder Fong, and Huang Batian on top of the stone general were all stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. This is impossible. It's impossible for anyone to escape from my 4 symbols, Yin Yang soul trap, so quickly. Old man Du was dumbfounded, as if he had received a huge shock. On the 2 sides, Huang Batian, Elder Fong, and the other villagers of Wushang, who knew about the 4 symbols, Yin Yang soul bewildering formation, felt waves of shock in their hearts. The 4 symbols Yin Yang soul trap was the most powerful formation in Wushang village. Throughout history, only a few people could master it, and they would only use it when they encountered a very powerful opponent. The 4 symbols Yin Yang soul trap contain the 8 gates of life, injury, rest, stop, and view. Moreover, it would change with time. If one were to accidentally step on the wrong spot, it would be a dead end. As for the exit formation, that was something only Elder Du and the others in control of formations knew about. Even Huang Batian would find it very difficult to escape if he were trapped in a formation. What's going on? No one knows how to get out of the 4 symbols Yin Yang soul trap. Is he really related to the patriarch? Huang Boshan's eyes flickered with bewilderment. The news that a group of outsiders had followed Fang Xiaoyan into the village had long since reached him. As the village's protector, he was well aware of anyone who entered or left the village. These people could only deceive a little girl like Fang Xiaoyan. Huang Batian had never believed them from start to finish. But now, as he watched Wang Chong so easily walk out of the formation, Huang Boshan's faith was shaken. For Wang Chong to be able to walk out so quickly meant that he definitely knew how to get out. If he didn't have an inextricable relationship with the village, then none of this could be explained. Elder Du, Batian, leave first. I'll deal with him. The middle-aged woman, called Elder Fong, nervously said. Right now, she was the only one who could obstruct Wang Chong. Wait a moment. Elder Du, Elder Fong, these people aren't bad people. The wind howled as Huang Batian hurriedly jumped down from the damaged stone general and tried to stop them. If they really harbored evil intentions, they would have already attacked me. Batian, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you not differentiate between friend and foe? Damn it, don't you see the time? Why are you acting like a martial idiot at a time like this? Elder Du and Elder Fong knew that Huang Boshan's old habits had flared up. Although Huang Batian was powerful, as long as anyone defeated him, this fellow would unscrupulously favor the other party and treat them as his friends. The most typical manifestation of this person isn't a bad person, or these people aren't bad people. Every time Huang Batian acted up, the entire village would have a headache, but he just had to be stubborn, leaving everyone at their wits' end. Elder Fong, Elder Du, this isn't a martial idiot. Since he was able to break the 4 symbols Yin-Yang soul trap, he definitely isn't an ordinary outsider. Moreover, didn't they follow Xiao Yan in? If they harbored evil intentions, how could Xiao Yan still be safe and sound? And hasn't no one died in the village yet? Huang Batian said. Elder Du and Elder Fong were dumbfounded. Ha! Protector Huang understands that I have no ill intentions. Otherwise, given my strength, everyone should also understand that Wushang village wouldn't be in its current state. Wang Chong heartily laughed, and as he spoke, he began to slowly walk toward the trio. Wang Chong's eyes brightened as he glanced at Elder Fong and Elder Du that Huang Batian had spoken of. Wushang village truly was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. One could casually use a powerful array, while the other had extremely powerful psychic energy. These were extremely rare in the martial world, but Wushang village had 2 of them. Let him in. All of you withdraw. Suddenly, a dignified and aged voice rang out from within the village. The voice was loud and clear like a great bell. Everyone trembled when they heard this voice, and all the villagers of Wushang revealed expressions of extreme respect. It's the chief. Elder Du and Elder Fong glanced at each other, then turned to glance at Wang Chong with complicated expressions. Although they were unwilling, the chief had spoken. No matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice but to step aside. Young man, I don't care where you come from or what your background is, but you'd best be smart here and not act rashly. Didn't you want to see our chief? Go on in. As Elder Du and Elder Fong spoke, they stepped to the side and opened up a path. Many thanks. Wang Chong smiled and led the people behind him into the depths of Wushang village. Qin Qiqing had been defeated, Huang Batian had also been defeated by him, and the array had been broken. Psychic energy attacks were useless. Although the appearance of the chief of Wushang village was very unexpected, it was all within Wang Chong's expectations. I can finally see the chief of Wushang village. I'm really looking forward to it. Wang Chong smiled as he brushed past Huang Batian, Elder Fong, and Elder Du. The chief of Wushang village commanded 50 to 60,000 clansmen of Wushang. In Wushang village, he was the most powerful existence. In all the legends of Wushang village, the chief of Wushang village was related. When Wang Chong had first arrived at Wushang village, the person he had wanted to see the most was this chief of Wushang. Unfortunately, in the Great Calamity, all the elites of Wushang village had been lost, including this mysterious chief of Wushang village. He had also died in battle against the otherworldly invaders. It was said that mountains of otherworldly invader corpses had been found around his body. Of all the foreign invaders who died in battle, about half of them had died around him. When Wang Chong had first heard of this, he had been rather respectful. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to meet him. The appearance of Wushang village, like a comet, had shocked the entire world, but it had disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Following the Great Calamity, the chief, elders, protectors, and all the core members of Wushang village had died in battle. Many secrets regarding Wushang village had also been buried underground. Even though some of the villagers of Wushang village had survived and had even become subordinates of Wang Chong, the famous Wushang Iron Cavalry, many core secrets that only the elders knew had also been lost. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The surroundings were filled with shadows and people. As Wang Chong and his tensome subordinates walked into Wushang village, many of the villagers of Wushang village slid down from the cliffs and followed them, their gazes filled with vigilance as they looked at Wang Chong and the others. Wang Chong was calm and at ease, as if he hadn't noticed them at all. He had injured Qin Chiching and the others, and then defeated Huang Batian. It would be strange if the villagers of Wushang village had any good impressions of him. All of you disperse! An elderly but dignified voice came from within the village. As soon as this voice rang out, the surroundings fell silent. All the villagers of Wushang village hesitated, although they were still somewhat unwilling. The vast majority of them quickly scattered to the sides, climbing up the lofty mountains and vanishing without a trace. Only a small portion of them remained where they had been, but the atmosphere was completely different from before. Wang Chong walked along a 6-meter-wide stone path that had clearly been excavated into the village, carefully observing his surroundings as he walked. Although from the outside, Wushang village appeared to be filled with lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, once he entered the village and passed through the edge of the village guarded by Huang Batian, everything became completely different. The villagers of Wushang village began to build a smooth path that led into the village. From the outermost perimeter, after several hundred meters, flat stone, bricks began to appear. At the end of the path, tens of thousands of stone bricks spread out to form a massive plaza. Here, Wang Chong finally saw simple and unadorned stone houses built from rough mountain rocks. In front of these houses and the plaza, there were many people standing. Unlike the outskirts of Wushang village, as soon as he stepped into this plaza, Wang Chong immediately sensed a solemn aura, as if he had stepped into a military camp. In the plaza, all eyes were on him. Chapter 702. Marquis. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the plaza, quickly attracting Wang Chong's attention. The people of Wushang village would never call him Marquis. Those who would call him Marquis and know his identity were, "Marquis, it's General Li and the others." A cry of surprise came from behind. Gao Feng, Nian, and a dozen soldiers all looked in the same direction in the plaza. Following the direction of the voice, Wang Chong saw a familiar figure on the other side of the plaza. He looked past the villagers of Wushang village. His 2-meter-tall body was like an iron tower as he stood on the plaza, emitting a powerful aura. The giant long sword in the man's hand was as tall as a person, and it looked incomparably terrifying. Even in the territory of Wushang village, this person stood out like a crane among chickens and was extremely eye-catching. No one could block his radiance. Although all the people of Wushang village had surrounded him, they were separated by a few meters, clearly showing their fear of this giant general. Invincible great general Li Sai. After losing contact with him for many days, Wang Chong finally saw his most beloved general deep in the heart of Wushang village. His breathing was very messy and there were many wounds on his body, but his body was still so straight and tall, like a majestic mountain range. It was as if as long as he didn't want to fall, nothing in this world could defeat him. Generally, Gao Feng and Nia Feng had expressions of unease and worry when they saw Li Sai. They hurriedly rushed toward the plaza. Wang Chong didn't stop them, nor did he hurry to follow them. Instead, he frowned slightly. Li Sai's ability was unquestionable. The invincible great general was enough to prove his ability. Even when he was insignificant, this sort of person was not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Moreover, after his experience in the War of the Southwest, Li Sai had become even steadier, more dependable and stronger. This was also why Wang Chong was willing to give him the mission of subduing the Wushang people. But Wang Chong had said that the goal of this mission was to subdue the people of Wushang, not to kill or suppress them. Thus, he was strictly forbidden from using weapons. But now, Li Sai had not only used the unstoppable Wuzi steel weapon that Wang Chong had forged for him, his body was also covered in wounds and his aura was in disarray. Wang Chong truly found it hard to imagine just what sort of opponent could force Li Sai, who was using all his strength with his Wuzi steel weapon, into such a state. It had to be known that the last time Li Sai had used his full strength, he had single-handedly exterminated the Black Dragon Bandit, which had occupied the Silk Road and had established its base in Qixi. Even its boss, Black Dragon Zhao, had been killed. But now Li Sai was being suppressed. Whoosh! With a wave of his robe, Wang Chong immediately strode toward the plaza. There was no one around to stop him. Wang Chong was the person the clan leader wanted to see, so no one would try to cause trouble at a time like this. Marquis. Surrounded by Wushang people, Li Sai held his sword with both hands. His resolute face was slightly haggard, and his mountainous physique slightly trembled as he breathed. It was clear that he had consumed a great deal of energy. Wang Chong solemnly nodded, his gaze quickly falling on the ground around Li Sai. Li Sai had led a group of 20-some people, but now only 7 or 8 were lying around him, heavily injured. The rest had all disappeared. Gao Feng and Nie Yan had rushed over and were already using the medicine of the army to treat them. But it was clear that their injuries were not light. Marquis. Upon seeing Wang Chong, one soldier after another opened their eyes and called out in low voices, expressions of extreme pain on their faces. Wang Chong nodded and waved his hand, indicating that they should rest. Marquis, I'm sorry. I did my best, but the mission still failed. For now, I can only protect them. Li Sai's face was covered in shame, and for the first time he lowered his proud head. This mission had been far more difficult than he had imagined. Li Sai had never expected that there would be so many rare experts hidden in such a small, inconspicuous village in the northwest. This trifling expedition mission was even more difficult than the war of the southwest against the more than 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army. I know. I don't blame you. Leave the rest to me. Wang Chong waved his hand. That calamity in his memories had not yet occurred, and Wushang village had not yet been attacked by the otherworldly invaders. This was still that conservative and xenophobic village, but it was still a legend. Wang Chong had to admit that his thinking had been too simple. The Wushang cavalry, hailed as the future #1 force in the world, were not so easy to subdue. I still have to do it myself. Wang Chong mentally sighed and turned his head to face Li Sai. In his last life, he had been the one who had personally subdued the Wushang cavalry. In this life, he would probably have to do it himself. It seemed like even a future invincible great general like Li Sai would not be able to replace him. You are the young marquis that this warrior speaks of. Before Wang Chong could speak, an elderly and deep voice rang out in his ear. Wang Chong opened his eyes and saw that across from Li Sai were a group of stern-faced, plain-robed elders. These elders were all 40 or 50 years old, and some of them had gray hair at their temples. They were at least 70 or 80 years old. But even so, these elders showed no signs of age. Wang Chong sensed a frightening aura from them, one that no ordinary elder could possess. Huang Boshan's ability to control rocks and transform into a 30-meter-tall stone general was already quite formidable in Wang Chong's view. But compared to these elders, he was clearly not just one level lower. Some of these elders exuded an aura that even made Wang Chong feel pressured. What a powerful cultivation! The Imperial Martial Realm, they're all at the Imperial Martial Realm at the very least. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Above the true martial realm was the profound martial realm, and above the profound martial realm was the imperial martial realm. Wang Chong himself was an imperial martial expert, but these elders standing across from Li Sai were all experts at the imperial martial realm or above. Some of these elders exuded an aura that even shocked Wang Chong. This was no longer the strength of the imperial martial realm, but the Saint Martial Realm at the very least. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Not even Wang Chong would have dared to believe that an obscure valley in the northwest of the Tang dynasty was actually hiding such a strength. 2 Saint Martial Realm, 7 Imperial Martial Realm. This is the strength of Wushang Village before the calamity. It truly is powerful. And I'm afraid that this is only the tip of the iceberg for Wushang Village. Wang Chong's eyes were bright as these thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, even he couldn't help but sigh. Wang Chong had never had the chance to witness the strength of Wushang Village before the calamity. As the commander of the world's #1 Wushang cavalry, this was truly a pity. But the more this was so, the more Wang Chong had a thought in his mind. No matter what, he had to protect Wushang Village and prevent the tragedy of the other worldly invaders from repeating itself. This powerful strength should be used in a better place. They should have a larger stage, not die here alone and helpless. Buzz! Just as this thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, a familiar voice resounded in his mind. Abrupt mission, marshals summon. Every marshal needs soldiers, just like how soldiers need leaders. This is the marshal summon. Within 3 days, completely recruit the unruly Wushang people and recruit the first batch of Wushang cavalry. Host will receive a reward of 600 points of destiny energy. If the mission fails, Host will receive the ill will of the Wushang people and will lose the only chance to recruit the Wushang people. At the same time, the battle between Host and the Wushang people will incur the enmity of the Wushang people. Host will forever lose the chance to obtain the loyalty of the Wushang people. Upon hearing the familiar voice of the Stone of Destiny in his mind, Wang Chong's expression instantly changed. Wang Chong hadn't expected to hear the Stone of Destiny's voice at a time like this. Moreover, from the information revealed by the Stone of Destiny, his mission to recruit the Wushang people had suddenly become a one-off mission, and it was only for 3 days. It must have been because we sent Li Sai and clashed with them, causing the Wushang chief and elders to feel hostility toward us. That's why this happened. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. The Stone of Destiny would never issue a mission for no reason. Moreover, after experiencing the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had gradually come to realize that rather than saying that the Stone of Destiny was issuing missions, it was more like the Stone of Destiny was using this method to give him a kind reminder. There was no question that the Wushang people's recruitment mission had encountered a problem. This is troublesome. Wang Chong's heart sank, but he did not reveal any of it on his face. However, the more difficult the mission, the more determined Wang Chong became. No matter what, he had to subdue the Wushang people. Correct, this one is. Wang Chong raised his head, his expression calm and devoid of fear. Buzz! The mood on the plaza instantly changed at Wang Chong's words. The Wushang village elders glanced at each other, frowning as they realized that this was a thorny problem. Wushang village was remote and surrounded by mountains. Not even bandits and brigands were willing to enter this place, let alone other people. But no matter how ignorant and inexperienced the people of Wushang were, even they knew that the land belonged to the king. As long as they lived in the Central Plains, they would be bound by the imperial authority of the secular world. To put it simply, the people of Wushang had to obey the orders of the imperial court. They had already noticed the words young marquis when they had obtained the token, but they had never imagined that this noble and lofty marquis of the secular world would personally appear before them. No matter how fierce the Wushang people were, they knew that this youth of 16 or 17 could not be touched. Chapter 703. Marquis, to think that you would grace us with your presence. Forgive us for not coming out to greet you. This one is Wu Jiumei, an elder of Wushang village. There must have been a small misunderstanding in this matter. Our villagers and Marquis's subordinates had a small conflict. We tried to dissuade them time and time again, but Marquis's subordinates refused to listen and insisted on barging into the village. We had no choice but to take action. But even so, we've already shown mercy. Marquis's subordinates are temporarily imprisoned in the village, and we haven't done anything to them. In a moment, I will have them hand over Marquis's subordinates. The speaker was an elder in his 70s or 80s. His temples were grizzled and his hair was silver, but his spirit was hale and hearty. His expression was solemn, and his words exuded a dignified aura. It was clear that he had an extraordinary status in the village. Before Wang Chong could speak, Li Sai behind him gave a long sigh of relief. This was the first time he had heard of the whereabouts of his missing subordinates. Marquis, these people are very powerful. If I hadn't taken out my woozy steel sword, I would have been captured by them. Marquis, you must not be careless. Li Sai suddenly took a few steps forward and whispered into Wang Chong's ear. I know. Have a good rest first. Wang Chong didn't even turn his head as he spoke in a light and breezy voice. Old sir, this one bears no ill will. The imperial court is in trouble in the desolate border, and the smoke of war is rising in all directions. It is time to mobilize the army. As the saying goes, everyone has a responsibility for the rise and fall of the world. The people of Wushang are brave and skilled in battle, and this one just happens to be building a city in Wushang. So I sent my subordinates to Wushang to recruit brave soldiers. If we can defend the desolate border and protect the people of the Central Plains, we will contribute to the country and the people. I believe that this will be a glorious matter for the people of Wushang. Wang Chong went straight to the point and stated his intentions. If he wanted to subdue Wushang's people, using trickery or schemes would only backfire on him. He might as well state his intentions directly. In fact, now that things had developed to this point, Wushang's people probably already knew why he was here. If he were to be secretive at this time, he would be looked down upon. Sure enough, upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Wu Jumei and the other elders of Wushang village appeared to be completely unsurprised, clearly having anticipated his intentions. It is our Wushang village's honor to receive Marquis's favor. It's just that our Wushang village has always been isolated from the rest of the world and is used to peace. I'm afraid it's not suitable for war. Wu Jiumei immediately rejected Wang Chong's request. Moreover, our Wushang village is just a bunch of mountain villagers with limited abilities. How can we help Marquis conquer the world? I'm afraid that we will not be able to live up to Marquis's expectations. Marquis should look for someone else. The world is vast, and there are bound to be people more suited to Marquis's vision than our Wushang village. That's right, Marquis should look for someone else. The other elders also chimed in. Wushang village had lived in seclusion in the mountains for nearly 1,000 years, living a peaceful and aloof life. This had already become a tradition that no one could break, so how could it be easily changed just because of a few words from Wang Chong? Elder is too modest. If even the Wushang village's abilities are limited, then I'm afraid that no one else in the world is capable. My subordinates are all seasoned warriors, elites who can fight against 100 on the battlefield. But when they arrived at Wushang village, they were immediately captured by the warriors of the village. The Wushang village is definitely the most valiant warriors in the world. If we can obtain the help of the Wushang village, the Tang dynasty will definitely be able to pacify the borders and bring peace to the people. We will also be able to protect more people from the chaos of war. Moreover, the imperial court has always treated warriors who can fight for the country generously. I can also promise you that as long as Wushang village responds to my recruitment, I will bestow upon Wushang village a large amount of gold, silver, and resources. Wang Chong sincerely said. With the Wang clan's current influence and power, as long as Wang Chong was willing, he could bestow upon Wushang village unimaginable wealth, status, and reputation. On the other side, Wu Jiumei and the other village elders all had wonderful expressions on their faces. If Wang Chong's words had been a little more forceful, they would have immediately refused. But Wang Chong's words were extremely tactful, and his words were filled with praise and reverence for the Wushang village. This left everyone speechless. And most frightening of all was that Wang Chong's subordinates had truly been wounded by the villagers. Wu Jumei had never imagined that these soldiers lying on the ground were elites who could fight against 100 soldiers. This, Wu Jumei and the other elders glanced at each other, their expressions hesitant, momentarily at a loss for words. The young Marquis's eloquence is worthy of this old man's admiration, but I advise Marquis to stop wasting his breath and scheming. Just when all the elders were stumped by Wang Chong, a voice came from a stone house deep within Wushang village. This is... Wang Chong's eyes widened, as if this familiar voice had evoked something in his mind. It was this voice that had let him in during his battle with Huang Batian outside the village. But now that he was in the village, Wang Chong could no longer hear this voice. Chief! As Wang Chong was thinking, he suddenly heard Wu Jumei's respectful voice. The Wushang village elders turned their heads and bowed in the same direction, expressions of subservience and respect on their faces. Wang Chong turned his head in that direction and saw a hunchbacked, white-haired elder dressed in linen, leaning on a wisteria cane as he slowly walked out of a stone house several dozen zhang away. Wang Chong hadn't paid much attention at first, but after a single glance, Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes. The white-haired elder's footsteps were extremely slow, but each step seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 jun, giving off an intense impression. His footsteps did not seem to be on the ground, but on space itself, treading into the hearts of everyone present. He gave off an unfathomable and unrivaled aura, and at such a close distance, even if Wang Chong focused his eyes, he still wouldn't be able to make out the elder's face. The white-haired elder seemed neither too close nor too far, not too blurry, but also impossible to see too clearly. And what made Wang Chong most apprehensive was that he couldn't sense this elder's aura. It was like this elder was just a shadow that didn't exist at all. This made Wang Chong's heart shiver. If he were just an ordinary person, it would be fine, but Wang Chong had long since broken into the imperial martial realm and cultivated the great Yinyang heaven creation art. There was almost no martial artist on the same level as him who was a match for him. Even an expert like Huang Batian, who had cultivated the stone general to a superb level, had been powerless against Wang Chong, completely toyed with in the palm of his hand. But now, in front of this ordinary white-haired elder, Wang Chong couldn't even sense his aura. This was simply inconceivable. Saint Martial Realm. Wang Chong's pupils constricted as a thought flashed through his mind. He wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. Wang Chong had felt it before, from Zhangqiu Jinqiang, Huishu Wizang, Duan Gechuan, and the other great generals, and as the former Grand Marshal of the world, a supreme Saint Martial expert, Wang Chong couldn't be more familiar with the aura of someone on the same level as him. How could this be? At this moment, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. He had never imagined that this tiny Wushang village would be hiding an expert of the great general level. Any country or faction that possessed an expert of the great general level would assuredly have a massive rise in influence and status, instantly becoming an influential figure among the other countries. For such an expert to be hidden in Wushang village was a massive blow to Wang Chong. Wang Chong suddenly understood why the otherworldly invaders had been so heavily wounded when they had charged into Wushang village. An expert of the great general level, leading several Saint Martial experts, many Imperial Martial experts, and 50 to 60,000 true martial and profound martial realm villagers. Wushang village had the strength of a regular army, and it was on the level of a small protectorate. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen the true resources of Wushang village. However, Wang Chong still sensed a hint of disharmony. Although the white-haired elder had done his best to hide it, Wang Chong had still sensed an abnormal ripple of chaos from his body. It seems that not even he was able to escape that fate. Wang Chong thought of something and immediately understood. "Elder, my apologies for my lack of manners." Wang Chong clasped his hands and respectfully bowed to the Wushang village chief. Elders were respected, and this person was as old as Wang Chong's grandfather. The white-haired elder's eyes flashed at Wang Chong's respectful attitude, but his stern face did not soften in the slightest. For young master to be made a marquis at such a young age is truly a dragon among men, leaving a deep impression on others. However, a country has its laws and a clan has its rules, and Wushang village also has its own rules. All the villagers of Wushang village are not to lightly leave the village and involve themselves in the struggles of the outside world. This is a rule set down by our ancestors. Marquis, there's no need to waste your efforts. Please return, the white-haired elder sternly said as he walked toward the group. His steps seemed slow, but they were actually fast. When he first spoke, he was still several dozen zhang away, but by the time he finished speaking, he was only 10 zhang from Wang Chong's group. Elder, Marquis, please return. The white-haired elder's expression was inflexible and inflexible. With these words, he loosened his hand and gestured toward the exit of the village, clearly intending to send the guest away, not giving Wang Chong a chance to speak. Buzz. Chapter 704. In the end, Wang Chong was a marquis of the imperial court and a disciple of the Son of Heaven bestowed upon him by the Holy Emperor. Wushang resided in Wang Chong's territory and was under Wang Chong's jurisdiction, so it was reasonable for Wang Chong to respond to the recruitment. But no one had expected Wushang village to be so unreasonable. Without any room for negotiation, they had directly rejected the proposal. And when they thought about how their soldiers had been injured, their complexions turned even more unsightly. It had to be known that someone of Wang Chong's status was completely capable of mobilizing an army to besiege Wushang village. Impudent! Gao Feng was the first to stand up and defend Wang Chong. With Wang Chong's current status, even the patriarchs of those powerful clans that had been operating in the capital for more than 100 years had to treat him with the utmost courtesy. These people from Wushang village were going too far. Gao Feng! Wang Chong extended a palm and stopped Gao Feng. He had come to recruit the people of Wushang village, not to start a feud. And there was one thing that the Wushang village chief was probably not lying about. Wushang village truly did have its own traditions that forbade anyone from leaving the village to involve the outside world. Otherwise, Wushang village wouldn't have remained hidden for nearly 1,000 years, waiting until now. Wang Chong had heard of this rule from Fengshan, so he was well aware of it. However, rules were dead while people were alive. If the rules were truly unchangeable, he would never be able to recruit 5,000 Wushang soldiers and become the highest commander of the famous Wushang cavalry. No matter what the Wushang village chief said, Wang Chong still believed that he had a way to change their traditions and accept the recruitment. Grandfather, why are you here? In the blink of an eye, just when the atmosphere was at its deadliest, a familiar, childish voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Wang Chong turned his head around and saw a petite girl at the edge of the square. Her footsteps were light and agile like a raccoon. She was carrying a large metal box that was even taller than her and was skipping toward the square. Big brother, you're here too? The little girl bounced around and finally noticed Wang Chong, who was opposite the white-haired old man. Her face was filled with surprise. Buzz! With the appearance of the little girl, with just a few words, the originally stiff atmosphere immediately relaxed and became much more relaxed. This child, the white-haired old man laughed wanly. His originally stern, inflexible, and aloof expression instantly melted like ice, and he could no longer maintain it. Xiao Yan! As the white-haired old man spoke, he waved his hand towards the distance. Looking at the time, it should be about time. Wang Chong glanced at the little girl who appeared at the edge of the square and smiled, as if he had already expected this scene. Grandfather, I forgot to tell you. This is a friend I met outside. They gave me a big box of Wujian grass. Haha. Then I can stay in the village for a few days and play with my luo-luo. The little girl bounced around like a raccoon and slipped to the white-haired old man's feet in a flash. She hugged his thigh and rubbed it against his leg, like a kitten, making the white-haired old man not know whether to laugh or cry. By the way, big brother, this box of yours is not bad. I gave the Wujian grass to the elder and kept this box. It's perfect for my luo-luo to make a nest. The little girl turned her head to look at Wang Chong said, Hee, as long as you like it. Wang Chong smiled. Xiao Yen, you've been busy all day. Are you tired? Grand Aunt prepared some snacks. They're on the table. Take them. Little fellow, don't always care about the fox. Remember to practice your martial arts. The group of chief of Wushang looked at the little girl and greeted her one after another. Their eyes were full of love and pampering. Their demeanor and tone were completely different from before when they were in front of Wang Chong and the others. Got it, got it. The little girl pouted and waved her hand impatiently. Her eyes turned and soon fell on Wang Chong on the other side. By the way, big brother, have you found your friends? I found them. Wang Chong nodded with a smile and glanced at Li Sai and the others behind him. So it's them. The little girl frowned slightly, but soon became happy. It's good that you found them. Grandfather, they're all my friends. You can't bully them. Big brother, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to look for my luo-luo. The little girl carried her big iron box on her back. Without saying anything, she ran across the square like a wisp of smoke, heading to the other end of the square in high spirits. Looking at the little girl's back and the huge iron box, the white-haired old man and the group of elders smiled helplessly. However, after the little girl's antics, they couldn't keep a cold face anymore. Marquis, Xiao Yan has never been very willing to get close to outsiders. Since she's willing to speak up for you, at least your character is not bad and you're not evil people. It's just that Wushang village has its own rules, which were set by the ancestors. Even if I'm the chief, I can't disobey them. I hope that Marquis can understand this. It's not that Wushang village is unwilling to help. So Marquis, please go back, the white-haired old man said. This time, his tone was much gentler. However, the meaning he expressed was not the slightest bit different from the first time. Li Sai, Gaofeng, and Nieyan looked at Wang Chong. Wushang village would definitely not respond to the recruitment. Everything now depended on how Wang Chong would deal with it. Haha, old mister. Since that's the case, I can't force you. However, it's already late and Wushang village is surrounded by mountains. There are towering mountains and steep cliffs everywhere. One misstep and you'll fall into a bottomless abyss. Can you let me stay here for a while and leave tomorrow? Wang Chong looked up at the gradually darkening sky and said, This, the white-haired old man frowned slightly. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the little girl, he hesitated. All right, but you have to leave tomorrow morning. Ninth elder, take them to the village to rest and settle down. When they leave at dawn tomorrow, release their subordinates as well. Yes, chief. Wu Jumei solemnly nodded and then turned to Wang Chong. Everyone, please follow me, but only for one night. After one night, you must all leave no matter what. Wang Chong nodded, but his feet did not move. Old mister, I know that you have already made up your mind and will not easily change it. I also know that no matter what I say, you will not easily believe me. However, I still have a word of advice. I hope that old mister will listen to it. Oh. The white-haired Wushang chief frowned, a look of confusion on his face. Even Wu Jimei stopped. He didn't understand what this young marquis of the Tang dynasty was trying to do. This was especially true now that the chief had clearly refused him. Don't eat rock salt. After saying this, Wang Chong led Li Sai, Gaofeng, Nieyan, and the others into the distance. The white-haired and bearded chief of Wushang village was left behind. His body trembled slightly as he looked at Wang Chong's back with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The sky gradually darkened and stars filled the sky. In a few stone houses at the edge of Wushang village, Wang Chong, Li Sai, Gaofeng, Nieyan, and a group of guards from various aristocratic families gathered together. Marquis, what should we do? We have to leave at daybreak. Are we really going to give up, just like that? In the stone house, Gao Feng suddenly broke the silence. Although the people of Wushang village are very unruly and difficult to subdue, they're not easy to deal with. But if we can really recruit them, it will indeed be a very powerful force. Nian also said from the side, a thoughtful look on his face. Although the people of Wushang village were very xenophobic and completely indifferent to the summons of the imperial court, even a fierce general like Li Sai had almost died in Wushang village. Frankly speaking, this was also a testament to the strength of Wushang village. Such a hidden village that was not coveted by any faction was simply a paradise for recruiting elite soldiers. It would be a pity to let it go like this. After staying in Wushang village for a while, Nian's mind was filled with scenes of the people of Wushang village wielding giant boulders weighing several thousand jin, or even several thousand jin. Such a spectacular scene, besides a place like Wushang village, would be difficult to see anywhere else. I'm sorry, Marquis. I messed up this mission. I failed Marquis's trust. Li Sai lowered his head, his face full of shame. This 2-meter-tall, 8-foot-tall man rarely yielded to others, but at this moment he lowered his arrogant head in front of Wang Chong and a group of elite guards. The recruitment of soldiers is a very small matter. When Li Sai left the capital, he was also full of ambition, and promised Wang Chong that he would definitely complete the mission. A man's promise was worth 1,000 gold, but at this moment he had undoubtedly messed up. Ever since he received Wang Chong's summon, left biting, and followed Wang Chong all the way to war. Whether it was to suppress the Black Dragon Gang, set foot on the Uzun Plateau, spread the plague, or set fire to the granary, cutting off the retreat of Mengshi Zhao, no matter how difficult the mission, Li Sai did his best to complete it. But this time in this unknown Wushang village, Li Sai stumbled for the first time. Not only did he not complete the mission, but even half of the soldiers under him were captured. Even though he took out the indestructible Wuzi steel weapon, in the end, he was still no match for the people of Wushang. Haha, Sai, don't blame yourself. I know you have done your best. The group sat on the ground, and Wang Chong patted Li Sai's broad, tall, and imposing back, comforting him, his expression completely unconcerned. Chapter 705. Buzz. The moment Wang Chong spoke, everyone trembled and raised their heads to look at Wang Chong. Even Li Sai turned to Wang Chong, a look of disbelief on his face. Anyone from the capital knew that the Lord Zhang Chou Wang Chong spoke of was the newly promoted Minister of War, Zhang Chou Jinqiang. He also had another title, the Protector General of the Annan Protectorate, or perhaps the Tiger of the Empire, which was better known to others. This name not only represented Zhang Chou Jinqiang's illustrious reputation and prestige, but also his strength as a top-class imperial great general that countless people in the world could only look up to. All imperial great generals were supreme experts at the peak of the Saint Martial realm. Although Li Sai was confident, he also knew that there was still a significant gap between him and the Minister of War, the Tiger of the Empire. But Wang Chong had actually said that even if Zhang Chou Jinqiang were to personally come here, he would still be met with a crushing defeat. Haha, we should all have a feeling. That's right. That Wushang village chief is a Saint Martial expert on the same level as Zhang Chou Jinqiang, given his strength and the many elders and villagers of Wushang. Even if Zhang Chou Jinqiang personally came here, he would still be met with a crushing defeat. Much less us, Wang Chong indifferently said as he sat on the ground, feeling the chill of the stone building beneath him. Bang! Wang Chong's nonchalant words were like a stone stirring 1,000 ripples, but they immediately set off a storm in the ears of the crowd. Gao Feng, Nian, and the rest of the guards widened their eyes in shock. Although Li Sai's reaction was not as obvious as the others, he was still as shocked as ever. A Saint Martial expert. How could this be? That white-bearded old man? He can't even walk. Everyone's mind was in a mess, but no one doubted Wang Chong's words. In this matter, Wang Chong's judgment would never be wrong. Frankly speaking, the people of Wushang were stubborn. Not only did they not respond to the imperial court summons, they even took the initiative to attack the imperial court soldiers. In the beginning, everyone was indeed very angry, and they even thought of leading an army to attack Wushang village. But at this time, when they heard that Wushang village actually had a Saint Martial realm expert guarding it, how could they dare to have the slightest bit of such thoughts? Marquis, where did these Wushang people come from? How can an ordinary village be so powerful? Gao Feng's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but ask. This question, I also want to know the answer. Wang Chong looked at the starry sky outside the window, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. There were many secrets regarding Wushang village. It was one thing for the Wushang to be able to traverse the mountains as if they were flying. After all, this place truly was surrounded by precipitous cliffs, and it wasn't strange for them to develop skills after living here for so long. But outside the village, the formations and psychic energy attacks unleashed by those Wushang elders called Elder Du and Elder Fong were not something that could be explained away by mountains and precipitous valleys. And before Wang Chong stepped into Wushang village, he did not expect that the chief of Wushang village was actually a Saint Martial expert. There were many secrets that Wang Chong did not know in his previous life. There was no doubt that in his previous life, he would not have had the opportunity to explore these secrets. But now that everything had been redone, all the elders and core members of the chief of Wushang village were still alive, and even Fang Xian had not grown into the naughty and barbaric girl from his previous life. He could finally explore Wushang village. But before that, the most important thing was to change the opinion of the chief of Wushang village and recruit the first batch of soldiers from Wushang village. Leave this matter to me. You all go and have a good rest, Wang Chong said, then quickly turned around and fell into deep thought. Rome was not built in a single day, and the traditions of Wushang village could not be changed overnight, especially before the calamity had even occurred. But no matter how difficult it was, Wang Chong would find a way to change it. As the former commander of the Wushang people, at this time he needed the help of the world-famous Wushang Iron Cavalry. If there are no accidents, that thing should happen very soon. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. He slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. High up in the sky, a crescent moon hung alone. This kind of night was all too common in Wushang village. But if one looked carefully, one would find that the crescent moon in the sky was changing little by little. The crescent moon was becoming thinner and fainter at a speed visible to the naked eye. And as the crescent moon changed, the stars in the sky and the whole of Wushang village also quickly became dim. Everything seemed to be covered by layers of black gauze. This was a lunar eclipse. Wang Chong clearly remembered that before the catastrophe, an incident had occurred in Wushang village. Many of the elders and villagers of Wushang village had suddenly died one night. On that night, at least 2,000 or 3,000 Wushang villagers had died. Even Fang Xiaoyan's grandfather, the white-haired elder that Wang Chong had seen during the day, had been heavily injured in that incident. Half his body had been paralyzed, and his strength had plummeted. The great-uncle Jiu that Fang Xiaoyan spoke of, Wu Jiumei, had also died in that incident. If it weren't for this, Wushang village wouldn't have suffered so many losses and suffered so many casualties. It would have been fine if Wang Chong had not seen him during the day, but now that he knew that this white-haired elder was a peak Saint Martial expert on the same level as imperial great generals like Zhang Chou, Jianqiong Geshuhan, and Fomen Linta, Wang Chong could not allow this incident to occur. Every peak Saint Martial expert was a precious treasure to the Tang dynasty. Nothing could be allowed to happen to them. If he allowed a peak Saint Martial expert like Wushang village chief to die before his eyes, it would be a deep regret for Wang Chong. There wasn't much information left behind about that incident. All Wang Chong knew was that it had happened during a lunar eclipse when the world was at its most impure and cloudy. This was also why Wang Chong had gone to the Bureau of Rights and the Bureau of Agriculture to calculate this before leaving the capital. In the 10 years before and after the calamity, the Tang dynasty experienced a total of 3 lunar eclipses. One was 5 years ago, one was 3 months after the calamity, and the last one is now. If there are no accidents, this is the most likely time for that incident. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. While Wang Chong was thinking, a scream came from outside the room, shattering the peace of Wushang village. Elder Du, someone hurry. The quiet Wushang village suddenly fell into chaos. Before he could finish speaking, another scream came from another part of Wushang village. Wang Chong paled, and like an arrow released from a bow, he bolted out of the room without a second thought. Li Sai, Gao Feng, Nian, and everyone else, come with me. Bring the things I asked you to prepare. Wang Chong's voice was still echoing through the room, but he had already disappeared. The night in Wushang village was extremely quiet. This place was isolated from the rest of the world and surrounded by mountains. Everyone maintained the habit of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Thus, when Wang Chong and the others entered the stone houses to rest, they could hear nothing from outside. But right now, Wushang village was in complete turmoil. Wang Chong stood on the plaza of Wushang village. The pitch-black Wushang village was now beginning to be illuminated. At the start, Wang Chong had only heard 1 or 2 screams, but now he could hear them everywhere. The wailing of women and the crying of children, as well as the voices of those people who had been woken up by the screams and rushed out of their houses to investigate and help, were all coming from every direction. It's really happening. The wind howled. Wang Chong raised his head to look at the sky. The moon had completely disappeared, and the land was covered in darkness. In that instant, Wang Chong's hair danced wildly, and his heart was in a mess. Even though he had long heard of the huge incident that had happened in Wushang village, he only knew how serious it was after experiencing it himself. It was no longer a problem of 1 or 2 people, nor was it a problem of 100 or 200 people. It was a matter of 2,000 or 3,000 people dying at the same time. As the former commander-in-chief of the Wushang tribe, it would have been fine if he hadn't experienced it personally. But now that he was in Wushang village, he couldn't just sit back and watch this happen. After all, although the Wushang tribe was a little arrogant, in this catastrophe they were the most courageous, loyal, and respectable troops in the entire world. The 5,000 Wushang iron cavalry had fought to the last man, and none of them had retreated. Until the very last moment, they had fought to the death against the foreign invaders, defending this land and this divine continent. They were the best warriors, the most loyal troops. This was also the reason why Wang Chong had to subdue them no matter what. Although the Wushang tribe were unruly, xenophobic, difficult to tame, and had deep-rooted traditions, once they were subdued, they were the most reliable warriors. A wild horse is hard to tame. This was a principle that every cavalry soldier understood. Great Uncle Jiao! Suddenly a heart-wrenching cry reached his ears. Wang Chong's expression changed, and he flew out without thinking, flying in the direction of the sound. The wind howled on both sides, and in the dark night, countless stone houses flew in 2 directions. In that instant, many thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind in all of Wushang village. There was only one person who was called Great Uncle Jiu, and that was the Wu Jumei he had seen during the day. In Wushang village, Wu Jumei was the elder with the highest seniority, apart from the chief. Although he was old-fashioned, this Great Uncle Jiu doted on Feng Xiaoyan very much. Thus, apart from her grandfather, Feng Xiaoyan's Great Uncle Jiu's death had been the saddest and most regretful. And for a very long time after that, she still couldn't get over it. On the day of Great Uncle Jiu's death, Feng Xiaoyan would be especially depressed and sad, and her mood would be gloomy the entire day. Chapter 706. Wang Chong's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he approached the place where the scream was coming from. From afar, Wang Chong saw a stone house. It was brightly lit, and there were many people from Wushang village surrounding it. Their faces were filled with anxiety. Who is it? It's the outsiders. What do you want to do? Leave now. Stop. Stop. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When the villagers of Wushang saw Wang Chong from afar, they were already on their guard. Some of Wushang's men immediately stepped forward and shouted, hoping that Wang Chong would stop and keep his distance. It's too late. Wang Chong was secretly anxious. The people of Wushang village still maintained a high degree of vigilance and rejection of him. This was also the reason why Wang Chong did not mention this tragedy during the day, because no one would believe it. On the contrary, if things went wrong, the people of Wushang might even think that he was cursing them and might even chase him out on the spot. However, this matter was different. Perhaps even Wushang himself did not know how many people they would lose tonight. Wushang was too strong. Even people like Gao Feng and Nian, who had fought with him on the battlefield, were shocked by their strength. However, Wang Chong knew very well that Wushang's strength came with a price. On the surface, they were also suffering from flaws and pain that ordinary people didn't know about. This kind of flaw would be fine under normal circumstances, but it would manifest itself during the night of a lunar eclipse. This was also the Achilles heel of the Wushang people. Out of the way, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Before he could say anything, he flicked his wrist, and a massive wave of stellar energy erupted from Wang Chong's body, forming a vortex dozens of meters wide. Boom! Before the villagers of Wushang could even get close, when they were still several feet away, they were all sent flying by an invisible force. Impudent! A stern shout came from the door of the stone house. In the depths of the darkness, the old chief of Wushang, whom Wang Chong had met during the day, suddenly dashed out with an ashen face. Along with him, there were also 5 small swords floating in the air. Buzz! The 5 small swords were only the size of a thumb. They floated in the air, looking as light as a feather. However, the feeling they gave off was exactly the opposite. Each of the swords was extremely powerful, and the aura they emitted was as heavy as a mountain. It made people feel as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. Metal ability. Wang Chong's expression also changed slightly. Wushang village was surrounded by mountains, and it was very easy to cultivate earth-type abilities, especially rock-type abilities. Huang Boshin's Stone General was one such example. But this old chief of Wushang was actually able to use metal-type abilities, and he seemed even stronger than Huang Boshin's Stone General. In a place like Wushang village that was covered in rocks, it was truly inconceivable. It's the 5 elements Sword Mountain. Wang Chong suddenly thought of something. It was true that the majority of the people of Wushang village had martial arts and abilities related to rock-type and earth-type abilities, but nothing was absolute. Wang Chong knew that there was an elder of Wushang village who cultivated metal-type abilities. His martial art was called the 5 Elements Sword Mountain, and it was extremely powerful. He was the only metal-type martial artist in Wushang village. The 5 Elements Sword Mountain was powerful, and its greatest characteristic was its 5 small swords. Each of these 5 small swords weighed over 1,000 catties, their weight boundlessly heavy. Unlike other sword daos, it did not rely on the sharpness of the sword itself, but on the weight of the sword. Any opponent who dared to underestimate it would be torn to shreds. Alas, this metal-type elder had been short-lived. Like the others, he had died in the Great Calamity. Wang Chong hadn't expected that he would run into this elder. My apologies, I've offended you. Knowing the other party's identity, not only did Wang Chong not retreat, he even accelerated toward the metal element elder, seeking death. In the shadows, the metal-type elder's eyes chilled. Elder Wu Jimei was injured, so this was a critical moment. No matter how high Wang Chong's status was, he was still an outsider. If he dared to force his way in, he could not be blamed. Boom! There was a sharp sound in the void, and the 5 small swords suddenly trembled. The small swords that were only a few inches long were like giant whales in the sea. In an instant, they stirred up waves of air in the void, dragging out 5 huge vortexes. In that instant, the 5 small swords suddenly sped up, charging toward Wang Chong like 5 mountains. If Wang Chong were to be struck, he would probably be reduced to a bloody pulp in an instant. Wang Chong gave a slight snort at this sight, but he showed no fear. The 5 affinities sword mountain was indeed powerful. A small sword was equivalent to a mountain. However, no matter how powerful the 5 affinity sword mountain was, it could not compare to the great yin-yang heaven creation art, ranked first among the 10 great mystical arts of the Central Plains. Rumble. Wang Chong's robes flapped in the wind as he stepped forward. Instead of retreating, he shot forward like a cannonball. As he charged forward, Wang Chong pushed the great yin-yang heaven creation art to its limit. Bzzz. In the blink of an eye, an enormous attractive force exploded from Wang Chong's body. The air in a radius of 10 zhang began to twist and distort under the influence of this force field. Inside the stone house, the metal element elder only saw a flash before his eyes. In an instant, everything became distorted. Looking out from the house, everything became blurry. Not only that, even the 5 elemental small swords that he shot out were guided by an enormous and inconceivable force at this moment, causing them to change directions. Not good. The metal department elder paled. He knew that he had underestimated this young marquis of the Tang dynasty. Gathering his stellar energy, his dantian rumbled as he tried to change his attack and stop Wang Chong, but it was too late. Wang, a slender, white hand suddenly pressed against the dantian of the metal element elder's abdomen like a ghost. In a flash, the stellar energy in the metal element elder's body surged into Wang Chong's body like water breaking through a dam. But the domineering nature of the great yin-yang heaven creation art was not as simple as absorbing energy. The moment their bodies came into contact, the stellar energy in the metal element elder's body began to surge, and he instantly lost control of his stellar energy. And if a top-notch expert could not control the stellar energy in his body, it would mean that he would instantly fall from a top-notch expert to an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken. He would not be able to launch any effective counterattack. This was precisely the tyranny and terror of the great yin-yang heaven creation art. Once one got close, only death awaited them, or they would be sucked dry. Senior, I'm sorry. Wang Chong took control of the metal department elder's stellar energy, and with a fling of his hands he tossed the metal department elder out of the stone house and over his head. With a thump, the metal department elder landed on the ground, simultaneously sealing off his meridians and stellar energy. If the great yin-yang heaven creation art did not want to kill, this was the most direct move. The demonic emperor old man had used this method to subdue countless top-class experts of the older generation in the martial arts world, humiliating them in this manner. Wang Chong had long ago practiced this move to perfection under the orders of the evil emperor. After capturing the metal department elder of Wushang village with a single move, Wang Chong flung up his robes and charged through the doorway, bursting into the stone house. Inside the simple and crude stone house, a turpentine oil lamp was lit, illuminating a circle of dim light. In the innermost corner of the room was a stone bed. On the stone bed, the chief of Wushang that Wang Chong had seen during the day, old Wu Jimei, was lying on the bed. His eyes were rolled back, and he was foaming at the mouth. His emaciated body was stiff, and his entire body was suffused with an abnormal black iron color. Beneath his skin, veins swelled and bulged, wriggling like earthworms. "What are you doing?" "Marquis, haven't we come to an agreement? Stay here until daybreak and leave. The matters of the village have nothing to do with you. Let's go. Let's go. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being impolite." When the Wushang village enforcers and elders saw Wang Chong, their strength no less than Huang Boshan's, they immediately became wary and solemn. Although Wang Chong and the others had been allowed to stay in the village, the wariness that the people of Wushang felt towards outsiders was not so easily dispelled, especially at a time like this. "Marquis, please conduct yourself with dignity. With these last words, the massive Wushang enforcers immediately tensed up like taut bowstrings as they prepared to attack. If Wang Chong made the slightest movement or dared to take another step forward, they would join hands and attack without hesitation. Whether we leave or not is a matter for tomorrow. But isn't Elder Wu the most important and urgent matter at hand? I don't think he can hold on for much longer. Wang Chong looked behind the enforcers as he spoke. The enforcers grimaced at Wang Chong's words and turned their heads. On the bed, Elder Wu Jiumei's stiff body was suddenly convulsing and trembling. Not only that, but blood was flowing from the corners of his eyes and his mouth. This was a sign that his internal organs had been injured. How could this be? The enforcers paled in fright. No matter how slow they were to react, they could still tell that Wu Jiumei was in a very bad state. Blood was flowing from his eyes, his head, and black blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, his internal organs. These problems weren't a big deal for a young man, but Wu Jiumei was already very old. If they didn't think of something, they would be in deep trouble. Wu Jin grass. Quick, use Wu Jin grass. We've already given it to Elder Wu, but it's useless. Elder Wu has been ill for a long time, and he's taken too much Wu Jin grass. These things are no longer effective on him. Then what can we do? Hurry, and think of something. Hurry, and call the chief. Only the chief has a solution. I've already called him, but Bo Tian and the others still haven't returned. In an instant, the room was in chaos. At this time, no one cared about Wang Chong behind them. Wang, in the blink of an eye, just when the stone house was in chaos and everyone was at a loss for what to do, a black shadow suddenly rushed to the stone bed, stretched out the index and middle fingers of his right hand, pried open the mouth of the black shadow, and pushed a pill into it. Bastard! Stop! What are you doing? Chapter 707. Don't panic. Elder Wu and I don't know each other, so why would I harm him? Furthermore, given Elder Wu's current condition, why would I harm him? Wang Chong clasped his hands behind his back, a smile on his lips as he swiftly retreated. There's no need for you to interfere in the affairs of our Wushang village. Speak. Just what kind of medicine did you give the elder? Before the other elders could speak, one of the protectors of Wushang village couldn't help but bellow angrily. His hands were clenched into fists, trembling slightly. It was clear that he was on the verge of losing control. Although the village had warned them time and time again that the other party was a marquis of the imperial court and they couldn't act recklessly. But this time and time again it was really too much. If anything happens to the elder, don't blame us for being impolite. Another protector said angrily, Don't worry, nothing will happen to him. Wang Chong said indifferently, his expression carefree. Even when facing the enraged chief of Wushang, he was still calm and composed. However, his slightly trembling fingers, which had his back facing the crowd, revealed the true fluctuations in his heart. Something was wrong. Wang Chong clearly remembered that Wu Jiumei had only been injured in this incident. But now, Wu Jiumei's breathing was weak, and blood was flowing from the corners of his eyes and mouth. Moreover, it was black blood. This was a very bad sign. No matter what, this was not as simple as a serious injury. In the worst-case scenario, he might die. I hope that pill will work as usual. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he felt a little worried. He could sense that the events in Wushang village seemed to be a little different from his previous life. Wu Jiumei had only been seriously injured at first, but if things went wrong, he might even die in this incident. Things had already changed, and there were many things that he couldn't be sure of anymore. Just as he was feeling a little uneasy, an old and drawn-out voice suddenly rang out in the stone house. Hearing this voice, everyone's body trembled violently. One by one, they looked toward the stone bed. On the stone bed, Elder Wu Jiumei's eyes had turned white and black blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and eyes, accompanied by white froth. Suddenly, the whites of his eyes slid down, revealing his slightly murky but pitch-black pupils. As he let out a long sigh, his original black, iron-like skin faded away like a receding tide. First the face, then the neck and arms, then the entire torso and feet. A crimson color gradually emerged from Wu Jumei's body. Not only that, Wu Jumei's eyes swiveled, quickly noticing the Wushang village protectors and elders not far from the bed. Chongli, Yunwen. Wu Jumei called out the names of several elders. Although his voice was faint, it was extremely clear. Elder. In the room, a few villagers who were serving at the side, serving water and towels, were overjoyed. They were the first to pounce on the stone bed. That's great. The elder is awake. The elder had woken up. A few moments later, Wu Jumei rubbed his head and slowly sat up on the bed before everyone's shocked gazes. Shock. Incomparable shock. As they looked at Wu Jumei, who acted as if nothing had happened, they turned to Wang Chong at the door, the shock in their eyes indescribable. In particular, the protectors, who were filled with hostility toward Wang Chong, had complicated expressions on their faces. Impossible. There can't be any medicine that can be so powerful. The elder Wu Jumei, called Yunwen, suddenly strode over and grabbed Wu Jumei's arm, which was hanging by the side of the stone bed. Wu Jumei's pulse was very stable and was gradually recovering, beating faster and faster, becoming more and more stable. Not only had it completely recovered, but it was also much calmer than Wu Jumei's pulse had ever been. The elder Wu Jumei, called Yunwen, abruptly turned his head to look at Wang Chong at the door, shock, astonishment, and an indescribable excitement in his eyes. Wang Chong only smiled and said nothing. Brother Joe, how do you feel? How do your shoulders, neck, right leg, back, and organs feel? Does it hurt? Elder Yunwen quickly turned around and tightly grasped Wu Jumei's hand as he asked anxiously. Very good, it doesn't hurt. What's wrong? Wu Jumei slowly moved his body as he asked in confusion. At first, he didn't understand why Yunwen was asking this, but when he subconsciously said these words, he immediately sensed something and froze, his face full of astonishment. In an instant, the room fell into a deathly silence. Countless pairs of eyes looked in the same direction, and they were all extremely excited. Impossible. Although the people of Wushang village are powerful, every one of us will feel a dull pain from the age of 3. At the end of every month, or when the stars dim and the yin energy in the world is at its densest, the pain will flare up and our bodies will twitch. Many people don't even live past 50 before they die. The village once invited an arcane master who said it was a problem with the feng shui of the village. Elder Wu is already 70 or 80 years old. His condition is more serious than anyone else in the village. How could he suddenly recover? Someone in the stone house muttered to himself, voicing the thoughts of everyone present. Those who arrived at Wushang village for the first time would only marvel at the great strength the Wushang people had trained in the mountains and precipitous ridges. But few knew the price of this strength. Every person in Wushang had to endure a kind of internal pain from the moment they were born. As they grew older, the pain would only grow more and more severe. Generation after generation, batch after batch, no one had ever been spared. The reason why Elder Wu's pain flared up so fiercely, even causing black blood to flow from the corner of his mouth, was related to his age and this kind of injury. In that instant, just now, many people had thought he was going to die. But no one had imagined that he would actually recover in such a short time. Not only did he recover, even his messy pulse had calmed down. Elder Wu's injuries couldn't have healed for no reason at all. It could only be because of the pill Wang Chong had fed him. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, as well as deep excitement and desire. In that instant, all kinds of emotions flashed across the faces of everyone in the room. If Wang Chong's pill could be effective on someone of Elder Wu's age, then didn't that mean that the pill would be effective on everyone? At this moment, even the enmity in the hearts of Wushang village towards Wang Chong melted like ice. They looked towards Wang Chong as if he was their savior. Marquis, if you don't mind, can you tell me what pill you fed Elder Wu? He Yunwen asked, forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart. Wang Chong only smiled and didn't say much. He loosened his fingers and handed over the other pill. Wang Chong's painstaking efforts hadn't been in vain. He could clearly feel that the attitude of the Wushang villagers towards him had undergone an earth-shattering change, and all of this was because of the pill he had brought. Slap! Before He Yunwen could take the pill, a hand suddenly reached out and slapped the pill in Wang Chong's palm onto the ground. Elder, are you crazy? He's an outsider. How could he be so kind? How could he know how to cure the hidden illness of our Wushang villagers? This is a problem that the Wushang villagers haven't been able to solve for hundreds of years. How could an outsider solve it? This must be a coincidence. It must be because Elder had swallowed a large amount of Wujian grass. The medicinal properties of the Wujian grass had accumulated over the years and erupted at this time, curing Elder Wu's illness. A burly man in his 30s from Wushang village with a bright red scar on his left cheek suddenly shouted. His eyes were filled with malice as he stared at Wang Chong. It seemed that his hostility towards Wang Chong was deeper than anyone else's. It's him. Wang Chong didn't pay much attention at first, but when he saw the bright red scar on his left cheek, his heart stirred, and he suddenly remembered. Previously, when he was fighting with Qin Chiching, there was a Wushang villager who was more ferocious and radical than anyone else. Even Qin Chiching had a hard time controlling him. When Wang Chong had sent him flying, one of the rocks had slashed across his cheek, leaving a bloody scar. However, that person's gaze towards him had become even more ferocious, so Wang Chong had a deep impression of him and remembered it clearly. It seems that he's harboring a grudge because of that matter. Wang Chong understood. I've said what I needed to say and done what I needed to do. Since you don't believe me, then so be it. I just don't know if everyone will be like Elder Wu tonight, able to rely on the Wujian grass that has accumulated in their bodies over the years to recover without any treatment. As Wang Chong spoke, he turned and listened for a moment, then turned and left. Outside the stone house, screams rose and fell, growing more and more frequent. This night of the lunar eclipse was destined to be a sleepless night for Wushang village. Wait! Just as Wang Chong was about to leave, Elder Wu Jimei heard the screams ringing in his ears and grimaced. He hurriedly extended a hand and called out to Wang Chong to stop. But at this moment, another unexpected thing happened. Thump! Not far from the stone bed, the middle-aged man from Wushang village, who had been loudly berating Wang Chong and had a bright red scar on his left cheek, suddenly fell to the ground without any warning. His teeth were tightly clenched, his face deathly pale, and he lay motionless on the ground. Wanshur, what's wrong? This time, everyone was shocked, and they all rushed forward, squatting down and gathering around him. Not good. His hidden illness is acting up. His condition is very serious. His entire body is convulsing. Get a towel and separate his teeth. Don't let him bite his tongue. Elder, his pulse is growing weaker and weaker, and his body temperature is rapidly dropping. If this continues, I'm afraid. Things had happened too quickly, and everyone was in a state of panic. Wanshur had fallen too quickly, too abruptly, and his illness was acting up too quickly. In just a few moments, his body had rapidly turned cold, and that black iron blue color was rapidly spreading over his entire body. This was not a situation that was unfamiliar to everyone. This was the sign of a chronic illness of all the Wushang villagers, and it was the most serious condition. Every Wushang villager would show these signs before they died. Chapter 709. Get out of the way, let me do it! At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Elder Wu! Everyone was astonished to see Wu Jimei slowly standing up from the stone bed, a determined look on his face. Elder, don't move. Your injuries haven't healed yet. You should lie down and have a good rest. Yeah, If anything goes wrong, we won't be able to bear it. A group of people went up to dissuade him. Bastard, you guys still have the mood to discuss this at a time like this? Wu Jiumei's expression was solemn. He pushed aside the crowd and walked down from the stone bed in a shaky but abnormally determined manner. He pushed aside the crowd and walked over. Wu Jiumei picked up the pill from the ground, pried open Huansher's teeth and stuffed the pill in. Water. Soon, a villager from Wushang village handed him a glass of water. Wu Jiumei gulped down the water and the pill. After a while, accompanied by a cough, Huansher suddenly let out a long sigh, his face quickly becoming rosy. Elder. Huansher opened his eyes and looked at Wu Jiumei in confusion. Pa! A heavy slap landed on Huansher's face. Huansher was stunned by the slap. Everyone else was stunned as well. No one had expected that Wu Jiumei would slap Huansher in the face as soon as he woke up. Elder. Huansher's face was full of astonishment and he was completely dumbfounded. However, Wu Jiumei ignored him with a dark expression. Instead, he turned to Wang Chong. Marquis, I'm sorry. I apologize to Marquis on behalf of the villagers, and I hope Marquis won't take offense. Wu Jiumei respectfully bowed as he spoke. Although he was old and his hidden illness was acting up, making him dizzy, he wasn't so old that he couldn't hear clearly. Although he couldn't speak, he could clearly hear what had happened in the outside world. Moreover, as an elder of Wushang village and a top martial arts expert, how could he not know anything about the outside world? However, Wu Jiumei hadn't expected that the people who had barged in to save him would be a group of outsiders who had been completely rejected during the day. Haha, it's just a small matter. Elder, you don't have to be so polite. Wang Chong waved his hand, knowing that his efforts had finally paid off. The situation was urgent. Wang Chong wanted to help, but Wushang was too conservative and xenophobic. Even Wang Chong couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, there were still some sensible people in Wushang village. Although there were some twists and turns, his plan still worked in the end. Marquis's Great Grace, Wu Jiumei thanks Marquis on behalf of the village. As Wu Jiumei spoke, he straightened his back and bowed respectfully with a solemn expression. Elder, you're too kind. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Although there had been some unpleasantness during the day, Elder Wu was still a reasonable person. Although he was a bit conservative, he wasn't pedantic. But Wu Jiumei has a presumptuous request. That kind of pill, how many more does Marquis have? Can you give us some? This is extremely important to Wushang village. So I ask that Marquis help us no matter what. Wu Jiumei did his utmost to maintain his composure, but his trembling eyes betrayed his emotions. The screams outside the stone house rose and fell, and it was different from the previous times. Wu Jiumei had never encountered such a serious situation in his life. Moreover, as someone who had just experienced the attack, Wu Jiumei was well aware that it wouldn't be as simple as pain and severe injuries. But despite his anxiety, Wu Jiumei couldn't help but restrain himself. During the day, he had been too harsh to these outsiders, too blunt in his rejection, and even injured many of them. Even Wu Jiumei couldn't bring himself to ask for help at a time like this. In any case, just based on Wushang village's attitude toward them, these outsiders had no reason to help Wushang village. Even if Wang Chong refused, Wu Jiumei wouldn't find it strange. But Wang Chong's reply was beyond Wu Jiumei's expectations. Of course. A voice sounded in his ear. Wang Chong stood in the room, a bright smile on his face as he gave a straightforward reply. All of Wushang village immediately buzzed with activity. All the women and children, as long as they could still stand, joined the ranks of those who helped out. Wang Chong had originally estimated that 2,000 to 3,000 Wushang villagers would be injured or killed by the lunar eclipse tonight. But after experiencing it for himself, he feared that he had far underestimated the effects of this event. A butterfly flapping its wings tens of thousands of li away could trigger a hurricane on the other side of the ocean. And Wang Chong was that butterfly. The disaster that had befallen Wushang village this time seemed to be far more severe than he had imagined. Judging from the screams, the death toll could reach 7,000 to 8,000, perhaps even more. This kind of loss was something that Wushang village absolutely could not accept. When they emerged from the stone houses, everyone was pale and filled with fear. Gao Feng, Nian, did you bring the things? Marquis, I brought them all. Li Sai, I'll leave this matter to you. Bring Gao Feng, Nian, and the pills. Follow Elder Hyunwin and dissolve the pills in water. Then feed them to the villagers. Yes, Marquis. Elder Wu, leave the affairs of the village to them for now. I'll have to trouble you to take me to the chief's place. We have more urgent matters to attend to. On the plaza of Wushang village, Wang Chong was issuing a string of orders. In this moment of panic and chaos, Wang Chong's experience on the battlefield, the calm and reason that allowed him to command an army, was put to use. On the plaza, the villagers of Wushang village subconsciously accepted Wang Chong's orders and began to organize themselves. On the other side, Wang Chong followed Elder Wu to the residence of the chief of Wushang Elder. He had already obtained the trust of an important elder like Wu Jimei, and Li Sai had gone to help with the solar eclipse in Wushang village, so it seemed like everything would settle down soon. But Wang Chong was most worried about the village chief of Wushang village, Fang Xiaoyan's grandfather. Wang Chong had never imagined that Fang Xiaoyan's grandfather was an imperial great general expert on the same level as Zhangqiu Jinqiu. Every single martial artist of this level was a strategic asset. For an expert of this level, even the slightest injury or drop in strength would have a significant effect, let alone a serious injury. This was because in a competition between experts, the slightest drop in strength would immediately cause an expert of the great general level to fall below that level, and they would no longer be considered an expert of that level. If everything had proceeded according to the original trajectory, Fang Xiaoyan's grandfather would have been heavily injured in the solar eclipse, his strength greatly reduced. To watch as an imperial great general of immense power was about to disappear and fall before Wang Chong's eyes was simply unacceptable. This was a complete waste of a heavenly treasure. Moreover, his fief city of steel was about to be constructed. If he had an expert of the imperial great general level presiding over the city, it would be of great assistance to his management of his fief. Who goes there? Halt! All outsiders are forbidden to approach. Wang Chong followed Wu Jimei to the residence of the Wushang village chief. Even from a distance, before he had even gotten close, Wang Chong could already sense an extremely solemn and tense atmosphere. Chief Wushang's residence was surrounded by group after group of experts, far more than Wu Jimei's residence. At a distance of 50 samzhang, before Wang Chong could even get close, someone had already stepped forward to stop him. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb at the sight. At this time, Wang Chong couldn't help but rejoice that he had brought his generals with him. Stop! It's us! Wu Jimei hurried forward without stopping. It's Granduncle Jiu. Get out of the way. Upon seeing that it was Elder Wu Jimei, the crowd hurriedly scattered. Marquis, please follow me. With a solemn expression, Wu Jimei leaped over the threshold and entered the room. Wang Chong followed, closely behind him. But this time, with Wu Jimei leading the way, no one stepped forward to stop Wang Chong. The stone house was bustling with activity, and a sorrowful atmosphere permeated the air. As soon as Wang Chong entered, he heard the sobbing of a little girl. The little girl, Fang Xiaoyan, was squatting on the ground, her eyes red and brimming with tears. She was looking in a certain direction and sobbing. Wang Chong's heart stirred as he followed her gaze. He saw a white-haired elder lying motionlessly on the bed. It was the Wushang village chief that Wang Chong had met during the day. At this time, his entire body was black, cold, and stiff. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Get out of the way, let me. Without another word, Wang Chong parted the crowd and immediately strode toward the Wushang village chief on the stone bed. Bastard! What do you think you're doing? Get out of the way. The elders are in the midst of treatment. Do you think this is your territory? Get out of the way. Everyone in the room had angry looks on their faces. What are you all standing there for? Get out of the way. I called him over to help. Suddenly, a harsh shout resounded in everyone's ears. There was no need for Wang Chong to speak. Just as the crowd was at its most enraged, Wu Jumei immediately began to curse, his expression extremely stern. Many people were dumbfounded by this sudden outburst. No one had expected Great Uncle Wu Jumei to speak up for an outsider. Great Uncle Wu Jumei, what are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear? Get out of the way, let him pass. Wu Jumei said with a dark expression. Everyone was dumbfounded and confused, but they still subconsciously stepped aside. In Wushang village, besides the chief, Great Uncle Wu Jumei had the highest status. Now that the chief was unconscious, no one dared to disobey Great Uncle Wu Jumei. With Wu Jumei as his imperial sword, the resistance that Wang Chong faced was greatly reduced. Parting the crowd and squeezing to the stone bed, Wang Chong pushed open the Wushang village chief's teeth with his right hand and swiftly stuffed a dark brown pill into his mouth. Then he brought over a cup of water and helped the village chief drink the pill. Like snow melting, the dark brown pill was swallowed. At first, the crowd was still angry but didn't dare to speak, only glaring hatefully at Wang Chong's back. But as the pill melted and seeped into the village chief's stomach, the crowd soon saw rings of dark luster rapidly melt from the Wushang village chief's lips, like snow under the sun. Immediately afterward, the Wushang village chief's thin cheeks flushed red. The Wushang village chief's chest shook. With a long breath, the Wushang village chief opened his eyes. Chapter 710. The people who had just berated Wang Chong wore expressions of incredulity. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that Wang Chong possessed this kind of ability. One had to realize that they had already tried everything, including Wujian grass. Village chief, village chief, village chief. After being stunned at the very beginning, everyone quickly recovered from their shock, and all of them were pleasantly surprised. They swarmed over and surrounded the patriarch's stone bed with extremely excited expressions. Wushang village was conservative and xenophobic, but it also maintained its simple sentiments. The most revered person in Wushang village was the chief, and many of the villagers had grown up under his watch. To the villagers of Wushang village, he was their spiritual leader. When the patriarch fell, everyone was helpless. They were all out of their wits and panicked. Many of them had even thought that the chief was about to leave. Now that the chief had finally recovered and awakened, the excitement in everyone's hearts was palpable. While everyone crowded around the chief, only Wu Jumei stood at the back and sighed. He looked at Wang Chong's back with a complicated expression, one that was both grateful and a little ashamed. Given how the villagers of Wushang village had treated him during the day, any other ordinary person would have already left him to his fate. But the other party had disregarded their former enmity and helped Wushang village. This made Wu Jumei feel both grateful and ashamed. Marquis, thank you. Wu Jumei stepped forward and thanked him sincerely. Before today, no one had expected that this year's lunar eclipse would occur, a rare occurrence that only occurred once in several years. This was when the aura of darkness and darkness was at its strongest. To the villagers of Wushang village, this was a time of life and death. If this young man hadn't appeared in time with the pills, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Wang Chong only smiled and said nothing. Grandpa. In the room, the little girl's face was also full of tears as she excitedly rushed over to the old man. Wang Chong stood at the back and silently watched this scene. A knowing smile appeared on his face. No matter what, he finally helped the future Feng Xian do something and made up for a regret in her heart. Everything was over. He was not needed anymore. Without alerting anyone, Wang Chong quickly left the room. Has everything been taken care of? It was pitch black outside the room. A huge figure stood in the darkness, towering like a mountain. I've already sent Gao Feng and Nie Yin to handle it. The 100 pills that we brought have all been dissolved into water and fed to the villagers of Wushang. Their condition has stabilized now. Li Sai's vigorous and powerful voice came from the darkness. It had a special quality to it that made people feel sincere and powerful. Yes. Wang Chong said no more. He listened carefully for a while. In the dark night, the originally chaotic Wushang village gradually calmed down. The rising and falling howls and cries of pain disappeared together. The village slowly regained its peace. Wang Chong nodded slightly. Obviously, the pills that he brought had taken effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so quiet. Tell the others to finish what they're doing and come back immediately. Stay at the place that the people of Wushang have arranged for us to stay. Yes, Marquis. Li Sai's voice came from the darkness. Turning around, Wang Chong quickly walked back to the stone house. But after taking 2 steps, a voice came from his mind, frowny face, congratulations, host. You have completed the Marshal's summon mission. All rewards will be issued after dawn. The Stone of Destiny's voice was calm and emotionless. But in Wang Chong's ears, it was like the sound of heaven. Success! Wang Chong stopped and clenched his fist. The heavens do not disappoint those who wait. The xenophobic, conservative, and strict adherence to tradition of the Wushang people made it impossible for them to submit to any faction before the great calamity. These people did not even care about his status as the young Marquis, the son of Heaven's disciple, or his official status in the imperial court. One could easily imagine their wills. However, the night of the lunar eclipse in Wushang village had provided him with an excellent opportunity. The night of the lunar eclipse was the most influential event in the history of Wushang village. If he had not appeared, the Wushang village would have suffered at least 2,000 or 3,000 casualties, perhaps even more. Before the great calamity, this was his only chance to win the favor of the xenophobic Wushang people. There was no doubt that his plan had worked. He had successfully reversed this tragedy and won the favor of Wushang village. The Stone of Destiny's voice was the best affirmation of his actions. But what surprised Wang Chong was that in the past, the Stone of Destiny would only give him a notification after the mission had been completed. This was the case for both the regional commander's incident and the Empire's elegy in the southwest. But this time was clearly different. The matter was still not over. He had just fed the Wushang people the pills and water when the Stone of Destiny had given him a notification. This was something that had never happened before. Is it because Wushang village is only a small village, not part of the main course of history, so it doesn't have much influence at the moment? Or is it because I first saved Wu Jimei and the Wushang chief? Or did I take the high-level route? Wang Chong's eyes turned, his mind in turmoil. After some thought, he realized that it probably had to do with the fact that Wushang village was an obscure mountain village. Although I don't know how you calculated it. If that's what you think, you're gravely mistaken. As Wang Chong thought of this, his lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Wushang village was truly very small. 50 to 60,000 people was an insignificant number in the entire world. Moreover, they were so conservative, xenophobic, and rigidly adhering to tradition. In terms of influence, they truly did have very little influence at the moment, but as long as he was given a chance, his influence in the future would be immeasurable. 5,000 Wushang cavalry had already followed him to conquer the world, sweeping through all obstacles and making illustrious contributions. The great calamity had yet to occur, and the Wushang people had yet to suffer heavy losses. 50 to 60,000 Wushang people. This flood of strength was unimaginable. The reward will be distributed at daybreak. Interesting. As he recalled the Stone of Destiny's final words, a hint of interest flashed through Wang Chong's eyes, but Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. Gao Feng, Nian, and the others finished their work and returned to the stone house. The night was peaceful until daybreak. The moon had set and the stars had sunk. A bright red sun rose from the horizon, radiating rays of light. Rays of red light dyed the mountains, and the surrounding mountains of Wushang village were covered in a red glow. Unknowingly, it was already daybreak, and it was finally time to leave. "Marquis, what do we do?" At the entrance, Li Sai sat cross-legged, his back straight like a tiger or a dragon. In his hand was a giant woozy steel sword that was as tall as a human. He seemed to have not slept for the entire night, and when he opened his eyes they were bloodshot. He looked like he had a lot on his mind, as if he was suffering. Are we really going to leave empty-handed like this? Li Sai's face was full of struggle. The task that Wang Chong had given him had been rejected by the village chief of Wushang village, and had been a complete failure. In Li Sai's life, this was something that had never happened before. Seeing that it was time to leave, Li Sai's heart was filled with unwillingness. Let's go. Why not? Gao Feng and Nian are awake, right? It's about time we should prepare to leave. Unexpectedly, after waking up, Wang Chong's face was calm, and there was no sign of frustration from the failure of the recruitment task. At that moment, everyone was stunned. No one had expected that Wang Chong would make a decision so easily and without the slightest burden. But since Wang Chong had spoken, no one dared to disobey. Everyone could only stand up, pack their things, and prepare to leave. In the morning, Wushang village was quiet and peaceful, and there was no sign of the hustle and bustle from last night. Wang Chong bowed slightly and walked out of the stone house. Outside, rays of light shone on the barren mountains and also on the rows of stone houses and the wide stone plaza of Wushang village. Everything was bathed in the morning sun, and it was a picturesque scene. How beautiful! I hope that I will always be as peaceful as this. Wang Chong said to himself. It was precisely because he had seen the crumbling of the mountains and rivers that he felt the preciousness of the present. No matter what, Wang Chong hoped that this paradise-like village and the central plains beneath his feet could forever maintain this picturesque beauty. "Marquis!" A voice came from behind him, pulling Wang Chong back from his thoughts. In just a few moments, all the guards, Gao Feng, Nian, Li Sai, his soldiers, and even the captives walked out of the stone house. Last night, after everything had been arranged, Wu Jimei had released these captive generals. "Let's go!" Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong waved his robe and strode like the wind, leading Li Sai, Gao Feng, Nian, and the others toward the mountains to the west. He had come from the west, where Zhang Shouji and the others had been waiting for him. Now that the matter was over, it was naturally time to return there. "Wait a moment, Marquis, please wait a moment." In the blink of an eye, just as Wang Chong was about to lead his people away from Wushang village, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the plaza. Accompanying the voice was a series of footsteps that were getting closer and closer. Wang Chong turned his head and saw a group of Wushang villagers hurrying toward him from the other end of the plaza, illuminated by the morning sun. The man in the lead was the chief of Wushang village, and accompanying him were Wu Jumei, Huang Batian, and the other elders and protectors of Wushang village, as well as the other backbone of the village. Chapter 711. This is, what are the people of Wushang trying to do? Everyone was shocked. This was no small matter, and it made them feel a little uneasy. Could it be that they wanted to stop them and prevent them from leaving? Only Wang Chong smiled without saying a word. As expected, they still came. Wang Chong's expression was indifferent, as if he had already predicted this scene. "Greetings, Chief." Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Without waiting for the chief of Wushang to come over, he led the crowd, turned around, and took the initiative to greet them. "Marquis, I'm sorry I've come late. Last night, Marquis, let bygones be bygones and lent a helping hand. Jean Gwen and the villagers will remember your kindness and will never forget it. The white-haired old man said with a straight face, "Chief, you're too kind. It was nothing." Wang Chong waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "The medicine was originally prepared for them. Big brother, thank you for saving my grandpa." A soft voice came from the side. The little girl, Fang Xiaoyan, also raised her head and said sincerely. Seeing the sincere look on this lass's face and thinking about her barbaric, willful, and unreasonable appearance in 25 years, Wang Chong almost laughed out loud. "You're welcome, it's just a small matter." Wang Chong patted her head and said, with the little girl's intervention, the atmosphere between the two sides suddenly eased a lot. "Lord Marquis, there are no words to express my gratitude for this great favor. Yesterday we were rude. No matter what, I request that Lord Marquis stay in our Wushang village for a few more days so that we can express our gratitude as a host." The white-haired old man said, "Many things can only be realized after a long time. Last night, despite Wang Chong's help, there were still 8 Wushang villagers who acted up prematurely, and before Wang Chong's antidote. They died on the night of the lunar eclipse. They died with the same symptoms as the others. Just thinking about the 4,000 to 5,000 clansmen who acted up on the night of the lunar eclipse, everyone felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If it weren't for Wang Chong, last night would have been unimaginable. It was not an exaggeration to say that Wang Chong was the great benefactor of Wushang village. No matter how he tried to repay this kindness, it was far from enough. Thinking of how the villagers treated Wang Chong and Li Sai during the day, even the head of Wushang village couldn't help but feel ashamed. "Haha, we appreciate Patriarch's kind intentions, but there's no need to linger. We still have some matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving first." Unexpectedly, Wang Chong waved his hand and refused. This answer obviously exceeded the expectations of the village chief and the group of elders of Wushang village. Everyone's expression froze, and they were instantly speechless. "Marquis, to tell you the truth, I actually have something to ask of you. The elixir that Marquis gave us last night is very important to us. I wonder if Marquis has any more? Also, Marquis mentioned rock salt yesterday. What does that mean?" The village chief of Wushang village looked embarrassed. Although he was a little embarrassed, he still said it. "To tell you the truth, I only have a total of 100 of those elixirs, and they've all been used last night. As for rock salt," Wang Chong smiled as he spoke. He looked at the group of elders of Wushang village opposite him, and there was a hidden meaning in his eyes. Wushang village is separated from the outside world, and there is no trade or communication. Although other things can be cultivated by ourselves, and food can also be replaced by kudzu vines, 3 meals a day can't be separated from salt. I wonder how Wushang village solved this problem? The village chief of Wushang village hesitated, unable to speak. This young marquis of the Tang dynasty was far more perceptive than he had imagined. The lofty mountains and precipitous ridges were filled with rocks, making them unsuitable for growing food. Thus, the people of Wushang village ate things like kudzu vines and Solomon's seal. This gave them innate strength and made them physically stronger than ordinary people. But there was one thing that they could not solve with ordinary methods: the salt that Wang Chong spoke of. Thus, the salt that the people of Wushang village ate was different from that of ordinary people. It was not sea salt, but rock salt. Simply put, it was salt from the cliffs of the land. The rock salt in that area had been discovered by the ancestors of the people of Wushang village. Generation after generation, the people of Wushang village had eaten the salt there. "Haha, is Chief not willing to speak because he is afraid that the imperial court will find out and confiscate it?" Wang Chong grinned, immediately seeing through the village chief's misgivings. Throughout the dynasties, salt and iron had always been controlled by the imperial court. Iron did not refer to ordinary iron, but to coins. No dynasty would allow the common people to casually mint coins. That would lead to monetary chaos. As for salt, just as Wang Chong had said, No one could live without it for 3 meals a day. The imperial court had only done this at the beginning to prevent people from profiting from this and causing the price of salt to soar. If the common people could not afford salt, they would riot. Such a thing had happened before. Of course, it was only later that they realized that there was a huge profit to be made from selling salt. Although Wang Chong did not know when the people of Wushang village had fled into this valley, even 1,000 some years ago in the Eastern Han Dynasty, salt and iron had been nationalized and controlled by the imperial court. No matter how little the people of Wushang village interacted with the outside world, they should have understood this point. Obviously, they were also afraid that the rock salt mine they controlled would be discovered and controlled by the imperial court. Hee, fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune lies within fortune. I wonder if Patriarch has heard of this saying? Generation after generation of Wushang villagers, starting from the age of 3, began to suffer from unbearable pain. And the older they get, the more frequent the attacks and the more severe the pain. I wonder if the elder has ever thought about why all of this is happening. A cool breeze blew, and Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the morning sun. Looking at the Wushang village chief and the elders, Wang Chong had a meaningful smile on his face. Others might not know the secret of Wushang village, but as the commander of the Wushang Iron Cavalry, Wang Chong knew it clearly. The people of Wushang village would suffer from severe pain for their entire lives. Their skin would turn black and blue. Their entire body would convulse, and the pain would be unbearable. And every time the yin energy was at its strongest, especially on the night of the lunar eclipse, it would act up. This had not changed even after Wang Chong had recruited them. Later on, Wang Chong had recruited all the most outstanding pharmacists and martial experts in the world, including famous doctors from Uzin, Mengshi Zhao, the Turks, Goguryeo, and other foreign countries. After 8 years of repeated experiments, he finally developed a pill to solve the pain that accompanied the people of Wushang village for their entire lives. It was the kind of pill that Wang Chong had fed them. This was also the true reason why Wang Chong was so confident that he would be able to subdue them when he came to Wushang village this time. However, the only problem was that this pill was very difficult to refine. In his haste, Wang Chong had only managed to refine around 100 of them, and they had all been used during the crisis on the night of the lunar eclipse. The chief of Wushang village felt his heart skip a beat, and a strange feeling surfaced in his heart once more. The youth before him was at most 16 or 17 years old, which meant that he was in the generation of his grandson. But for some reason, he couldn't see through this youth at all. For the first time, the chief of Wushang village felt an unfathomable aura from a youth. And what he couldn't understand the most was, how did he know about rock salt? This youth seemed to be shrouded in layers upon layers of fog, making it impossible to see through him. Marquis means. The chief of Wushang village frowned, and a pensive look appeared on his face. Hee, chief, some salt can be eaten and some can't. Not all the salt in the world can be eaten casually. At the very least, it can't be like Wushang village. Wang Chong said plainly. Rock salt was actually poisonous. It contained many ingredients, and most of them were poisonous substances that had to be specially processed and filtered. It wasn't just rock salt, there was also sea salt, all of which had to be specially processed. And if one consumed industrial salt, it could even lead to death. For Wang Chong, who had memories from another world, this was all common sense. But for the people of Wushang village, they clearly didn't know this. The people of Wushang village ate that poisonous rock salt from a young age, and the poisonous substances accumulated over time, constantly entering their bodies. So when they were 3 years old, the toxicity began to show. The most obvious sign was that a 3-year-old child would start to twitch and feel pain. Later on, the toxicity would continue to worsen, seeping into the flesh, hair, skin, bones, and even bone marrow. So, although there were many experts in Wushang village, there weren't many who could live past the age of 50, and there were even fewer who could live to 70 or 80 years old. In the entire Wushang village, with a population of 50 to 60,000, there were only about 20 to 30 elderly people. And if they were unlucky enough to encounter a lunar eclipse like last night, Wushang Village would suffer heavy casualties. This was the Achilles heel of Wushang Village, as well as the price behind Wushang Village's great power. Marquis means that all of this is caused by our consumption of rock salt? Wushang Village's village head said, "Haha, don't eat the rock salt in the village anymore. This is my advice to the village head and the elders, for the sake of Wushang Village, as well as for the sake of all the villagers. Of course, whether you believe it or not is up to the village head and the elders to decide," Wang Chong said. His face was calm, and his expression was light and breezy. Sometimes going too far was as bad as not going far enough. If it was too obvious, the other party would feel disgusted. So, although Wang Chong really wanted to help Wushang Village and the villagers, this was the most he could do. Anything more would only be superfluous. As soon as Wang Chong's words fell, the village head and the elders of Wushang Village looked at each other. There were many theories as to why the villagers would get that disease, including curses, heredity, environmental factors, and so on. But no one expected Wang Chong to say that all of this was related to the most inconspicuous and common rock salt that they consumed daily. This was like saying that the reason a person bled was because they took in an extra breath of air. Chapter 712. Thank you, Marquis. Even though he was still doubtful, the Wushang Village chief still expressed his gratitude politely. Regardless of whether it was caused by the rock salt or not, there was still another matter that he was concerned about. Also, even though Marquis has already said that there's no such pill in the world, this old man would still like to ask if Marquis can tell us the formula for that pill so that we can concoct it ourselves. The greatest taboo for pill-forging apothecaries was for others to ask about their pill formulas. Even the prestigious clans wouldn't easily reveal their precious pill formulas. The Wushang Village chief was just probing Wang Chong with this question, so he didn't expect that Wang Chong would agree to it. But contrary to his expectations, Wang Chong agreed without any hesitation. Sure. Wang Chong chuckled, as if expecting the Wushang Village chief to ask such a question. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong quickly reported the contents of the pill formula. It's not difficult to concoct this pill, but the ingredients are a little troublesome. It requires 30-year-old red sandfruit, 60-year-old Gogrian ginseng, 100-year-old violet coral from the bottom of the ocean, 300-year-old nanmukor, Arabian date palm, pomegranate from the western regions, and palm leaf powder from overseas. Wang Chong reported 70 to 80 different ingredients. The faces of the Wushang Village chief, Wu Jumei, and the other elders turned increasingly awful, and eventually their faces turned ashen. The group had also thought of obtaining Wang Chong's prescription as soon as possible so that they could concoct it themselves. But none of them could have imagined that the pill formula would be so complicated and troublesome. There were many things that they hadn't even heard of before, let alone seen. Furthermore, Wushang Village had been isolated from the outside world for many years, and the village didn't have much wealth. Even the simplest date palm and pomegranate were more than enough to drive them into despair. Needless to say, concoct a pill themselves. Wang Chong's eyes were like torches. He could clearly see the reactions of the elders. It was not out of his expectations at all. In fact, he wasn't deliberately making things difficult for Wang Chong by giving him a fake medicine formula. On the contrary, everything Wang Chong said was the truth. Every single medicinal ingredient in it was a real medicinal pill. Wushang's hidden illness had been around for a long time, and it was very difficult to cure. Ordinary prescriptions were useless. Wang Chong had used his status as the world's Grand Marshal to gather a large number of experts and famous doctors, spending 8 years to develop it. Because it took a long time and there were many participants, the final prescription required a lot of medicinal ingredients. On top of that, the people involved weren't just the Tang people of the Central Plains. Uzan people, Mengshizhao people, Gogurians, Turkic shamans, Abbasid Caliphate, and even Karak Spazinu were also involved in the project. As a result, The ingredients in the prescription came from all over the world. But even though it was complicated, there was one thing that was certain. This pill was indeed useful to the people of Wushang. Furthermore, as long as one consumed it for 3 months, the root of the illness would be completely eradicated. Wang Chong had used the immense influence of his clan and the resources of the other clans in the capital to forge 100 dark brown pills in a short period of time. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals. Given the Wang clan's strength, it was still difficult for them to forge the pill, let alone the isolated Wushang village. This old man would like to ask if this pill can cure the root of the illness. The Wushang village chief asked. Wang Chong nodded and gave an affirmative answer. In that instant, the Wushang village chief couldn't help but give a long sigh. After last night, he discovered that all the people who had swallowed the elixir had a much calmer pulse. Although the rules of the ancestors couldn't be disregarded, for the sake of all his clansmen, he could only make an exception. Marquis, this old man has a deal that I wonder if Marquis is willing to accept. Marquis said before that he wants to recruit soldiers from our Wushang village. If Marquis can help us gather those ingredients and forge that special pill, relieving the pain and illness that our Wushang village has been afflicted with for generations, this old man can make the decision and agree to Marquis's request to recruit soldiers from the village. However, the number of soldiers will be limited to the number that Marquis helped last night. It can't exceed 5,000, the Wushang village chief said. As soon as his voice fell, Li Sai, Gao Feng, Nian, and the other soldiers' eyes lit up, their faces filled with surprise. The stubbornness of the Wushang villagers was something that everyone had experienced before. No one had expected that just when everyone was at their lowest point, thinking that they had failed the mission and were about to leave Wushang village, there would be such a turn of events. This was something that no one had expected. Deal. Wang Chong smiled and agreed without hesitation. Although it was only 5,000 people, to Wang Chong this was a good start. As long as the Wushang villagers could break the tradition and come out, then they could recruit the second and third batch of 5,000 people. In the end, all the Wushang villagers would be under his command. In the future, the whole world would be shocked by these Wushang villagers. I've finally succeeded. My Wushang cavalry. At this moment, no one knew that the bitterness in Wang Chong's heart was over, and he deeply sighed. Before the great calamity, it had been very difficult to recruit Wushang villagers. Only those who had personally experienced it would understand. Getting the Wushang village chief to relent and release those 5,000 soldiers had been too difficult. At this moment, Wang Chong even felt a deep sense of accomplishment, even a deep illusion. Back then, he had only obtained the approval of Fang Xiaoyan, who had grown up, and a group of people who had participated in Wushang village. But now, it was more like everything was starting over. He, the future commander of the Wushang villagers, was going to obtain the approval of the Wushang village chief. The latter was the true spiritual and physical leader of the Wushang villagers. Congratulations, host. You have completed the Marshal's summon mission. You have been rewarded with 400 points of destiny energy. At almost the same time, Wang Chong's mind was shaken. The Stone of Destiny's voice suddenly rang out. The promised mission reward had finally been issued. Wang Chong's trip to Wushang village this time had been a great success. Oh, behind Wang Chong there was a wave of cheers. Everyone was incredibly excited. Although they had clashed a few times with the Wushang villagers, which had caused them some displeasure, even a man like Li Sai had to admit that the Wushang villagers were the best warriors. To Wang Chong, recruiting them would definitely be of great help. With this exchange of pills for conscription, and the night before, Wang Chong had helped the Wushang villagers avoid the deaths of 4,000 or 5,000 people. He was the true savior of the Wushang villagers. The entire Wushang village had a much more favorable impression of Wang Chong and the others. Coupled with the fact that they had previously injured Wang Chong's villagers, they felt ashamed. As a result, they were even more friendly to Wang Chong and the others. This was also something that Wang Chong and the others did not expect. Thinking about the Wushang villagers' reclusive, xenophobic, and conservative character, it was extremely difficult to win their favor before the great calamity. Although the Wushang villagers were quite conservative, and it was difficult for them to open their hearts and embrace outsiders. But once they opened their hearts, they would treat you as one of their own. They were quite warm and friendly. That night, Wushang village held a grand banquet to celebrate the victory. Come, drink, eat big chunks of meat, drink big bowls of wine. Come. Ha ha ha, delicious, really delicious. The Wushang village was filled with cheers and laughter. All the guards were mingling with the Wushang villagers. On the table, there were all kinds of chicken, duck, fish, deer, roe deer, seafood, and all kinds of delicacies. Ah, give me another bowl of rice. I've never eaten such delicious food. This is a duck? It's so soft. Our Wushang village should raise a whole flock of them. So this is a fish. It's so soft and smooth. It's really delicious. The Wushang villagers were all immersed in this feast. The Wushang villagers' diet was extremely simple and plain. These chicken, duck, fish, deer, roe deer, and seafood were naturally not from the Wushang villagers. This time, Wang Chong came to Wushang village prepared. For this trip to Wushang village, he did not only bring medicinal pills and Wujian grass to help the little girl. This time, when entering the mountains, everyone brought a few big boxes. The boxes were not filled with heavenly treasures, pearls, or gems, but the simplest ingredients, which were the chicken, duck, beef, pork, lamb, and roe deer. Not only that, Wang Chong even brought along a specially selected cook from the army cook's army. The poor Wushang villagers had always been trapped in the mountains. They usually ate kudzu vines and sealwort, so they had never eaten such delicious food before. This delicacy left the women and children of Wushang village drooling, their mouths dripping with oil. Even the adults, drinking the fine wine Wang Chong had brought from the outside world, felt so moved that they wanted to cry. Think about it, a group of people who had been eating plain food for decades, thinking that the best food in the world was sealwort or kudzu vines. Suddenly, they tasted delicious food that looked, smelled, and looked good. One could imagine how moved they were. Overnight, all the Wushang villagers' impression of Wang Chong and his group changed greatly. If the expedition was said to be based on the chief's opinion at the beginning, then now, everyone had a good impression of Wang Chong and his group from the bottom of their hearts. Come, cheers. We won't go home until we're drunk. Good brother, another bowl. Haha, one bowl is nothing. At least 3 bowls. If you follow our marquis, you will eat and drink well and conquer the world. That will be great. That's right. It's a waste to waste such good martial arts in this valley. You should follow us to conquer the world. That's what a man should do. Haha, this is called no discord, no concord. Actually, we want to. But the rules of the tribe are there, and no one can violate them. But now that the chief has agreed, everything is different. If you need me in the future, I will sign up. Haha, a real man, another cup. Chapter 713. Marquis is formidable. With this, our recruitment won't be a problem at all. On the plaza, the 2-meter-tall giant Li Sai was sitting next to Wang Chong. As he gazed at the roaring bonfires and the cheerful chatter, he suddenly whispered. At this moment, he was truly convinced of Wang Chong's abilities. He had personally experienced just how formidable the Wushang people were. Even if he personally took the field and took out his Wuzi steel sword, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the Wushang people. In truth, no matter how powerful one was, it would still be very difficult to subdue the Wushang people. The strength of these people could no longer be described as a village, a clan, or a tribe. But Li Sai had not expected that the problem that he had spent so much time and effort to accomplish would be easily solved by Wang Chong's arrival. He thought about how the Wushang village chief had personally refused Wang Chong. But now, not only had he agreed to Wang Chong's request for the recruitment, the two sides had even become friends, enjoying the bonfires, eating large pieces of meat and drinking large bowls of wine. It was truly inconceivable. The more he interacted with Wang Chong, the more Li Sai sensed that Wang Chong was inconceivable. There seemed to be no problem in this world that he could not resolve. This was true in the War of the Southwest, and this was also true in Wushang Village. His abilities seemed to have no limits. Li Sai truly couldn't think of any problem in this world that could truly stump him. Of course, what convinced Li Sai the most was that Wang Chong had actually had people bring these ingredients for this operation. Marquis's decision to have people bring these ingredients was truly a wise one. I feel that these chickens, ducks, fish, beef, and mutton are even more useful than last night's operation. Li Sai sincerely said. The breadth of Wang Chong's thoughts was always unimaginable to others. For example, the Uzin Plateau spreading plague, or the destruction of the Mengshi granary at the final moments of the War of the Southwest, or Wang Chong's conquest of the Wushang villagers while having his entourage bring so many chickens, ducks, fish, beef, and mutton. These seemingly useless or insignificant actions didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary at the time. But only after everything was over would one deeply understand just how deep and broad Wang Chong's thoughts were behind these seemingly ordinary actions, making them even more willing to prostrate themselves before him and follow him. Wang Chong just smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. Once I'm done here, I'll go to Steel City. I'll leave the matter of Wushang Village to you. In addition, I have arranged for a large amount of food to be sent to Wushang Village. 50 to 60,000 Wushang people. Relying on our food alone is far from enough. This general understands. I will definitely complete this task beautifully, Li Sai deferentially said. Then it's fine. Wang Chong smiled, patted Li Sai on the shoulder, and drained the bowl of bamboo Grove Hut. Then, under Li Sai's flabbergasted gaze, he put down the bowl and walked to the edge of the plaza, to a place where the light from the bonfires could not reach. Over there, a rock-like figure stood there, towering like a mountain range, silently guarding the darkness. Warrior, how should I address you? Wang Chong smiled. In the darkness, the stalwart figure glanced in surprise at Wang Chong, but he quickly looked away. After a long while, a muffled voice could be heard. Chui Piaoqi, a good name. Do you drink? My apologies. I can't drink because of my duty. Good. I truly can't drink because of my duty. But even if I can't drink now, it doesn't mean I can't drink at other times. This is a jar of wine I brought from outside. Take it. This, in the darkness, the sturdy figure finally raised his head, looking at the young man in front of him with some surprise. He seemed to be a little confused. There were so many people in Wushang Village. Why did he find him? And why did he give him a jar of wine? Take this jar of wine. I won't disturb you any more. Seeing that the man seemed to still have some resistance in his heart, Wang Chong finally said, All right. The man answered in a muffled voice, and finally took the jar of wine from Wang Chong's hand. At the moment he lowered his head, with the help of the light from the bonfires in the plaza. A few words were clearly written on the grayish-brown jar of wine. Overlord's Blaze! The man raised his head, and his eyes finally showed a hint of surprise. However, Wang Chong had already turned around with a carefree expression and walked away into the distance. At that moment, no one knew that a complicated look flashed across Wang Chong's eyes. Some people can start over, but some things can never go back. You and I used to be indifferent to life and death, and we fought side by side on this broken land, fighting from the north to the south, and defending the common people. We were as close as brothers. But now, you and I don't know each other. I recognize you, but you don't remember me anymore. That jar of wine used to be our favorite strong drink back in the day. Take it as a tribute to our friendship back then. Time has passed, and although everything can't go back in the end, our dreams are still the same, and that's enough. With this thought, Wang Chong quickly left Wushang Village. Starting from Wushang Village, going west for about 70 or 80 miles was Wang Chong's territory. At this very moment, there was a completely different scene that was bustling with activity. Crane, crane. Be careful. Pay attention to the structure of all the parts. Everything has to be the same size. Don't make a mistake. Raise it a little higher. Raise it a little higher. Make sure that the second layer of the steel walls are aligned, or else they'll leave gaps. The eastern wall has been set up, and all the joints have been fitted. All craftsmen, pay attention. Begin pouring molten iron to reinforce the walls. Pay attention to the stair towers. The steel walls are very heavy, so reinforce them all. Teams 2, 3, 4, and 5 prepare to rest. Teams 17, 18, 19, and 20 prepare to ascend the towers. Hurry, hurry up and take turns resting. At this moment, more than 50,000 muscular craftsmen had gathered in the City of Steel. They had come from various parts of the Tang dynasty, the great clans, and the common folk. All of them were working together, working on the walls like a swarm of ants. Wang Chang's fief was particularly large, and because it was located on the Silk Road to the northwest, it was rather desolate. Thus, after receiving instructions from the Bureau of Revenue, they made an exception and increased Wang Chang's fief by several times. In any case, it was a barren wasteland. If Wang Chong could really succeed, it would be of great benefit to the imperial court and the empire. This was because it could make the entire empire more prosperous. Moreover, Wang Chong was earning money from the Hu, and Wang Chong did not stand on ceremony. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he expanded the city to its greatest extent. This city was more than 10 times the size of the Lion City on the shore of the Arai, and the construction of this city required a massive amount of manpower. The 50,000 strong craftsmen were only the first wave. A second wave of 50,000 craftsmen was on the way to the City of Steel, and in the future there would be a third wave, a fourth wave. Just to ensure that these people were fed and housed, there were more than 30,000 logistics workers. Adding on the caravans transporting wood, steel, and other construction materials, the guards, and other miscellaneous workers, the City of Steel now had more than 100,000 people. With such a large number of people, just organizing and arranging them was already a huge project. It wasn't something that ordinary people or powers could handle, but the City of Steel was currently in an orderly state. All the craftsmen, logistics, guards, and transport teams, nearly 100,000 people were working together like precise instruments, constantly working together to construct this miraculous City of Steel. Although the City of Steel was still in the midst of construction, it had unquestionably become a legend in the world of craftsmen, attracting the attention of all the craftsmen in the world. There were even many people who had volunteered to join the construction, hoping to leave their sweat and footprints on this legendary City of Steel. They wanted to brand their names on the city. As a craftsman, there was nothing more worthy of pride. Marquis, the initial materials have all arrived. The sword-smithing clans of the capital and the various prefectures of the Tang dynasty are all working to construct the steel modules we need. There are already more than 10,000 swordsmiths and sword shops helping us forge refined iron and steel modules. In addition, I've already dispatched people to the various swordsmiths, sword shops, and swordsmithing clans to control the quality of the refined iron. The City of Steel is no small matter, and I don't want anything to happen to it. On the walls of the bustling City of Steel, Zhang Shouji and Wang Chong stood side by side, confidently chatting. He held great expectations and enthusiasm for this City of Steel. During this period of time, Zhang Shouji had been working day and night in Wushang, and he did not feel the slightest fatigue. It's been hard on you, but the City of Steel still needs to be expedited. The terrain here is complex, and only by constructing the city as quickly as possible can we gain a foothold here. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back as he spoke to Zhang Shouji on the walls. Understood. Several groups of people have come to spy on us, day and night without rest. I've already ordered the soldiers to step up their patrols and expand the perimeter to prevent them from approaching. Zhang Shouji sternly said. Cree. As the two were speaking, a shrill cry came from the sky, particularly ear-piercing in the bustling city of steel. Wang Chong and Zhang Shouji raised their heads and saw that high up in the sky, beneath the clouds, a tiny black that was unfurling its wings and circling above the city of steel, circling again and again. And as he looked up, he saw that there were even more black dots circling above the city of steel. Screech! One voice after another rang out incessantly, and everyone's cries were different. Chapter 714. It seems like quite a few people are paying attention to the construction of our city. Huh! Wang Chong smirked as he looked at the sky. It's not just these scouting birds. Starting from the first day, countless Western regioners, Turks, Uzin, Arabs, Karak-Spazinu, and Gogurians have been appearing around our fief every day. They've disguised themselves as jewelers from the Western regions, horse traders, or even Arab sword merchants. They've been constantly monitoring our surroundings. We've already driven away quite a few groups, but there's still an endless stream of them. Zhang Shouji said. He glanced worriedly into the distance. Wang Chong's expression was calm as he followed Zhang Shouji's gaze. Sure enough, several li away, he could see tiny black figures standing on a low hill, looking in their direction. Marquis, should we form a team to drive away these people? Zhang Shouji said, Haha, there's no need. Wang Chong waved his hand, a carefree expression on his face. If someone is building a city, there will definitely be people paying attention. It's impossible to kill them all. As long as the Uzin, Turks, Arabs, and Karak-Spazinu want to, they'll send out an endless stream of scouts to gather information. Let's keep them. Wang Chong's demeanor was relaxed, and his expression exuded an aura of conviction. Whether it was the birds overhead or the scouts around them, they were nothing more than mosquito bites to Wang Chong. Since he dared to build a city here, he wasn't afraid of anyone coming to gather information. But, Marquis, there's one more piece of news that this old man doesn't know if he should say. Zhang Shouji hesitated, a hint of apprehension and hesitation in his eyes. Oh! Wang Chong's eyes flashed. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Shouji subconsciously. After interacting with Zhang Shouji for so long and going through life and death situations together, the impression that Zhang Shouji gave him had always been that he was straightforward and straightforward. He would never hesitate or worry so much. What's wrong? Is there anything you can't say in front of me? The Uzin, the Arabs, and the Turks can be ignored. After all, they're all within reason, but our position is far too unique. We're right at the intersection of their factions. But besides them, we've also discovered scouts from Baiting, Anxi, Qishi, and Longxi. Marquis, this isn't good for us, Zhang Shouji said, and the space between his brows was shrouded in deep worry. The Baiting Protectorate, the Anxi Protectorate, the Qishi Protectorate, and the Big Dipper army of Longxi. Any member of the Tang dynasty would be keenly aware of the significance of these names. Wang Chong had made a name for himself in the War of the Southwest, so it was within reason that he had attracted the attention of these foreign kingdoms. But if Baiting, Anxi, Qishi, and Longxi had also sent scouts, then the situation was far from good. Wang Chong's brow creased as he fell silent. Baiting had Sis Han, Anxi had Gao Xinji, Qishi had Fomenlinta, and Longxi had Geshu Han. These were all influential great generals of the empire, figures of the Big Dipper and the Big Dipper, wielding enormous influence in the military and the imperial court. It was already extremely difficult for an ordinary person to obtain the attention of even one of them. But Wang Chong had received the attention of 4 great generals at the same time. The regional commanders' incident. With a flash of understanding in Wang Chong's mind, he understood. These 4 great generals were usually far apart from each other and rarely interacted with each other in private. In truth, the empire strictly forbade these powerful great generals from colluding with each other in private. But even so, the 4 of them had one thing in common. In the regional commanders' incident, Wang Chong's memorial had thoroughly offended them. All 4 of them had submitted memorials to the imperial court requesting that Wang Chong be executed and that he be imprisoned in the imperial prison. They're settling accounts after the fall, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. During the regional commander's incident, he had been in the distant capital and had the protection of his clan. Not even Geshu Han, Fomin Linta, and the other great generals had been able to do much to him. But the situation was different now. He had come to Wushang and was establishing a fief and a city on the border of the 4 great generals. Given their tempers, it would be truly strange if they allowed him to build a city right under their noses. Although Wushang was close to the Silk Road, its geographical position was very unique. Several hundred li to its left was the edge of the Uzun Plateau, where the Uzun cavalry could descend. And to the northeast, 500 some li, was the border of the western Turkic Khaganate, the territory of the Turkic Ishbara Khagan. Although it was 500 some li, this distance was nothing to cavalry. And if one followed the Silk Road to the northwest, one would reach the end of the road, where the Anshi Protectorate, commanded by Anshi Protector General Gao Xinji, was located. This road was far too important, so any attempt to build a city on the Silk Road would attract the attention of all sides. The imperial court had originally established the Chishi Protectorate here to fend off the western Turkic Khaganate to the east and the Uzun Empire to the west. With the assistance of the Anshi Protector, the Biting Protectorate, and the Longxi Big Dipper Army, it was completely capable of protecting the merchants traveling the Silk Road. But it just so happened that all these protector generals had been offended by Wang Chong. Now that Wang Chong was building a city in Wushang, it was hard to say if these protector generals would play any tricks. If the Uzun or Western Turks really did charge over, it was hard to say if these protector generals or great generals would help. It was even possible that these protector generals and great generals would intentionally let the Uzun and Turks pass. After all, no one could blame them for having such a long defensive line. These were all problems that Wang Chong had to consider. Relax, it won't be a big problem. To his surprise, Wang Chong grinned and quickly regained his composure. Since I dared to build a city in Wushang, I've made thorough preparations. In addition, the City of Steel has only just been established, and I've only just been made a marquis, so everyone is paying attention to this matter. Even if Geshu Han, Gao Xinji, Fomin Linta, and Sis Han have any ideas, they wouldn't dare to make any careless mistakes at a time like this. Otherwise, it would be too obvious. They're all great generals of the empire, powerhouses of the major powers. They wouldn't do something so childish. In this period of time, no matter how uncomfortable they are with us, no matter how dissatisfied they are with us, they have no choice but to help us guard the border. High status had its benefits, but it also had its restrictions. Gao Xinji, Geshu Han, Fomin Linta, and Sis Han were all great generals of the empire, but this also meant that their every action was being watched by everyone in the court. Thus, there were many things that could not be done, or at least, they could not be too obvious. This truly is the case. Zhang Shouji nodded. After all, he was a master architect of the imperial palace and had interacted with many high officials and nobles, so he had a rough understanding of the politics of the court. He knew that what Wang Chong said was the truth. No matter how much the great generals and protector generals disliked and loathed Wang Chong, they had no choice but to endure for the time being. Not only did they have to endure, they also had to think of a way to protect him. Otherwise, if something happened, even the Holy Emperor would place the blame on them. After all, there were so many people who were watching over Wang Chong's fief. But even so, this is only the beginning. After we build a city in Wushang, it's still their territory. After this period of time, what should we do? Zhang Shouji said. The Silk Road was very long, very long. Wang Chong's decision to build a city here seemed very casual, but this was actually not the case. This was because the merchants of the Silk Road would only find a place to rest when they had a very long journey ahead of them, and when the road was barren and they couldn't find a place to rest. Thus, if Wang Chong City wanted to gain the favor of these merchants, it could not be too close to a city or village, and there were not many places that satisfied this condition. And Wushang was the best of them all. First of all, it was very far from the capital, and the merchants would be very tired from the journey. Qixi was not far from Wushang, and not far from it was a vast desert. Qi was a desert, and this was where the name Qixi came from. The influence of the desert meant that the weather here was extremely dry, and it was easy for people to get tired. The most obvious of these was the need to replenish their water. This was the most essential requirement. If there was a city where one could rest and replenish their food and water, this was the dream of all merchants. On the other hand, even the merchants from the Abbasid Caliphate, Kerak, Spazinu, and the western regions would want to rest and replenish their energy. This was because it was a very long journey from here all the way to the capital of the Tang dynasty, and there was no place to replenish one's water. And the existence of Uzin and the western Turkic Khaganate made Wangchang's city of steel even more precious, as it provided a place of refuge for travelers. Thus, Wangchang didn't have many choices about where he could establish his fief. Zhang Shouji knew of Wangchang's ambitions, and he also knew that he wasn't building a city here just to make some money. Lion City in the southwest had already proved this. Anyone who believed that Wangchang was only doing this to make money was truly a fool. Mengshi Zhao had clearly been one such fool. But everything had a price. Since Wangchang had decided to build a city here, he had no choice but to consider the dangers involved. Haha, relax. We'll deal with soldiers with arms and flood with earth. I've already taken care of everything. As long as we can endure the first stage, I'll give them a great surprise. Wangchang patted Zhang Shouji on the shoulder, unconcerned. In Wushang village, Li Sai had already begun to recruit soldiers. Wangchang had already taught him all the training methods for the Wushang cavalry. He would remain in Wushang village for a very long time. Only when he had completed the most basic training would he leave Wushang village and come to the city of steel. In truth, Wangchang was already beginning to look forward to the first cry of the Wushang cavalry in this world. Zhang Shouji was perplexed. Wangchang's plans were always far in advance. Even though he had followed Wangchang for so long, he still couldn't understand what Wangchang was relying on. But despite his doubts, there was one thing that Zhang Shouji could be sure of. Wangchang had already taken care of everything. This was the most important thing. Chapter 7:15. I understand. Leave the matter of the city to me. Zhang Shouji solemnly said. Wangchang nodded, a smile on his face. Raising his head to the sky, he saw several large blue birds unfurling their wings and flying over the city of steel. Recently, with Wangchang's appearance, more and more birds had been flying over the city of steel to scout the area. Wangchang shook his head, unconcerned. Faintly smiling, he began to head off to another location. Gallop! But not even Wangchang noticed that while he was heading off in the northern part of the city of steel, 5 or 6 li away, a fully armored horseman gave Wangchang a profound glance and then suddenly turned around and began to head northwest. It's time to report to my lord. The war horse neighed, and the cavalryman with the distinct characteristics of who left a trail of dust as he quickly vanished into the distance. They advanced along the official road leading to the western regions. After several hundred miles, the cavalry left the official road and turned into a magnificent, dark, golden hall. Qixi Protectorate. Raising his head, he could see a massive black plaque hanging high above the entrance to the dark, golden hall. 5 words were clearly written on it. This was the famed Qixi Protectorate, the place that had repelled the Uzin to the east and the western Turkic Khaganate to the west, the most crucial place in the path of the Tang dynasty to the western regions. Wangchang had established a fief and a city in Wushang, and the closest one was the Qixi Protectorate. He clearly knows that Qixi is my territory, but he still dares to establish a fief and a city here. He truly is bolder than the heavens. It's only been a year. Does he really think that we've forgotten about the regional commander's incident? In the vast hall, a stalwart black figure sat upright on a hollowed-out metal throne like a crouching tiger or a coiled dragon, and his entire body emitted a powerful aura that was vast like the ocean. Fomenlinta was the most powerful protector general in the northwest of the Tang dynasty. Although the Qixi Protectorate was not the front line, the Anxi Protectorate, Biting Protectorate, and Longxi's Big Dipper army were the most reliable and capable of providing timely reinforcements, whether it be the Anxi Protectorate, Biting Protectorate, or Longxi's Big Dipper army. Moreover, Fuming Lingcha's existence allowed the three protectorates to avoid fighting on multiple fronts and being attacked from the front and rear. To put it simply, Fomenlinta controlled an important throat. Because of this unique characteristic, not even Gao Xianji, Geshu Han, or Ansis Han, these influential great generals of the empire, dared to offend him. Moreover, Fomenlinta was extremely old and experienced, and he had made his name long before Gao Xianji, Geshu Han, and Ansis Han. His prestige among the Hu was extremely high, similar to Zhang Shougue and Wang Zhongxi's status among the Han. Thus, when Fomenlinta made his appeal, so many Hu generals had responded, submitting memorials to the regional commanders incident to have Wang Chong executed. But Fomenlinta had never imagined that in just a year, this culprit had not only failed to flee far away from him, but had even dared to open a city right under his nose. This was no longer just audacity and impudence, but naked provocation and humiliation. Not even Geshu Han or Ansis Han would dare to act so impudently, but this was precisely what the youngest son of the Wang clan was doing. My lord, that youngest son of the Wang clan has just been made a marquis and has also been bestowed a courtesy name by the Son of Heaven. He's at the height of his success. Moreover, the fief was approved by the imperial court and the Holy Emperor. With these two swords of authority, it will be very difficult for us to do anything to him. In the hall, to Fuming Lingcha's left, a burly Hu general spoke. Wangchang City was built at Wushang, only several hundred li from Qixi. The most unhappy were probably not protector generals and great generals like Fomenlinta, but the Hu generals fighting on the border. Although the Holy Emperor had still passed the regional commander's incident, the time it would take to carry it out had been greatly reduced. Moreover, compared to the original contents, the authority and status of the regional commanders had been greatly reduced, and they could no longer be considered true regional commanders. Because of this matter, all the Hu generals on the border were gnashing their teeth, hating Wang Chong to the bone. This was because Wang Chong had not only harmed protector generals like Fomenlinta, but also the path forward for all the Hu. After all, imperial great generals like Fomenlinta would have to abdicate sooner or later, and all the Hu generals would have a chance to take their place. All the Hu generals wanted to kill Wang Chong's appearance in Qixi, but the only problem was that the imperial court was a threshold they could not cross. Back then, I wasn't even afraid of the white-clothed Arabian Mokaha, so why would I be afraid of a brat who's still wet behind his ears? So what if he has a fief decree from the imperial court? So what if Wang Jiuling was once the prime minister of the Tang dynasty? Qixi is my territory. Do you think I can't take care of him? Fomenlinta sat boldly on his throne, his eyes exuding a cold and sharp light that chilled the bones. Then my lord means, the general next to him widened his eyes and hurriedly asked. The construction of a city is time-consuming and exhausting. It'll take at least 2 or 3 years to complete. Even if a city of steel is fast, it'll still take 7 or 8 months. He's currently in the limelight, so I'll give him 2 months to focus on the construction. After 2 months, even if he's in the limelight, it'll be over. At that time, it'll be time for us to strike. Fomenlinta viciously glared at the general next to him. In addition, send a letter to Geshu Han and Ansis Han. I'm sure that the two of them will be very interested in that brat. With these final words, Fomenlinta's eyes became extremely profound. Flap, flap, a pigeon descended through the open window and into Big Dipper City, in an elegant and quiet study. The study was lined with bookshelves, and the shelves were piled high with scriptures, histories, biographies, collections, and some ancient books. A crane-shaped cauldron stood in the corner, exhaling a thick sandalwood fragrance that permeated the study, making the place seem ancient, quiet, and elegant. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it very difficult to believe that a study like this could exist on the front lines of the empire, a place where wars were frequent. "You've come?" A gentle and dignified voice came from the room. An arm stretched out. The 5 fingers were slender and pure white, and at the same time they contained boundless power. With a light pinch, a letter was extracted from the pigeon's leg. Upon opening the letter, there were only a few simple words. "Wang Chong has arrived in Wushang." As expected, Geshu Han appeared unsurprised, and with a shake of his finger, the letter shattered and scattered onto the table. "Lord Protector General, what should we do next?" A deep voice came from behind Geshu Han. Around 3 paces away, a Big Dipper army general was standing there, waiting for some time. "That Wang Chong is now the young marquis of the imperial court, and the entire world knows that the Son of Heaven has bestowed him a courtesy name. Do we really have to move against him? And from a certain perspective, that brat actually helped us out in the War of the Southwest. Do we really have to deal with him? What do you think?" Geshu Han calmly replied without turning his head. Behind him, the Big Dipper army general was taken aback. He didn't expect Geshu Han to ask such a question. The Wang clan is currently in the limelight, and it has that relationship with the King of Song. It truly isn't wise to deal with them now. Moreover, that brat was too disrespectful to Lord Protector General in the regional commander's incident. Even now, our brothers still have some complaints about him. In addition, he could have built his fief anywhere, but he chose to build it in Wushang right under our noses. This is simply too disrespectful to Milord. If we don't teach him a lesson, let alone Milord, even our brothers won't be able to take it lying down. In addition, Chishi's Fomenlinta has also sent a letter to Milord, hoping that we can work together with him to put some pressure on that Wang Chong. If we don't do anything, given how close we are, Fomenlinta will probably have some complaints about us as well. The Big Dipper army general said. "Haha, it seems like you understand." Geshu Han put down the spring and autumn annals in his left hand and stood up from his desk. His back was ramrod straight, and invisible waves of energy roiled around him. An aura as vast as the mountains and seas exuded from his body. At this moment, Geshu Han was looking up to a lofty mountain. Even the general behind him had slightly lowered his head in respect. Wushang's geographical location is unique. How can it be that easy for him to build a city there and take advantage of it? Moreover, the War of the Southwest is for the Empire, but the construction of Wushang is for private interests. These are 2 separate matters, so there's no need to worry. Besides, if he doesn't have the ability to establish a foothold in Wushang, we might actually be helping him by pressuring him a little. Isn't that a good thing as well? That way, he'll understand that the world isn't as easy as he thinks. Geshu Han indifferently said, "Milord's words are reasonable." The bearded Big Dipper army general nodded obediently. However, his eyelids suddenly twitched, and as if recalling something, he hurriedly exclaimed, "That's right. But, Milord, Wushang City isn't just his problem. He's also pulled in nearly 80% of the great clans of the capital. If we move now, we'll offend nearly all of them." Upon hearing those words, the Big Dipper army general frowned in deep melancholy. Meanwhile, the confident and carefree Geshu Han couldn't help but frown and fall silent. The study was eerily still. It had been some time since the construction of Wang Chong's city of steel began, but no one had made any major moves. It wasn't because of the Wang clan's influence and status, but because of the 80% of the great clans in the capital that Wang Chong had bound to his war chariot. In the many years that the Tang dynasty had developed, these great clans were no longer ordinary clans. Their influence extended deep into the court, the military, and the prefectures of the empire. They represented the strongest factions of the empire. Chapter 716. No matter how powerful the Wang clan was, it was just one clan. Moreover, as the Big Dipper Great General guarding the Longxi border, someone of Geshu Han's status, really did not need to fear the Wang clan. At the very least, if someone of Geshu Han's status were to side with King Qi, the Wang clan would have a massive headache. But the great clans of the 8 cities of the capital, no one in the Tang dynasty would dare to believe that. Once 80% of the great clans rejected one would have no place to stand in the Tang dynasty. Not even Geshu Han dared to think about such a thing. This was also the reason why the great generals found the situation troublesome. Wang Chong had built a city in Wushang and had pulled in the great clans to endorse him, giving them a major problem. "My lord, my lord!" A voice at Geshu Han's ear brought him back to his senses. 2 months. Give them 2 months. Geshu Han half closed his eyes, but it only took a moment for them to return to normal. The great clans of the 8 cities of the capital were a massive force. Offending them for no reason was not a wise move. However, if he were the sort of person who would retreat in the face of difficulties, he would never have been able to oversee Longxi and sit on the position of Big Dipper Great General, much less block the millions of Uzun cavalry. Without that resolute and lofty character and his unflinching drive, he would never have been able to achieve his status as the god of death in the hearts of the fierce and valiant Uzun people. 2 months is the limit I've given them. This is a dispute between me and the Wang clan. In 2 months, those great clans of the capital should understand this point. At that time, they can't blame me. Geshu Han raised his head, his gaze looking past the open window, past the city walls, to the towering Uzun plateau. At this moment, his eyes were sharp and vicious. Nay, the neighing of the war horses resounded through the grassland. The construction of Wushang City of Steel had attracted far more than just the generals of the Great Tang. To the northwest of the City of Steel, 600 to 700 li away, the grass swayed, reaching the hooves of horses, and the crisp neighing of horses echoed far and wide. The eagle flies and the grass grows. It's another harvest season. A strange voice spoke in the language of the Western Turkic Khaganate. On the edge of this land, 2 muscular Turkic steeds were riding side by side. On the backs of these steeds were 2 Turkic men dressed in wolf pelts and brimming with a savage aura. From the snow-white fox furs around their necks, it was clear that they had significant status in the Western Turkic Khaganate. Yeah, the 8th great general of the Tang dynasty, the young Marquis, the disciple of the Son of Heaven of the Tang dynasty, the great Khan had already declared that no matter what, they had to find a way to keep him here. If we can kill him, it will be another season of harvest. The other Turkic nobleman next to the man agreed. Both of them had sharp eyes as they looked in the direction of the southwest. There, they could clearly see thick black smoke rising from the horizon, piercing through the clouds. Although they couldn't see anything, they knew that the place where the black smoke was rising was the city being built by the 8th great general of the Tang dynasty. Truly a pity. Such a young and promising star has fallen so quickly. The Turkic nobleman on the right clicked his tongue, but there was no pity on his face. On the contrary, there was a hint of cruel anticipation. If he hadn't killed so many of Meng Shizhao's people in the south, Meng Shizhao's crown prince wouldn't have secretly sent so much gold to the Khagan for his father's sake. If he was just passing by and came here to play, that would have been fine. But he just had to build a city here. Isn't that just seeking death? Even without the matter with Crown Prince Meng Shizhao, the Khagan wouldn't have let him off just because he built that city. Haha, since he's seeking death, he can't blame anyone else. It seems that this person isn't as formidable as the rumors say. The Khagan has already sent word that the biting protectorate is no longer as strict as it was before. The taller Turkic man on the left, clearly of higher status, pressed his hand against the back of his horse. Ah, what does Sishan want? Does this traitor who betrayed his own ancestors have some other scheme? The Turkic nobleman on the right said, his eyes twitching. He seemed rather uneasy at this news, but he was also filled with loathing. Fomin Linta and Gao Xianji could be put aside, but in Sishan was a true who of pure Turkic blood. The Turks had the greatest understanding of other Turks. The Tang dynasty had used this method to defend against the Western Turkic Khaganate, and the Turks of both the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates loathed this method. In the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, and Sishan had long ago become their number one target, and they had even dispatched who to assassinate him and poison him countless times. "You're thinking too much." The Turkic leader on the left lightly pinched the eagle ring on his left finger and waved his hand, indicating that his comrades should relax. The biting protectorate's front line directly opposite the Khagan's tent is still as solid as ever. The only places that are truly relaxed are the southwest. This isn't the first time we've fought with biting, and everyone in the tent knows that Sishan is pointing us in the right direction. At the start, the Great Khan and I didn't understand. But when we discovered that the new young marquis of the Tang dynasty was building a city there, everything became clear. This Sishan wants to use our hands to deal with his enemies. I heard that Sishan had a sworn brother who was bullied in the capital of the Tang dynasty and almost died there. It seems that this was indeed the case. Ha ha ha! The people of the Tang dynasty love infighting, and even those traitors within it are the same. Isn't this my chance? The Turkic nobleman on the right said. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. Cree! Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whistle came from the sky. The two of them stopped laughing and raised their heads to look at the sky. High in the sky, beneath the blazing sun, a tiny black speck as small as a speck of dust was hanging there. This was a height that many birds could only dream of, and even arrows would find it difficult to reach. Humph, it's Fominlinta's rock eagle. He's truly cautious. The Turkic leader on the left sneered as he reached behind him and took a golden bow that was taller than a man. Knocking an arrow to the bow, he aimed at the black speck in the sky and fired. Twang! The earth rumbled. The arrow was like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through layers of space. It left behind a long white wave of air as it shot high into the sky. In the next moment, there was a mournful cry. High up in the sky, in a place that was more than twice the range of an ordinary arrow, a giant rock eagle was pierced through by an arrow. Then, along with the arrow, it exploded into pieces, leaving not a single feather behind. Let's go. The Turkic leader on the left looked up at the sky and sneered. He quickly turned around and called out to the Western Turkic nobleman beside him, and the two quickly vanished into the vast steppe. The tinkling of the bells drifted far, far away on the grassland, in Wushang in the northwest. Wang Chong was far from being the only guest. Behind him, wave after wave of people arrived at this place from thousands of miles away. These people included craftsmen, guards, and members of the great clans. Wang Chong. As Wang Chong and Zhang Shouji were patrolling the walls, a familiar voice came from the distance. A young woman, dressed in snow-white clothes and valiant and heroic bearing, was riding a large horse in Wang Chong's direction. Next to her was a budding woman, a red-tasseled spear on her back, her entire body as red as blood. She seemed like a blazing flame as she rode alongside her. By Siling? Zhao Yadong? Wang Chong's eyes flashed, a look of surprise on his face. Why have you come? Humph. Don't think that we can't find you just because you're hiding here. And don't forget, Arabai clan and Zhao clan both have a share in this city of steel. Can't we come to supervise the construction of the city? Bai Siling slightly tilted her head, her gaze on Wang Chong brimming with hostility. This, Marquis, I remember that I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Zhang Shouji felt that something was wrong and hurriedly left. You're leaving a little too quickly. Wang Chong stared in a daze at Zhang Shouji's back and bitterly smiled. Coming back to his senses, he began to walk toward Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong. Wang Chong naturally knew why the two of them had appeared here. When he had first sought help from Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong, the two of them had agreed without even thinking about it. The Bai and Zhao clans had believed that he had some grand plan, so they had given him their full support. But they had probably never imagined that he was only doing it to repair the road. Thus, once this matter was exposed, one could easily imagine why Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong had appeared. Did your clan make things difficult for you? Wang Chong jumped down from the wall and went to greet them. Humph, at least you have a little conscience. Now you finally know to ask. But since that's the case, why didn't you make it clear back at Tai Bai Pavilion? Bai Xiling dismounted, grabbed the reins, and led the horse forward. She gave Wang Chong a fierce glare, but even so, the pout in her eyes was far more coquettish than reproach. Zhao Yadong coldly watched from the side, but she was inwardly roaring with laughter. Wang Chong, you're not loyal at all. Xiling and I were really screwed over by you this time. You were pretty smart, running to Wushang ahead of time. Xiling and I couldn't run, so we were pestered by the clan elders for more than half a month. Zhao Yadong also walked over, leading her warhorse. It's my fault this time, so I've specially prepared 2 gifts for you as an apology. Shin and bring them up. Wang Chong called out to the back and made a gesture. Yes, Marquis. A loud voice came from the distance. Chapter 717. Gift. Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong glanced at each other, speechless. It was clear that neither of them had expected Wang Chong to make such a move. Very soon, the two of them turned around and looked at the soldier who was carrying the 2 cages. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Wang Chong had not given them a gift yet, so the two couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. The soldier quickly rushed over and placed the cages on the ground. These are Persian cats? The two pulled back the silk cloth and saw 2 furry and pure white creatures inside. Their eyes brightened and their faces lit up. Wang Chong had actually given them 2 of the most popular Arabian Persian cats in the capital. In the capital, from the princes and dukes of the imperial household to the nobility, all the women of the officials and the young ladies of the great clans loved the Arabian Persian cats the most. These Persian cats had docile and clingy personalities, making them extremely likable. As a result, they became the new favorites of the women of the officials and the young ladies of the wealthy clans. However, Arabia was tens of thousands of li from the capital, and Persian cats were far too precious to be tossed about. Thus, the majority of them died on the journey. As a result, there was no market for them in the capital, and a single cat was hard to find. And of all the Persian cats, the pure-colored Persian cats, raised especially for the imperial household, were the most respected and were known as the imperial Persian cats. The 2 Arabian Persian cats that Wang Chong had found for them were snow white without a single blemish. Their pupils were also very special, one deep blue and the other amber. With a single glance, one could not help but want to pull them into one's embrace. They were the most precious royal Persian cats. The 2 had only seen them once at Princess Anai Huang's place, and neither of them had expected Wang Chong to give them such a special gift. So cute! So pretty! Look, it's still using its paws to wash its face and scratch its beard. Yeah, look, it's actually licking my hand. Haha, it's so itchy. Both of their attention fell on the Persian cats in the cage. They squatted on the ground and kept playing with them. As for Wang Chong, he was momentarily forgotten by them. Although Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong appeared valiant and heroic and were known as heroines, different from the delicate women of the boudoir, they were still girls in the end. They also liked those furry and cute little pets. Wang Chong had done the right thing by catering to his needs. Fortunately, I made the right choice this time. Wang Chong smiled inwardly when he saw this. He had asked Yang Hongchang to bring these 2 Persian cats of the Arabian royal family from Talas. Yang Hongchang had operated on the Silk Road for many years and knew quite a few Arab merchants. Those Persian cats were very difficult for others to obtain, but they were no problem for Yang Hongchang. The Arabs were innately skilled merchants, and as long as the price was right, they could even obtain a royal Persian cat. That's right, Wang Chong, don't Persian cats die very easily? And they're not used to the climate of the Tang dynasty. Just how did you get them? A moment later, seemingly recalling something, Bai Siling stood up with a white Persian cat in her arms and gazed at Wang Chong curiously. Give me 100,000 taels, and I'll tell you the answer. Wang Chong teased. Bastard. Bai Siling's eyebrows rose as she prepared to strike. Haha, all right, don't hit me. I'll tell you. Persian cats love cleanliness, so their cages must be cleaned promptly, and they have to be very clean. If they're not clean, they won't eat. In addition, they need to be occasionally squeezed out some grass juice. Wang Chong chuckled. Persian cats loved cleanliness even more than humans, and from a certain perspective, they were a sort of misophobe. Not many people knew about this, and the people who sold Persian cats were mostly greasy merchants who didn't take enough care of them. This was why so many Persian cats were dying. If they knew about this, it would be much easier to sell Persian cats. After settling the two cats, the guards from the two clans that Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong had brought were also arranged to join the City of Steel's defense forces. On this trip to Wushang, Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong had brought many experts from their clans. The combined forces of their two clans numbered more than 500. This was quite a powerful support. The Zhao and Bai clan's support for Wang Chong was self-evident. That's right, Wang Chong, you've prepared everything. So why didn't you put all your effort into building the city? Why did you build those buildings and inns instead? Bai Siling couldn't help but ask after circling the city once. That's right, this city is too big. Such a large place is bound to take a lot of time and effort to build. How come you don't seem the least bit worried? Zhao Yadong chimed in. As the two strolled around with Wang Chong for so long, they gradually began to notice a strange phenomenon. Wang Chong's City of Steel had clearly slowed down after building the lowest foundation and the first floor. A large number of people had been sent into the city to build inns, restaurants, and tea houses for traveling merchants. This seemed very abnormal. Moreover, Wang Chong, as the master of the city, did not seem to be in the slightest bit worried. This made the two feel very strange. The two did not want to pressure Wang Chong, but there were times when they had to give an account to their clans. Moreover, the two had come this time to probe Wang Chong and also to see how the construction of the city was progressing. After all, the Zhao and Bai clans had invested a great deal of money into Wang Chong's City of Steel, paying a great price and blood. Haha, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. Relax, the construction of this city will be completed much faster than you imagine. Wang Chong grinned. How could Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong's thoughts be hidden from him? When the two spoke, their expressions were clearly distressed. They had clearly been forced. Everyone had their own difficulties, and it was already quite good that Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong had helped him this far. Wang Chong naturally would not make things difficult for them. And you can tell your clans that the benefits the Zhao and Bai clans will obtain will be far greater than they imagined. In addition, this city will be completed in a month. Wang Chong said, Ah! Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong stared in shock at Wang Chong. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Wang Chong, but that this City of Steel was still an embryo, far from completion. Moreover, the construction of a city was time-consuming and laborious. It would already be quite impressive if it could be completed in a year. And Wang Chong City was much larger than an ordinary city. Even though they were Wang Chong's closest friends, the two of them still felt that completing the city in a month was a fantasy. Wang Chong looked at their questioning gazes, a strange smile on his lips, but he did not reply. Facts spoke louder than words. In a month, the two of them would no longer think that he was exaggerating. Moreover, at that time, even Geshu Han and Fomin Linta will be shocked. Wang Chong inwardly chuckled to himself as he gazed at the sky. The City of Steel had been making such a huge ruckus But Fomenlinta, Gashuhan, Gaoshinji, and Insishan had still not made a move. They had only sent a few scouts to investigate, but they had done nothing else. This was rather abnormal. Wang Chong was well aware of what these great generals were planning, but alas, they would not have the chance. Time slowly passed, and 10 days later, the second batch of 50,000 craftsmen and experts from the great clans arrived to reinforce the City of Steel. The second batch of components, forged by the swordsmiths and sword shops of the various provinces of the Tang dynasty, had all arrived. On the same night, once all the rock eagles, gerfalcons, eagles, and storks in the sky had dispersed, all the scouts lingering around the City of Steel and the Arab and Carracks, Spazinu spies disguised as merchants had left, Wang Chong finally began his plan. Boom! In the darkness, the earth quaked. With Wang Chong's order, a blazing furnace spat out from the northeast corner of the City of Steel, and then a second, a third, a fourth, tens of thousands of blazing furnace fires began to spread from the northeast corner of the City of Steel to every corner of the City of Steel. In the end, the blazing furnace fires illuminated the City of Steel as if it were daytime. Begin! On the southern wall, Zhang Shouji stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Chong, his expression grim. He swung down one arm and boom! The heaven-shaking clattering of steel came from all around. All the 100,000 craftsmen and all the soldiers stationed around the City of Steel stopped what they were doing and joined in the construction of the walls. From the moment Zhang Shouji had first arrived in Wushang, a sea of steel modules had already gathered around the city. After these modules had been used to construct the foundation of the city, they had not been touched. The majority of the craftsmen began to devote themselves to the construction of the restaurants, inns, and tea houses in the city. But at this moment, as if it had been premeditated, all the craftsmen began to move the steel modules and began to collectively construct the city like ants. Clang! The first hammer fell, sending sparks flying and echoing far into the darkness. Tens of thousands of modules of the City of Steel began to rise in the darkness. In this period of time, all the craftsmen had become familiar with the blueprints and construction methods, and now all of this was beginning to show its power. Boom! 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 The clattering of steel shook the heavens, converging into a tide. In the light of the furnace, the tens of thousands of modules of the City of Steel were neatly constructed like fish scales, following some sort of pattern. The nearly 100,000 craftsmen worked together like a single person, all of them working together like a massive and intricate machine, constructing the city with astonishing speed. On the wall, Bai Sailing and Zhao Yadong were left slack-jawed by this majestic and spectacular construction, as well as the formidable ability to coordinate and command. Impossible! Bai Sailing and Zhao Yadong both came from great clans, extremely ancient clans with a long history. In terms of strength and resources, they far surpassed the great clans of the capital. With this background, one could easily imagine the breadth of knowledge and horizons of Bai Sailing and Zhao Yadong. But not even Bai Sailing and Zhao Yadong had ever seen such a majestic sight. More than 100,000 people working in uniform, even more organized than an army. This was unimaginable in the great clans.